Good morning, Chatty House.
Heyo. Russ Dog got the belt today. Congratulations, Russ Dog.
Russ Dog is back.
He's never been more back than right now.
That's right. Still drinking my coffee this morning. Protein-laced coffee.
Chatty House.
Ew. Morning, everybody. What's up, TJ? What's up, Wheezy, Jason, David? Warren's up in here. Hi, Marcus.
Brian,
Mrs. Mac. Hi, Mrs. Mac.
Brian, where are you getting the Westbrook news? I have not heard that. But that doesn't mean that it's not out there.
Hi, Kels. Bye, Will.
Oh my gosh. Now Brian Windhorse is saying, don't rule out the Suns considering keeping Kevin Durant.
Yes.
Since he's the one who said the whole time that they're trading. They're going to trade him.
Why would the Suns leak that information?
Why would the Suns come to me to leak information?
It's almost like they're out there making it really known they want him gone. And all these teams are like, okay, here's next to nothing. Now the Suns are like, oh, we're going to keep him. Hi, Brett. What's up, Lotus? Boogie. I'm just going to operate that this is DeMarcus Cousins. What's up, Randy? Hi, Chris. What's up, Toxic? What's up, Spencer?
What's up, Spencer?
Hi, Polo.
It is Devers Day.
Why do you sound like you're in a fishbowl?
Hello? Does I sound weird?
Does he not sound weird to anyone else?
I don't think so.
Huh. All right.
Let's hear it again, Joe.
Might just be me.
Hello. Test.
Oh, I heard a little bit there. A little hollow. A little hollow.
Are you talking into the correct side of your microphone? Now try it.
Try turning around twice.
That sounds so much better.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that sounds way better.
You learn. You live and you learn.
What's up, buddy? Oh, good morning, everybody. Hello. Hi. James Ham is there. That's Joe Brazil. I'm Kyle Madsen. We're sponsored by Jiffy Lube. We're hanging out with you till noon. And James Ham is hearing stuff. This is one of my favorite parts about doing a show with you is that you'll randomly text me things and be like, hey, it's kind of...
You don't say.
I'm hearing this. Yeah. I have several friends like that. But as it pertains to this program... Typically, when you hear things, it means that we've got a lot to talk about, and we do today. We had Game 5 of the NBA Finals last night that the Oklahoma City Thunder won. They appear to be on the brink of their franchise's first NBA championship. We'll talk about that, and we'll get to some of the Kings. We had a ton of Kings stuff, just kind of little bits of like news and little rumors and little reports that are coming out that we're trying to kind of piece this together as we go to figure out if we can map out the Kings plan this offseason. But I want to get to what you were hearing first before we get to any of that, because it goes back directly to one of our insiders trade ideas of the day, which we also have coming up a little bit later on.
Yeah, I think it's interesting. I mean, there are going to be so many different rumors and misdirections and, smoke before there are fires, and there might not even be fires because that's the Sacramento Kings. There just might be a lot of smoke and then nothing. But I think what we've heard in the past is DeMar DeRozan, number one, when he was choosing which team to go to last summer, one of his options was the Sacramento Kings, of course, which is where he ended up landing. But also there was the possibility of him landing with the Miami Heat. I would say at this point, everything I'm hearing behind the scenes is that there is still interest in DeMar DeRozan from the Miami Heat, especially if they miss out on Kevin Durant. If they land Kevin Durant, I think that, all of this changes.
Sure.
Right. But if they don't end up with Kevin Durant, they're still looking for that score that they lost when they traded Jimmy Butler. And so I think the DeMar DeRozan situation will be revisited. And I think that they have plenty of things that that are of interest for the Sacramento Kings.
Sure. Yeah.
The one deal we talked about earlier, one of the our insiders proposed trades that we would look at.
Our trade ideas.
Was something like Duncan Robinson and Jaime Jaquez for DeMar DeRozan.
Sure.
But if we piece that together with what Jake Fisher is now reporting as of yesterday, the roundabout way in which he explained that a lot of teams around the league think that the Kings have already that the Kings are telling people that they may have landed a pick in the early 20s.
The Kings are telling agents that there's a high possibility that they could pick in the early 20s.
In the early 20s.
And Miami has number 20.
Miami does have number 20.
That is as early into the 20s as you can get.
Yeah, so if we were to piece together a trade of what that might look like, there are a lot of different avenues there with the Miami Heat because they have guys like, Andrew Wiggins.
Okay, so
yep, that
was one I wrote down.
Okay.
I'm taking Andrew Wiggins in 20 for DeMar DeRozan.
Yeah, and I would at least consider that for sure. And the reason why people out there, why would they give up a first round pick to get rid of Wiggins? It's because Wiggins is owed $30 million next season. And he has, I think
that's the 26-27 year.
I believe he has a player option at 31. At 30 million, right? So that's why when again DeMar DeRozan makes $10 million next year, if you buy him out, that's your buyout, or he makes 25 million. So either way, the Heat would save between 5 and 20 million bucks, right? So to get off of that contract.
On the based off of Wiggins.
Yeah, so if they keep DeRozan, they would save X amount of dollars, right? So that's why it would cost them to give up something like that. And then the other deal, there's Terry Rozier, who makes 26.6 million. He's not an answer at the point guard position for the Kings. You would really hope that that's not what, because again, like a poor man's Malik Monk at this point. I don't even know. I certainly wouldn't want him as a starter. He's busted up the Kings plenty of times.
Has he not hit an inordinate amount of just ridiculous shots against the Kings?
Yeah, but you can't base everything. This is
just start getting Kings killers on your team.
This is what got the Kings in trouble in year one. It's Derek Smith walked in the door, dropped 30 on him in a game against the Clippers, and then they gave up everything they had to go get Derek Smith.
Sure.
Who then, of course, blew out his knee and was never the same player, and they got stuck with his contract. R.I.P. Derek Smith. Anyway, like that, you don't want to continuously go chase guys that just bust you up, because let's be honest, there's a reason why teams bust, why specific players bust up the Kings.
And this is not, DeMar DeRozan doesn't make so much money that you're going, hey, we'll do anything to dump this contract.
No.
So I'm not just taking Terry Rozier back to get a first round pick to get rid of DeMar DeRozan and just to have Terry Rozier on my team.
Well, no, because then again, now you have to have a small forward.
Yeah, right. And that's where I mean, obviously, if you can do DeRozan for Jaime Jaquez and Duncan Robinson, and frankly, if all the stuff about Jaime Jaquez and them being out on him is true, I'm trying to spice that up a little bit and seeing if you can also drag a first round pick.
Yes.
Like, all right, you're trying to offload this guy. Also give us a first.
Yeah. Okay. So there's a bunch of rumors out there about Jaime Jaquez and Eric Spoelstra's ex-wife, right? She's refuted those rumors. I don't know what he said. To be honest with you, I don't really care.
Sure.
But in year one, Jaime Jaquez played 75 games.
Yeah, this is the bigger deal, what you're about to say.
Yeah, he started 20 and he averaged 28.2 minutes a game. And he averaged almost 12 points. He was an all-rookie first-team player. He was 4th in Rookie of the Year balloting. He was actually 9th in Sixth Man of the Year, but, really had a solid rookie season.
Mhm.
And then this last season, he started 17 games, but he only played in 66, and his minutes dropped all the way to 20.7 per game.
He played 19 total minutes in the playoffs.
Yeah. So he's basically figured out a way to get himself burned from the Miami Heat. That's what it appears.
Very weird.
Yeah, it's very strange, and it does feel like, hey, maybe they're going a specific way with him, and that they're moving away from. So, but look, he's the type of player the Kings need. How many times have we said on the show that the Kings really could use a Martin twin?
Yeah, just somebody to do the dirty work.
Yeah, do all the dirty work, and
Mhm.
isn't a great shooter, but do all the dirty work.
Yeah.
So, look, if I'm the Kings, that's who I'm chasing with this team. I like Duncan Robinson at $19.9 million and an expiring contract. Still a great shooter, 31 years old, can play the 2 and can play the 3, 6'7". Just adds depth.
The Michael Jordan of Doug McDermott's.
Yes,
Yeah.
at this point in his career, of course.
Sure.
Yes, that makes sense. But also, like we were talking about this earlier, it's kind of like what Kevin Huerter is, except for Duncan Robinson has made a career playing off the bench or as a starter, bouncing back and forth between the two.
Mhm.
He isn't a guy that started so many games and then had a really tough time going back to the bench. You
Mhm.
can get Duncan Robinson to come off the bench and just provide you with really, really solid shooting. And it's something that we've talked about. It's not just that the Kings need a point guard, and it's not
Mhm.
just that they need realistically an answer at the small forward spot long term.
Mhm.
It's that they also need shooting.
Mhm. No doubt.
When you trade away a guy like Harrison Barnes, and I don't know what's going to happen with a guy like Trey Lyles, but there's a possibility Trey Lyles won't be back.
Mhm.
And you trade away a Kevin Huerter who stops being able to shoot the 3 ball anyways, but you lose that position as well. You really do need more shooting on this team.
Mhm.
Shooting is what makes the world go round in the NBA at
No
this
doubt.
point. And so if you were able to land something like, again, move, let's say DeMar DeRozan and Devin Carter, so they at least get something back. And let's not forget that Anthony Carter played for the Miami Heat. For years, he, part of their franchise. So Devin Carter's been around that franchise a lot of his life. But if you could swing a deal where you were able to move those two and come back with, something like Jaime Jaquez, something like Duncan Robinson, and potentially like the 20th pick in the draft, hey, I think that's a solid deal for both teams.
So, okay. A couple things on the Duncan Robinson front. One, there's some defensive issues there for sure, which is why you're not going to see him play 30 plus minutes. But I also think it's really important to note that he's going to stand on the perimeter and you throw him the ball and then he'll catch and shoot it. He is really good shooting off the catch, but he's also very good in dribble handoff situations, a movement shooter, which I think is a really important distinction here.
He'd be a perfect fit next to Domas.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, so
just for minutes, not like all the time. But.
Yeah, and again, you don't want him playing 25 minutes a night, but if you get him in that 18 to 20, 22 minute range, I think he could be a really valuable player for you. And then Jaime Jaquez, just with the numbers, you mentioned his minutes going down, but then you go look at his per 36 stuff. He was 15.1 points his rookie year, 15 last year. The turnovers ticked up a little bit, but the assist numbers were up. The rebounding numbers were way up per 36. Shooting numbers came down a little bit, but for the most part, it wasn't like he fell off a cliff and can't play basketball anymore.
No,
there may be a change of scenery needed. I don't know what's going on there, but I would my initial thought when I looked at, man, Andrew Wiggins in number 20. I think I would do that for DeMar DeRozan.
I would consider it for sure because it gives you a starting small forward for the next 2 years.
Yeah, it takes some of the defensive onus off of Keegan Murray. It's been shown time and time again that Andrew Wiggins is better as a tertiary option instead of a number 1 or number 2.
Well, I'd even say that first of all, he's only 30.
Which is crazy.
He's been a great defender in the league before. He's the type of defender that the Kings need, but I think, again, we're further down the road in his contract. When it was 2 years ago and everyone was like, okay, would they trade Harrison Barnes for Wiggins? It's like, I'm not taking that contract.
Sure.
But now there's only 2 years left, and one of those is a player option. But the other thing with Wiggins is, like, I do believe that his best role is a scaled back role. This last year, I mean, he averaged 19 points a game after joining Miami in only 17 games. But um, I think the thing that I like about Andrew Wiggins is that he might be the type of player that would allow Keegan Murray to
Yeah.
ascend.
Yeah.
He
Yeah, for
wouldn't
sure.
take away
Mhm.
so much, and I don't know. Like, there's a possibility that he would be a really good sort of partner
But
with Keegan Murray.
yeah, but this is where I think I lean towards. I'm taking the Rozier thing off the table. This is
Yeah.
where I lean toward the Jaquez Robinson deal more, is because you just said it. Andrew Wiggins is 30.
Mhm.
When his contract's up, he's 32. His athleticism is not going to get better. He's going to be past his prime. This is not a player where you're going, okay, we've got a 5-6 year window with this guy to be a contributor for our basketball
Yeah.
team. This is Andrew Wiggins might be a player, a team that's like really going for it, goes and gets. If they think he's going to be a great fit and can just elevate his game to where he got, because he was, when the Warriors won the title in 22, he was their second best guy for a lot of those. With respect to Jordan Poole, who was also excellent early in those playoffs. In the finals, Andrew Wiggins was our second best guy. So we've seen that. It's just you don't want to necessarily bank on that in his age 30 and 31 seasons, like the next 2 years if you're the Kings.
Of course.
And that's why so if I was keeping my notes correct here, your new insiders trade of the day revised. It was DeRozan for Jaquez and Duncan Robinson.
Yep.
But when we're piecing together kind of some of the snippets that have come out with or from Jake Fisher about the Kings telling agents that they're confident they're gonna have a pick in the early 20s, we're going DeRozan and Devin Carter for Jaime Jaquez, Duncan Robinson, and the number 20.
Yeah, that would be
in this year's draft.
Yeah, that would be the sort of the deal that I think makes sense for both teams.
And
like, look at DeMar DeRozan, like, steps right in and plays a Jimmy Butler role there. Like, him and Jimmy, of course, he doesn't play defense. Yeah, he doesn't play defense like Jimmy Butler, but I'll even say this. He's a much more efficient scorer than Jimmy Butler and at this stage.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
And they're not, and from what I understand of watching the Heat, again, I say this as somebody who doesn't watch 48 minutes of Heat basketball every night. But when I do watch Miami, it does seem like a lot of my turn, your turn on offense.
Yeah.
And sometimes what's his name? Highsmith gets a look from three.
Yeah.
But I was gonna say Alex Highsmith, but he plays for the Steelers.
Haywood Highsmith.
Haywood, thank you.
Yeah.
I think that's where a DeMar DeRozan type of game works.
It's
gonna be some Tyler Hero, it's gonna be some Bam Adebayo, it's gonna be some DeMar DeRozan.
They were 24th in the league in points per game.
Ugh.
21st in offensive rating. That's what you're trying to attack right there if you're Miami.
And when Tyler Hero wasn't scoring, they didn't have a lot.
No,
and I think DeMar DeRozan could help them.
I could very well see DeMar DeRozan being there for the full 2 seasons, and maybe if he wants to keep playing for another year after that. I mean, DeMar DeRozan he's still a bucket.
And
he's going to be a bucket. I mean, that's what we learned this season in Sacramento.
100%.
That dude's a bucket.
It's just it's not the skill, it's the fit.
Yeah,
I think he fits in Miami way better than he would fit, or than he did fit in Sacramento. So I like that idea. We'll have a new insiders trade of the day coming up here in a bit. But you mentioned Kevin Durant and how Miami's desire to acquire DeMar DeRozan will depend on how the Kevin Durant stuff shakes out. We've got some news on that front, I think.
Maybe.
Does anyone know what's going on? We'll get to that. We'll get to our insiders trade of the day, and we'll get to the NBA Finals as well. That's all coming up here in the next couple hours. That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. Joe Brazil's rocking with us. We're the Insiders, sponsored by Jiffy Lube. This is ESPN 1320, and that is Sacramento Sports Leader. Yo. Bruh. Jeez Louise. Yeah, I got. We'll talk about it. Oh no.
That's interesting.
We're going to talk about this too.
Yeah, I don't think you're going to be able to get Khalil Ware out of there. He ain't going nowhere. Nope, he ain't going nowhere.
All right. I don't think I agree, but
yeah, I mean,
I just don't know what he's like. I guess I before I disagree, I should say, what do you mean by pretty good? He's not going to be an all-star, and I don't think he's ever going to be like a primary scoring option.
And who would you rather have, him or Keon Ellis? I mean, because that's what it might come down to. Like, who would you rather have? And to be honest with you, I'd rather have Keon Ellis.
Well, and yeah, and if the Kings decide otherwise, maybe they hold on to Devin Carter for that exact reason.
Yeah. Wheezy, I can't tonight. I would consider it on most nights, but the lovely Mrs. Ham was away last night, and she's driving back from the Bay Area this evening, and that just won't fly. Yeah, I disagree with this. I think Davion's a better player. I don't think either of them are true point guards. But Davion is at least closer to a true point guard.
Hey, I was looking up some numbers today. Speaking of Keon Ellis, did you know he finished like 5th in true shooting percentage this season?
Really?
Yeah.
It doesn't surprise me. I mean, he was in the top 10 in 3-point percentage, right?
He finished. I just want to make sure that's right first. Yeah, number 5 in true shooting percentage, behind Christian Brown, Rudy Gobert, Jalen Duren, and Jared Allen. Just ahead of Nikola Jokic and Harrison Barnes, who finished right ahead of Domantas Sabonis.
Harrison Barnes.
What did you ask me? Where did Keon finish in 3-point percentage?
Yeah, I got it. I'm right there. Number 2 in the league is Zach LaVine. Number 8 in the league is Keon Ellis at 43.3%. Yeah, he's actually tied with Batum for number 6, and with Harrison Barnes for number 6, and Luke Kennard for number 9. 4 of them tied at 43.3%. That dude can shoot it.
Man, Aaron Nesmith shot 43.1% this year. That's crazy.
Dude, Nesmith is stud. Those blocks.
Hey, shout out to Seth Curry, man.
Oh, yeah.
Dude has just carved out a career. Been in the league for 11 years.
Yeah. I was there the day George Karl said, "Oh, he's a nice kid. He might be in the league a year or two."
And then Boogie disagreed. 9 teams he's been on.
Yeah, Kings legend. Man, Nesmith. Got to find yourself a Nesmith.
Yep.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
Hey, shout out to Ryan on Twitter. He said we're his favorite King show. Salute.
Oh.
There's a lot of good King shows out there, so thank you so much. That's really nice. What a nice thing to say.
It is a nice thing to say.
I'm going to try and do better. My New Year's resolution on June 17th is to be better about highlighting nice things people say.
Oh, okay.
I feel like all I ever do is whine about mean things people said to me on the internet. People say nice things too sometimes. Salute. Appreciate it, Ryan. Shout out to you. All right. So we're talking about also another thing that we did not introduce at the top of the show. Santi Aldama. It sounds like the Grizzlies are wanting to sign and trade Santi Aldama. And that is a player that we will talk about for the Sacramento Kings. Because, buddy, I am in.
I am in as well. I think the biggest question with that is, would it? hard cap you as a team, that might be a problem. Because I think if you're over the salary cap, which the Kings are, and you do a sign and trade, it does hard cap you, even if it's a net neutral trade, like what we saw last year with the DeMar DeRozan trade. And so I have a really difficult time going into that scenario again. When
no doubt.
And how much is Santi Aldama going to make?
That's what I don't. So I was going to try and mess around and make a trade, but I don't know if Santi Aldama is going to sign for 15 a year or 25 a year. I have no clue because it feels like a lot of it is projection with him.
Yeah.
And so I think it'll depend on what the acquiring team is how much they value him.
Yeah, because I mean, to me, Santi Aldama, he looks like a mid-level exception player.
Right.
Like at 14.1 million. And that just tells you, like, if he is a mid-level exception player, then like you just sign him. You don't worry about dealing with that team.
Mm-hmm.
But I think Santi Aldama, I mean, he's 24 years old. The problem that you have is I believe he's a restricted free agent. So they can match any deal for him. But yeah, I talk about like the Kings need a stretch 4 and, another stretch 4, especially if you're going to lose Trey Lyles, adding a guy like Santi Aldama, who averaged 12.5 points, 6.4 rebounds, 2.9 assists, shot 36.8 from 3. Like I really like him as a player.
His 3-point percentage has ticked up every year he's been in the league. He shot 48.3% from the field last year and averaged 17.6 points and 9 boards with 4 assists per 36. It feels like there's a really good player there who just hasn't gotten enough opportunity.
Yeah.
And this is according to Matt Moore, friend of the program at HP Basketball on Twitter. Basically, Memphis looking to clear room for a Jaren Jackson Jr. extension, which they can now give him the Supermax. They're looking to get this sign and trade done for Santi Aldama.
Yeah, I would be totally down.
I would super go get some.
Yeah, we're talking. He's 6'11", 225.
Yeah, man, shot 60% from 2 this year.
Yeah,
that's a good play. And this is, he falls into the category of player. Maybe doesn't have the ceiling of a Darius Garland or Andrew Nembhard, players that we've circled as could be better than, could put up bigger numbers or better stats, better production in a different opportunity. I feel like Santi Aldama is a different, on a lower tier than that, but similar type of guy where you give him the opportunity to be a starting 4 in the NBA, and all of a sudden he's damn near a double-double every night.
Yeah, so now we're like starting in pieces. I like him. I don't know defensively how he holds up alongside a guy like Domas.
Yeah, sure,
right.
Sure.
So that would be my one concern. But like I think that there are a lot of things that he can do as a player that would really work within the Kings system, and his ability to stretch the floor at a 6'11" height is tremendous. So yeah, I would be all for that, especially now you're starting to build a forward rotation and you start piecing together these other deals. So say there's a way that you do go out and get a Jaime Jaquez and Duncan Robinson that now is part of your 3 rotation, right? And then you've got Keegan Murray, and then you add a guy like that. That right there, it sounds like a really nice 4 rotation.
Yeah.
Of forwards. I would want one that blocks shots a little bit more, but that's not a bad start. And then you can work with that.
Yeah, for sure. I'm just in on, again, this is where I don't know that it's worth hard capping yourself via sign and trade.
Yeah, I mean, what are we talking about? Is he going to make 18 million?
Yeah, that's what I'm not. I don't know that I might quote unquote overpay a little because I think he could be better than his numbers. But I'm not paying him 25 a year or anything crazy.
No. And to be honest with you, I think you could even use the Kevin Huerter trade exception to try to make a move like that, where you're gonna have to give up something. They're gonna want something in a sign and trade.
Yeah, I don't think they're just giving him away.
Are we talking about 2nd round picks? I mean, I don't think you're not gonna get hard capped and give up a 1st round pick.
No.
So yeah, I don't know. To me, like, he's a really good player that if I'm the Kings, I would chase.
Yeah.
Just because he fits what you're doing.
Yeah.
You just wish you had a little bit more of a shot blocking version of that. And I don't know. Maybe you can find
Can I tell you what's going to happen here?
Okay.
They're going to execute this sign and trade with like what team is going to do this?
The Pistons are the team that we've heard.
Yeah. Okay. The Pistons. That's a good one. They're going to do the sign and trade. It's going to be for not a lot of money and a couple of seconds.
Yeah.
And we're going to go, why did
the Kings do that?
Why did the Kings just do that?
Yeah,
Anyway,
yeah.
That's how I think this is all going to end.
And the Kings have the 26 and 27 from Charlotte.
Yeah, the 2
second
seconds.
rounds.
Yeah. They should very much be kicking tires on a Santi Aldama sign and trade to see if they can find themselves a really good player at a little bit of a bargain.
Yep.
So that's where that lands. All right. So Kevin Durant is a domino in this NBA offseason. The size of the domino, TBD, depending on how you feel about Kevin Durant. And one of the reasons this matters for the Kings is if the Miami Heat do, in fact, covet DeMar DeRozan in the event they don't land Kevin Durant, well, then Kings fans need to very much have their eyes on what Kevin Durant is doing. On the other hand, I can't suss out what the hell is going on with the Kevin Durant trade market.
It's really weird. It's all over the place. And like, I get it. He's a legend of the game.
He is.
But he's also a legend of the game who's moved around quite a bit in his in the second half of his career. And to be honest, I don't know, like he puts up stats, but I'm not sure how much at this point he impacts winning. Like if I'm the Kings, I don't want to see him in San Antonio. But like that's probably where there's a good chance he's landing in San Antonio. It's just that the Spurs did something last year, this last season, which I'm not sure if people saw, but they basically leveraged the fact that a player wanted to play there and got a better deal than they should have got for a guy named De'Aaron Fox.
Oh, that's that.
I think they're trying to do the same exact thing with Kevin Durant, where they're literally saying, hey, we really don't want to give up the number 2 pick in the draft. We'll give up some draft capital. We'll give up some stuff for him, but like we would prefer not to give up everything for him.
Sure.
Yeah.
And that's where we've heard now that the Suns have been asking for too much for him.
Yeah.
Because 36-year-old Kevin Durant. And he was awesome last year. His numbers last year are ridiculous. 26.6 points, 6 boards, 4.2 assists. He shot 52.7% from the field and 43% from 3 on 6 attempts a night.
Yeah.
He's ridiculous. Like he's still one of the very best scorers in the league. And a better defender, I think, than he's gotten credit for. Averaged more than a block a game for the
He's not the defender he was when he was younger, but he's still a solid defender.
He still very much tries on that end of the floor, for sure. But I get why if you're San Antonio. So here's the deal. So we heard that the Suns are asking for too much. And then we heard, okay, Kevin Durant wants to play for the Rockets, the Spurs, or
the Heat. And he does not want to play for Minnesota.
Right. And Minnesota was the dark horse team up, but now he doesn't want to go to Minnesota. It's too cold up there. Well, he's from Texas, wants to go to Texas, specifically wants to play for the Spurs. And like you said, we've seen how this plays out. Player wants to go to one team and says he'll only play for this team, which I don't think if Kevin Durant gets traded to I think Kevin Durant likes basketball too much to just quit.
Yeah.
If he got traded to Sacramento, you're getting Kevin Durant. Like you're getting a good player.
Yeah, but here's the deal. He has a 1-year expiring deal. So
right.
He's not signing the extension.
Right. Which is where a report that, he'll only play for the Spurs comes into play.
Yeah. He wants another $120 million on what he's already making.
Right. So I don't know what the Spurs, just belaboring the point. I don't know what the Spurs motivation is to give up Stephon Castle, to give up the number 2 pick, to give up Devin Vassell and Keldon Johnson and the number 14 pick. Like, what's their motivation to do that? I know you got to do salary filler, to fit Kevin Durant in.
Yeah.
But why are you giving up a pick? Like,
Well-
sure, here's some salary filler. Give them to us.
First of all, the Spurs have a bunch of picks,
Mhm.
right? So I would not be surprised to see a deal where they brought back like Vassell and Castle and Harrison Barnes. And that works for Kevin Durant, like financially, and then one
You
or two
think they'd
picks.
give up Stephon Castle
I do.
for
yeah.
a couple of years of Kevin Durant?
Because if they keep the number 2 overall pick, you're going to draft a point guard anyways.
Yeah, you're going to draft Dylan Harper.
Yeah. So if you're going to draft Dylan Harper, like them, you know, why do you need Castle when you already have Fox? I don't know.
Because maybe you think Castle's going to be better?
Okay, maybe, but I think Dylan Harper has a higher ceiling
Sure.
than Castle. I'm not a huge Castle guy.
Yeah, I've noticed that.
I'm not. I've watched enough of him play, and like I saw the points per game and everything, but
Mhm.
he scored on a team that was miserably bad.
Sure.
Like they were not good at all, especially
His
down the
rookie year
stretch.
numbers very comparable to De'Aaron Fox.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean that his play
But you just
style.
don't like him.
Yeah, just as an athlete and everything, like there
Mhm.
are certain things. Like I think he's explosive, but I don't think he
Also like 6'6", right?
yeah,
Big-
he's like
big
an
guy.
inline drive guy.
Mhm.
He's not like a lateral quickness guy.
Mhm.
I think he's a physical defender. I think he's going to be a really good defender throughout his career. But like, I don't think he reaches like his player comp to me is nowhere near De'Aaron Fox, and that's not like he's not going to reach the heights of De'Aaron Fox. Just the type of player, the play style, the way he looks as an athlete is a little closer to Maxey than it is Fox. But I'm not a huge Castle fan. And like, look, I might be wrong.
It sounds
in the
like
end.
San Antonio is, though. Like what you or I think about Stephon Castle matters way less in this scenario than what the Spurs do.
No, I agree, but I also think the Spurs are a team that values assets and looks at Castle as a very good asset. And so if they didn't have to give up that asset in the trade with the Kings, they weren't going to.
Now, understood. The question I have is if you're high on this player or this asset, as it were,
Mhm.
what's Kevin Durant doing for the Spurs? If they make that trade, are we all of a sudden going, wow, the Spurs are going to contend for the 1 seed in the West?
Well,
No, I think they're still probably a couple guys away.
Yeah, but every time you move Kevin Durant to a team, everyone thinks they're instantly a title contender. I mean, if you're looking at Fox and Wembanyama and Durant, you've got something.
Yeah, for a couple of years, for sure.
Yeah. But I mean, it is
Are
short-lived.
you winning? You're acquiring Kevin Durant. You're giving up. If you're giving up all that up,
Mhm.
if you're giving up, this is the move. This is where we're going to move Stephon Castle. We're going to do it for Kevin Durant. You have what, a 2-year window?
Oh yeah, but
Are the Spurs winning a title in 2 years if they do that?
well,
I don't think they are.
you're gonna have a 2 or a 3-year window with Durant there, but then that's when Wembanyama takes over and becomes like who he's supposed to be.
Sure.
So, yeah, I think that's what you're hoping is that the window never ends because you now have the best player in the league.
Yeah, I understand that, but if they're high on Stephon Castle, which all indications are that they are,
Mhm.
I don't know why you would punt that for this 2-year, 3-year thing with Kevin Durant, where like, are you winning a title there?
I
And
mean,
does
you
it give
might.
does it give you a better chance to do so than having Stephon Castle on your team?
Well, I mean, we can ask the same thing about Fox.
Sure.
Yeah, I mean, like,
Let's do it.
is Fox going to be the player that you want to pair with this group long term, or is Dylan Harper the guy?
That's the interesting thing to me.
Yeah.
Are you including De'Aaron Fox instead in this trade?
Well, that would be the logical move, because, and to be honest with you, let's take away where De'Aaron Fox wanted to play.
Mm-hmm.
I don't care if I'm the San Antonio Spurs, just like I didn't care when I was with the Sacramento Kings.
Yep.
Like if I were the Sacramento Kings, I don't care where he wants to play.
Mm-hmm.
I do think that a backcourt pairing of De'Aaron Fox and Devin Booker would be awesome. Like that would be a fun backcourt pairing.
I agree.
And give Phoenix a very good opportunity to compete.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I don't know if that's going to happen, but that would be the easiest path forward, especially with Fox on entering the final year of his contract. He's owed $37 million. Like it would be easy to go. You could do Fox and Harrison Barnes for Kevin Durant. Now it's like, what are you gonna have to give up as far as picks and stuff? So if you want to keep your young core and have Durant, but the Spurs like ceiling drops in year one considerably, because I don't care how good Castle is. I don't care how good Dylan Harper is. Even if you're keeping Vassell in that situation to go with Wembanyama and Kevin Durant, you're not nearly as good as if you had Fox. Like Fox draws a crowd.
Yeah.
And the fact is, like, if you have your number one option is Kevin Durant, your number two option is Victor Wembanyama, and your number three option is De'Aaron Fox, who, if he's man on man all game long and no one is playing to defend De'Aaron Fox, he is going to eat. He is going to be wildly successful in that situation just because of his speed and quickness. Like, the fact is, like, the Kings didn't ever have that other scorer to put next to him. So I would be at least intrigued.
Yeah, man. I wonder if Kevin Durant's market is being affected at all by how the NBA playoffs shook out and how the finals are going. Where teams are going, man, hey, if you're the Rockets, you're going, hey, we're just going to kind of ride this out.
Yeah.
Who's to say we're not the Pacers of the West here in the next couple of years?
That's true.
Oklahoma City, yeah, you're not. If you're San Antonio, man, you got De'Aaron Fox and we got Dylan Harper coming in at the number 2 pick and Victor Wembanyama, and we feel great about Stephon Castle. We like Devin Vassell as an elite 6-man down the line. Yeah, we got a really good foundation here. We're not going to mess that up for a couple years of Kevin Durant.
Yeah,
I am so interested to see how this shakes out. And now, Brian Windhorst is reporting that you know what, the Suns don't really want to give up Kevin Durant.
Yeah, whatever.
Which is a clear indication that the Suns aren't getting the offers they want.
Do us a solid. I'm going to need you to drum up the price of Kevin Durant. We may keep him.
Which it looks like there's a collective. All right. All of that was to say, we took way too long to get to this point. It wouldn't shock me at all if this winds up with Kevin Durant getting traded to Miami.
Oh, okay.
Where the Spurs are going, yeah, we're not going to give you anything. And Miami just goes, all right, fine. Hey, here's this, like, not super low ball offer, but lower than we might. It's just better than everything else. I don't know.
He wants to play for the Spurs. Spurs have this weird draw. Everyone wants to play for the Spurs.
I doubt he would hate playing in Miami.
Yeah, maybe he would. I think he'd love to play next to Victor Wembanyama.
Who wouldn't? All right. That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Matson. Joe Brazil on the ones and twos. We're the Insiders. Jiffy Lube sponsors the program. We're back in a second. We'll have more Kings offseason on the way, plus some NBA Finals talk on the Insiders. That's the name of this show. Joe, hit the button so I can stop talking.
Yeah, I mean, you might give up Sohan. I don't know.
We got our guy Bo, who's going to tweet you guys a 3-team trade.
Oh, was he on the?
It was a little bit long-winded. He's gonna go ahead and shoot it to us over Twitter, and then we can see what we think of that. But we do have TC on line 1.
Okay, great.
Jesus.
Oh, Sam Amico, we got a report from Hoopswire.
Uh-oh.
Let me see where they're getting this from. Where are they aggregating this? Oh, the great Grant Afseth.
I will say that, like,
we'll get to this. We'll get to this one once we get back. We got
I didn't see it,
a
though.
phone call to get. Oh, I'll read it to you.
Oh, all right.
And we're back. We're not on the not like back.
Yeah. Michael, like keeping Sohan, it makes sense if you're going to have 3 or 4 major scorers in your starting lineup. Because Sohan's just going to run around and do all the dirty work, defend the tougher people, do all the dirty work.
Did you do this?
No. I don't remember what I teased out yesterday on D'Lo and Casey. All I remember is that we spent the last 20-something minutes with me and Kenny fighting over the fact that whether Domas making $45 million means he has to be an elite defender as well. I just know, like, Zach LaVine makes $45 million. He doesn't play defense at all. Damian Lillard makes over $50 million. He doesn't play defense at all. Trae Young.
Yeah, but they're the go-to guys in crunch time.
He's going to make $45-50 million. He's never played defense at all. Like, I could keep going because, like, again, Luka Doncic is going to sign one of the most lucrative deals ever, and he doesn't play defense at all. There are a lot of players that don't play defense.
You just named a bunch of elite scorers, though. Which I think is probably Kenny's argument. You gotta do one or the other. My go-to chai is Pon chai with masala tea. Delicious.
Nice.
Or tea masala, whatever. Whatever it is. I haven't been to Nick's Roasting Co. in like a week. Shout out to Nick's. I got a kick out of how differently you and Kenny view basketball.
I do too.
Oh, all right.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
Yeah, that's James. I'm Kyle. That's Joe Brazil. TCIC on the Elk Grove Kia Talk line, 916-909-1320, 916-909-1320. If you would like to join the program, we would love to hear from you. You know who you probably don't want to hear from? Is your GM after making a seismic franchise-altering trade or trading away your franchise's best player.
Mm-hmm.
Because there was the whole Nico Harrison debacle, right? We've been talking Kings trades and stuff. I got to say, if you're Scott Perry and you're gearing up to trade away Domas, Keegan Murray, DeMar DeRozan, Keon Ellis, Malik Monk, Zach LaVine, whoever it is, you got to have a better answer than certainly what Nico Harrison had to say after trading away Luka Doncic, and certainly better than what Craig Breslow had to say. He's the Red Sox GM.
Yeah.
And he got asked about the Rafael Devers trade.
A's legend
Craig Breslow. He went to Yale? Yale guy?
Oh, really?
One of the Ivy League schools. Anyways, quote, again, this is Craig Breslow, Red Sox GM, on trading away their franchise cornerstone, who they just signed to a 10-year deal, 10-year, $313.5 million deal. Here's what he said. Quote, it's not that this was the best deal that we could get, because the best deal that we could get may not necessarily be good enough to trade a player like Rafi Devers. But when you consider all the factors here, this is the one that made sense.
We had a better deal 2 days ago.
Like, what? This wasn't the best deal, but the best deal may not be good enough, and this one made sense. What? I don't understand it one bit. This reads to me like the Giants said, yeah, we'll take on all of his contract, and no other teams are going to do that. They were going to get better players or better prospects from other teams.
Yeah. Without saying we're cheap, he's saying we're cheap.
Bingo.
Yeah. Okay, so that makes sense.
I don't want to.
Yeah.
If that's your answer, just be like, no comment. I just don't.
Yeah.
That's brutal, man. And now we're getting the smear campaign, right? David Ortiz has come out and been like, yeah, he never texted me back. He's got a communication problem. And Red Sox reporters are telling you how much of a malcontent he was. And this is actually better for the Red Sox. Oh, my God.
Exit strategy.
Dude, just brutal. Just brutal, man.
We do have a small trade that just happened.
So Scott Perry, have a better answer lined up. Go ahead.
There we go. According to Shams Charania, the Indiana Pacers are trading the number 23 pick and the rights to Mojave King to the New Orleans Pelicans for Indiana's own 2026 first-round pick, which they had previously traded, which, again, the Pelicans had previously acquired. So they're trading the 23rd pick in the 2025 draft and Mojave King for
next year's first
back. They're tanking. Pick.
Yeah. Okay, this is fun because now that little stat I read to you before the show gets even better.
Okay.
Of the teams outside the top 12 in this year's NBA draft.
Oh, man, I didn't even think about this. Go ahead.
So of the teams outside the top 12 after this trade just reported by Shams Charania, where Indiana's number 23 pick goes to the New Orleans Pelicans.
Mm-hmm.
Of the teams outside the top 12, one belongs to its original owner. Every team picking from 13 to 30. So what is that?
17?
18. 18? 12, 13 to 30? Yeah, 18, because you got to count 13.
Yep.
Yeah. Of the 18 picks, 17 of them are traded.
That is wild.
That's so crazy. What a mess.
Yeah, that's crazy.
And we're probably going to see more of these picks traded on draft night or just before draft night. And it's going to really be a mess. You know what else I hate is all the pick swaps, which now lead to, we were talking earlier about this fake trade we saw. We didn't even want to bring it up. We love fake trades, but this wasn't a good one. And it didn't involve the Kings. But it was like Milwaukee getting, or Washington getting a first round pick from the Blazers via the Bucks, or the Bucks via the Blazers, because there's like swap rights in there. It leads to when you say the Thunder have the Kings first round pick unless Minnesota's first round pick is better or Houston's first round pick is better. They get the best of those three picks.
Super convoluted.
I'm out. I don't want any of that.
Yeah.
That's a thumbs down for me. Anyways, when you've been reading fake trades, if you need multiple lines to explain how the first round pick works to me, I don't want to know. I just tell me later. Just tell me it's a first round pick.
Yeah.
Anyways, we were talking about Santi Aldama earlier, and TC wants to jump in. Let's get to him on the Elk Grove Kia Talk line. 916-909-1320, 916-909-1320. TC, you're on the Insiders. What's up?
Yes, sir. Hammer and Kyle, what's up?
Vibing, bro.
Hey, look, check it out. I know y'all might not be a fan of this, bro, but I'm ready to do it. This is a move that I will make for Keegan. I'm doing that sign and trade for Santi Aldama for Keegan, and I'm sending Keegan in Memphis because he's 24, 6'11", stretch 4. He handles defense. He handles he fits perfect next to Domas. That's a trade that I might sign and trade Keegan in Memphis for, bro. I'm doing that. What y'all think?
Thanks, TC. Appreciate you.
I think you're crazy, TC.
Damn. Come on. I'm not saying all that. No, I would not do that because, again, we've talked about this a lot with trades. You want Santi Aldama with Keegan.
Yes.
Like that would be the whole point.
Yes.
Santi Aldama can play the 4, Keegan Murray moves to the 3.
Yeah.
If you move Keegan for Santi, you're just opening up a new problem.
And in a perfect world, I think Santi Aldama is your 4 and even small ball 5 for coming off the bench. Like in a perfect world where like maybe you find a power forward that can play down low and you can move Keegan Murray to his natural position, or maybe Keegan Murray's just your power forward, but you need somebody else.
I'm not moving Keegan unless it is for a all-star.
Yeah, if you're he's part of a giant deal that acquires a major all-star level player.
Yeah, man, that's
tough.
Because I don't think Santi Aldama is, I don't know.
He's a good player.
He's a quality player. I think there's room to grow for him. But if you're trading Keegan Murray, I would need Santi Aldama to be a borderline all defense guy who's shooting 38+% from three and giving me 18 to 20 points and 7 to 10 boards a night.
Yeah,
I would need it, and I don't know that he gets there.
Yeah, there's something that like the ceiling just isn't there to trade a guy who was the 29th pick in the first round for a guy who was a 4th pick in the first round.
I'm not doing it.
Like the way I view Keegan Murray still is I view Keegan Murray as the player he was in his second season with the chance to build from there, not the player we saw in his third season. Now, it's going to require that the Kings make moves to open that space up for him, which includes finding a point guard that would actually pass him the ball, number one. Number two, having a small forward that isn't shooting 17 times a game. Those are two things that I think would really help Keegan Murray.
Yeah. So if you're TC and you're just out on Keegan, and maybe he's not, maybe he's really high on Santi Aldama. Santi Aldama is just not that guy. If I'm moving Keegan, it's because Boston went, hey, Jaylen Brown's available, or something like that.
Yeah.
Like
he's part of the package that goes and acquires something crazy big.
That's where the Keegan thing lands for me. So,
yeah.
All right. I have a report here from our guy Grant Afseth of RG.org. He has been thrust into the fore this NBA offseason, just dropping rumors and reports left and right.
Okay.
This is aggregated from HoopsWire. The Toronto Raptors are putting together a trade offer for Kevin Durant. Okay?
Okay.
Would feature RJ Barrett, Emmanuel Quickley, Jakob Poeltl, and the number 9 overall pick. And Afseth wrote, quote, "It's a familiar dynamic for Toronto, which took a similar approach in 2018 by acquiring Kawhi Leonard and capitalizing on a one-year window to win an NBA championship."
Okay.
We love Scotty Barnes on this program. You know that. I know that. Joe knows that. Everybody listening knows that.
Scotty Barnes.
I love Scotty Barnes on this program.
He's the future face of the NBA.
He sure is. I don't have that as a. I don't have
it's
that.
fine.
It's a complete crap.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It is. Scotty Barnes and Kevin Durant aren't winning you a title.
They do have Brandon Ingram.
Okay. Here, Joe, we'll fix this in post. Scotty Barnes, Brandon Ingram, and Kevin Durant aren't winning you a title.
They do have Grady Dick.
I'm not saying that on the radio. Not saying that at all.
Okay.
You can't make me say that.
Don't say it.
Yeah, is it Jamal Shed?
Yeah.
Jamal Shed? I'm out.
Yeah.
I'm in on him as a player, out on him. That Raptors team was a really good version of Pascal Siakam. I mean, he's still really good. It was Pascal Siakam and back end of his prime Kyle Lowry and Fred VanVleet turned into Steph Curry for that playoff run. Like that was a culmination of things. Marc Gasol was really good for that team. Like that was a culmination. Norm Powell.
Oh, yeah.
Was on that team.
He was.
Like that was a really good collection of players. They just dropped Kawhi Leonard and prime Kawhi Leonard kind of took them over the top. Kevin Durant is not that. But this is interesting to me because it is very similar to our insider's fake trade of the day, which we will get to open the second hour. James Ham has put together a fake trade that involves the Sacramento Kings and the Toronto Raptors and one of the Sacramento Kings stars. I'll give you a hint. It's not DeMar DeRozan or Zach LaVine. Or Keegan Murray. Or Jake LaRavia. We'll talk about that next. He's James Ham. That's Joe Brazil. I'm Kyle Madsen. Second hour of the Insiders coming up right here on ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Leader. Ayo. Hey, can I tell you one of my favorite Father's Day things?
Okay.
Is the... Hang on. I need to save this. Is the thing where like preschool or very early elementary school kids just get a fact sheet about their dad and they have to fill it out.
Uh-huh.
Where it's like, my dad's name is, this person wrote, I think Dan. This is a 4-year-old kid. He is 14 years old. He is 100 feet tall. He weighs 13 pounds. His job is to help the garden. He always brings me some tools, or he always says, bring me some tools. He's really good at jumping. His favorite thing to do is dance moves. Oh, I love my dad because he loves me. That's so nice. Shout out to Daniel Wartell London, who shared that on Twitter.
I'm pretty sure I guessed that my dad was 17.
Yeah, dude, you have
I'm
no idea.
Pretty sure I guessed he was 17. Yeah.
You just have no idea.
I think I was like, what's an old age?
God, I'm going to be 17 one day. Oh, my God. It's so wild how fast that stuff happens. I remember being in college, 21, 22 years old, and being like, dang, that guy's 30? Jeez. You know what messed me up today is I'm multiple years older than Allen Robinson. And I feel like Allen Robinson's been in the NFL for 100 years. Hell yeah. It really seems like it, man.
We do have
like a massive W.
Bo's trade. It's just like this gets too complicated. Like,
oh, did he tweet us? Is it the rat trade?
It's the Nets get Malik Monk, Jonas Valanciunas, Jaime Jaquez, and a San Antonio Spurs 2027 pick.
Did Bo tag me in this?
Maybe. Oh, maybe not. Maybe just me. Oh no, he tagged me and Joe Brazil and ESPN 1320. Left Kyle Madsen out in the cold. That's a cold world.
What's Bo's Twitter handle? What's his Twitter handle?
Jones Bo BEAU 91.
I'm about to give Bo Jones the who's who and the what's what.
That's right. You tell him.
Oh my God. There's so much going on here.
Yeah, there's way too much going on. I'm waiting for the rat breakdown of it.
I mean, if the Kings can wind up with those two guys in a couple of firsts, like, yeah, man.
No way. No way.
Hour number 2. That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. Joe Brazil with us. We're sponsored by Jiffy Lube. Hanging out with you till noon. They want to hand it off to D'Lo and Casey. Appreciate everybody watching on YouTube and Twitch at youtube.com/ESPN1320, twitch.tv/ESPN1320, and everybody listening on the radio, ESPN 1320 AM and 98.5 FM HD2. Free Odyssey app. The James Ham and Kyle Madsen Show podcast, available wherever you get your podcasts. However you listen, we appreciate you so much. If you'd like to join the program, you can do so on YouTube in the chatty house at youtube.com/ESPN1320. You can also hit us on the Elk Grove Kia Talk line, 916-909-1320. We got our guy Leezy on the line. Leezy, we'll get to you here in a second. That guy Bo, so a person named Bo called in.
Yep.
And wanted to give us a fake trade.
Yep.
But Joe Brazil, our producer / call screener / what is it? We don't call them board ops. We call them technical directors / technical director.
Oh, I really like that.
Yeah, no, it's really strong.
Okay,
right?
cool, sweet.
So Joe, who wears many hats, told Bo, did the right thing and said, hey, Bo, this trade is way too complicated. Tweet it at the guys. So he tweeted it at you and Joe. So you two discuss amongst yourselves, because I guess I'm just not part of this.
I don't think I can. I mean,
it's insane. Hey,
there's too many moving pieces.
That was the very first thing I noticed, is that a ton of our guys are going somewhere.
The Kings wind up with Andrew Wiggins, Nick Claxton, and 2 firsts. They give up DeMar DeRozan, Devin Carter, and Malik Monk in the deal.
And Valanciunas.
And Jonas Valanciunas.
And
if you can wind up with Andrew Wiggins, Nick Claxton, and a couple of firsts without having to give up anything more significant than DeMar DeRozan and Malik Monk, sure. But I don't think it's happening.
This is way too big
so
of a
much
trade.
going on.
I don't think
There's
you're getting
so
2
much going
firsts.
on.
Yeah. I mean, again, I think thanks for trying, but that's
No doubt.
just like
We appreciate the hell out of it.
very complicated.
Yeah.
Not easy.
Anyways, get to the Oak Grove Kia Talk line, 916-909-1320, 916-909-1320. I also have a bit of fun Northern California food related news.
Oh.
That we'll get to here in a second as well. But I want to hear from Leezy first. Go ahead, Leezy.
Yo, Ham and Kyle, my 2 dudes. What's up, y'all?
What's up, dude?
Bro? What's up?
Hey, what's up? Hey, just quick question. So TC called and he's talking about some Keegan trade that make no sense. I just want to call up with another trade. So last year it was kind of reported that the Nets were interested in Carter. Would you guys be interested in moving maybe Carter and Keegan for the 8th pick? Because that'd be a good rebuilding piece if you could sway that maybe. Just was curious.
Okay, thanks, Lizzie. I'll let you handle that one.
That's tough. First and foremost, I'm not sure I really get why Brooklyn would do that, because Brooklyn is in a stage where they're trying to start over.
Mm-hmm.
So again, Keegan and Devin Carter aren't old players, but they could also get a 20-year-old there that could potentially be their starting point guard for the next decade at number 8.
Sure.
They could also strike out, and that they're going to get more quality. You know what you're getting when it comes to Keegan Murray. You don't know what you're getting when it comes to Devin Carter yet. But yeah, that's a tough one. I don't think that I'm starting over without Keegan Murray. That if you're clearing the decks and say, okay, we're going to trade Domas and try to come up with 2 or 3 first-round picks. We're going to trade DeMar and come up with maybe 1 first-round pick. We're going to trade Malik Monk in some weird deal and maybe get a first-round pick there. You start accumulating stuff like that. Okay, but still, I would hold on to Keegan and sort of start there.
Yeah, I don't think I would do it for the 8th pick.
No.
It's just a little too much no man's land for me. If that was the 4th pick, maybe
that's
I'll
tough.
Think about it more.
It's really.
But again, this all comes down to if you're Scott Perry in the Kings front office, and they've done their meetings and their evaluations, and they've gone, man, you know what? Hey, we're not really sure that Keegan is like a foundational piece for us, and you can get a top 10 pick. And you're not planning on extending him, sure.
Yeah.
But I think, like I said, that's a lot of things that have to happen before I would do that. And I don't know that the Kings land there with Keegan.
Yeah, I'm not there yet either with Keegan.
Some quick Northern California food news real quick.
Mm-hmm.
Our buddy Abe Kanan from 98 Rock. This just came across my desk. Tonight only.
One night only.
From 3 to 7 p.m. at the Dixon, California Burger King.
Okay.
It's 1350 Stratford Ave.
I think I know exactly where that's at.
1350 Stratford Ave.
Yep.
Our buddy Abe Kanan, afternoon drive host on 98 Rock.
Who's amazing.
Is presenting 2 Whoppers for $2. And what a coincidence. This is literally a coincidence. Abe Kanan is here in the building, everybody. Let's get a big round of applause for Abe Kanan. Yeah, there he is. Oh, yeah, you can. Okay, you're going to sit there. James will go over there to get that computer fired up. Abe Kanan in the building. Abe, this is really exciting. I literally didn't know that you were in the building. You told me.
I just walked in.
Yeah, you told me sometime around 11:30. And I was just gonna tease your future appearance by letting everybody know that at the 1350 Stratford Ave Burger King location tonight in Dixon, you're doing 2 Whoppers for $2.
It's a dream. When I was a kid, I think I'm older. I think you're older than me, but you're younger than me. But James, you remember 2 Whoppers for $2? Yes. It was the greatest deal in fast food history, and I've had this dream of bringing it back.
Okay.
And I talk about it on my show. I'm on 98 Rock, so
yeah.
I talk about it all the time. And I said
4 to 7?
3 to
7.
7.
Sorry,
3
to
7.
7.
And I said, one day I want to bring it back. It's my dream. And I found a Burger King in Dixon that said they would do it.
Oh, that's incredible.
So I can't believe it. Like and this is why I know there's a lot of kids who listen to you guys because they love sports. Never give up on your dream. Because dreams might seem, they always say nothing's impossible. Is it impossible for me to beat LeBron James one-on-one? No, it's improbable. He breaks his leg. I drop the hook shot. You know I'm known for my hook shot.
Yeah, no, everybody does. It's legendary around those parts.
So nothing's impossible. So they told me it will never happen. You will never bring back 2 Whoppers for $2. And for one night only, we're doing it. By the way, I just want to tell everyone, you have to come inside to get it. 2 Whoppers per order. You can't get like 700 Whoppers
for $1,400.
Yeah, you can't stock up for next winter. And it's only available 3 to 7 p.m. 1350 Stratford Avenue in Dixon. That location only.
Right.
And I'll be doing a live broadcast.
Don't go to the Burger King down the street from your house in Roseville and going, Abe Kanan is doing 2 for $2.
Yeah. Exactly. They're going to kick you out.
You're going to say, who the hell's that? Is that the hook shot guy?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
I heard he has a good hook shot.
Yeah. That's
I am known for the hook shot.
Yeah, you
okay,
are.
so when my parents got divorced between my junior and senior year, when I
so did mine when I was like 3.
Yeah, when I graduated,
that makes us brothers, doesn't it?
Kindred spirits.
When I graduated from high school,
yes.
My dad was living in someone's garage in Sacramento. He's a construction worker, and I went down and I helped build the downtown plaza with him.
Oh wow!
But we were broke, especially early on. My dad was, paying alimony and child support and everything. Totally broke. I went and lived with him. Hadn't got a paycheck yet. And my dad would sell tools so we could go down to the Burger King and get the 99-cent Whoppers.
Wow.
And so we lived on Whoppers. We'd have one for lunch.
And you have a great body for a guy who lived on Whoppers.
One for dinner.
You should be really big.
Yeah, we would have one for lunch, one for dinner. We'd spend $4, and that's all we had for like the first month that I lived there. So I appreciate the Whopper deal.
Yeah, it's the greatest deal. Even back then, Whoppers were like $4 or $5 for one. I'm like, what? I could get to, and I blame Burger King for my current size because if it wasn't for 2 Whoppers for $2, now I go anywhere. I can't eat one burger. Like one burger's not enough, and because I was conditioned as a kid.
Yeah.
Oh, 2? No, you eat 2.
Right.
So anywhere I go, I'm gonna do one burger. What's this?
What the hell is this?
Yeah,
well, their onion rings are the best.
Oh, I love a Burger King O-ring for sure.
Yeah.
And another thing they're doing at the Dixon location, which they're doing forever, is the Abe Kanan Whopper.
What?
Oh, they've made
Hold on,
a Whopper?
Bro, you have a menu item at a Burger King?
I have the Abe Kanan Whopper, which is a double Whopper, 4 slices of cheese, 6 slices of bacon, lettuce, tomato, onions, and extra mayo.
Mayonnaise,
and it comes with mayo. It comes with that. So, James, you order the Abe Kanan Whopper, you get it with extra. You have to tell them regular mayo or light mayo. It comes with extra mayo, both sides of the bun, and nice amount too.
And you got to make this. You got to go into a Burger King and experience this for yourself.
Yeah.
Can I tell you the story of when I followed my dreams one time?
Yeah.
So I love Al Roker. Okay.
The weatherman.
The weatherman on the Today Show.
Yeah.
I grew up get ready for school. My mom had the Today Show on. Al Roker went on the TV. I sat there because I understood the weather. I'm in kindergarten, first grade. Like, I don't know what's going on in the world.
Yeah.
But the weather, here's what's happening in my neck of the woods. Thanks, Al. Preach, right? Like, that was my big thing. So several years back, I'm at a Niner game at Levi Stadium, and there's a streaker on the field. And I get this awesome video of him. Goes viral. Deadspin.
How old are you?
Sports Center. 25?
Oh, okay. I thought
24?
you said you were like 10. I'm like, what?
No. 24, 25.
Oh, okay.
This is at Levi Stadium. So just Sports Center, Deadspin, any sports outlet was using it. I get a message from a producer at the Today Show that says, "Hey, can we use your video on the Today Show?"
Oh my God.
And I say, "You can, on one condition. I need an Al Roker autograph so you can use my video." And she goes, bet, what's your address? And so I give it, and I'm like, oh, okay, whatever. Like, I didn't actually, if she had been like, no, I can't do that, I'd been like, fine, use a video. Like, I wasn't, but, hey, I figure shoot your shot, right? Sure enough, like 3 days later, mom goes, hey, you got some mail. I'm like, oh, word? I was living with my parents at the time, sue me. And my mom goes, hey, you got some mail. I was like, oh, what is it? Open it. Sure enough, smiling photo of Al Roker to Kyle, Al Roker's signature, little smiley face on it. It's framed in my background on Zoom at home now.
You know, I used to work with a guy named Ken, but he looks like Al Roker. So they called him on the radio Al Roker Jr. And a couple years ago on the Today Show, they did an episode about people with the same name as the people on the Today Show.
Mm-hmm.
And even though his real name isn't Al Roker Jr., he called himself Al Roker Jr. They brought him on the Today Show, and he was on that episode.
Found out his name is Ken?
No, they knew it. He told them because he's a radio guy for 20 years, and he even had Al Roker on the show before. He talked to him, and they brought him on the Today Show, and he met Al Roker. Like, this was like last year.
Incredible.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm so jealous.
Yeah.
Can you guys start calling me Al Roker Jr.?
You should.
Just in case this happens again. All right, very good. That's super exciting for you. You've got your own Whopper now at the Burger King in Dixon, 1350 Stratford Ave, 3 to 7 p.m. tonight.
Yes.
Tonight only.
Yes, and if you mention the insiders, I will make sure that you get like extra ketchup or extra pickles, whatever you want. Just tell. And you know what's funny?
Mention the insiders and get something that you could get even if you don't mention the insiders.
I just went to the bank.
Oh my God.
And I just got 40. Like they probably thought I was going to the strip club. I just got 40 singles.
You basically are.
So if there's anyone who can't afford 2 Whoppers for $2, and I have a bunch of quarters for tax. So if anyone comes in there, if anyone drives to Dixon and they can't afford the 2, hey, I'm ready to go. Look at this. These are all singles.
That is insane. That's 40 ones?
Yeah.
That looks like a lot more than 40 ones. That's crazy.
You should walk around with a bunch of ones, put the 20 on the outside, then you look like Tony Soprano.
Yeah.
We need to have you on during football season again. We need to have like a weekly spot with you here.
Let's convene.
Oh, for the fantasy league?
Yeah. Well, fantasy league or some kind of pick segment. We'll do something. Yeah. We can do that off air.
I could bring back my best bet of the week, which I used to do at my old station. I had like a 70% winning percentage.
Yeah, man. You just find the line that looks weird. It's the same thing I do. It's the same thing I do when the Kings are favored by 4.5 against the Thunder. Like, the Kings are winning tonight. Why are they like, that's a weird thing.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's what I do.
It's just brilliant.
That's it.
It's a smart way to do it.
You look at all the spreads. There's always
you find
one
the sucker bet.
Doesn't make sense, and you bet the opposite. Like you just said. What? The Kings?
That's how Vegas makes money.
Yeah. Because all the morons bet the other way.
Yep.
No, we were dating. They'll call me morons. The problem is there's no legal sports betting here. Well, of course we could all find a guy, but it's just not.
Go to Reno.
But
or
I'm not driving to Reno.
Or you can play Underdog Daily Fantasy. I tell you that. Yeah, you can certainly do that.
Of course.
That's a lot of fun.
Or I could call my brother in Chicago and just tell him put in a bet for me.
There you go.
It's illegal in Illinois.
We have 20 seconds. But going to Wrigley Field for the first time, which I did this past week, and there's signs as soon as you get off the L, like, hey, this way to the DraftKings Sportsbook.
Yeah, they have a sportsbook in Wrigley Field.
In the stadium.
Part of Wrigley Field.
Insane.
Yeah.
Totally insane. Had a great time.
I'm a Sox fan,
love Chicago. Yeah, we both are. Big Sox guys. Love Chicago. Love this for you. I wore this today for your Burger King event. I don't think I'll be able to get out there, but 1350 Stratford Ave, the Dixon Burger King. You can get out there.
I love the Chatty House. All these people here, very nice people.
Yeah,
and I watch you guys on YouTube all the time. When I'm sitting there,
appreciate
when I wake up, I always have you guys on YouTube. So
appreciate you, man.
Excellent.
Shout out to the Chatty House. Shout out to Abe Kanan. The Abe Kanan Show on 98 Rock from 3 to 7 p.m. Going to be out there at 1350 Stratford Ave in Dixon tonight. 2 Whoppers for $2. Get yourself the Abe Kanan Whopper.
Get some onion rings.
rings.
The whole menu is available.
it's all there. Abe Kanan from 98 Rock. Appreciate you, man. Thank you so much. We're the Insiders. We'll be back here in a second. We got more trade stuff to talk about.
Yep.
We got James Ham's fake trade of the day to get to. And we're going to do that next right here on ESPN 1320 Sacramento Sports Center. Hey, Ope. Hey, thanks, man. Appreciate you.
They could hear me on the Chatty House.
Yeah, they can hear you right now.
Steven just said, is he giving out tickets? Like, no. just the Whoppers. That's not good enough for you, Steven.
Here's a ticket for a 2 for $2 Whopper.
Someone said F the Sox. Come on.
And don't you live in like West Sac, Steven? Can't you? That's not that far.
Yeah, you just shoot right up there.
That's right.
If I did not have things to do, I've been gone for a better part of the last like 3 weeks.
Did you go to any of the places I told you to go to?
No.
You didn't?
No,
No,
at
Where'd
least
you
he's
eat at?
honest about it.
we ended up. So here, I don't. Hang on. All right, so we went to 3 Dots and a Dash,
Oh, okay.
the little tiki bar.
Yeah.
I had a great time there. We went to Mother Hubbard's Sports Bar,
Oh, okay.
right there on Hubbard, right near
Yep.
where we stayed. Very good spot. We hit the Billy Goat Tavern.
Oh, of
The
course.
original one on Lower Wecker? You had to like go down, right?
You have to
Yeah,
go down.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
That's
had to
the
go
original.
underneath
Cheeseburger,
the
cheeseburger,
Yep.
cheeseburger.
just a bomb.
Yeah.
Really, really good cheeseburger.
Yeah.
We ate at some place. I forget where we ate in Wrigleyville. We ate at some place in Wrigleyville.
Did you like Wrigleyville? It's cool, right?
Wrigleyville was sick.
Just bar, like,
Just literally, we bar
Bars
hopped.
everywhere.
We bar hopped for like 3 hours before.
yeah.
It was incredible.
Yeah.
What a great.
And the
vibe.
Metro's right there, the greatest rock venue, one of the greatest rock venues in the country.
Oh,
It's
really?
A block away from Wrigley.
Oh, that's right. You were telling me
Yeah,
about
and the
that.
Cubby Bear,
That's
You saw
okay.
the
So
Gummy
that's
Bear?
we stopped in there.
that's where Dave Grohl from the Foo Fighters went to his first concert ever. Because his cousin, like, they had a lot of great concerts. The Cubby Bear,
Yeah.
punk rock concerts back. in the day.
Nice.
That tracks. It
Yeah.
seems like a punk rock concert kind of
Yeah,
place.
not anymore, but that's
Yeah. I love places like the Cubby Bear where you walk in and you went, "Oh, this bar hasn't changed since 1981."
Exactly.
Like that's the kind of place I want to
Yeah.
be. So salute. Shout out to Chicago. Great city.
Oh yeah, the best.
I did the architecture boat tour for a second time.
Oh, I did. My friend Steve is one of the tour guides. He's a he retired.
It's
doctor.
amazing.
He does that for fun.
Yeah, I love the
incredible.
architecture. Yeah,
That's awesome.
that's a great tour.
Yeah, man.
Anyway, thank you, gentlemen, for having me on.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Thank you for the
stopping in.
chat.
Yeah.
Hopefully, I'll see you guys in Dixon.
Yeah, if you guys head out to Dixon to see Abe, tell me from the chatty house.
37. Yeah, and
We'll
I'll make
get you
sure.
some
I'll make
catch up.
sure. I'll make sure the first person who mentions the Insiders, I'm going to use some of these singles on you.
Get 2 free Whoppers if you
Two
mention
free
the
Whoppers.
Insiders.
Be careful, they might take their clothes off for those ones.
Hey,
Well,
thank you.
appreciate you, buddy.
Thank you, Kyle.
Yeah,
Appreciate
have a
you
good show.
having me in.
Have a great time. All right.
Real quick,
Back to
our
the
very
real
own Leezy will be out there as well.
Oh,
So
Oh,
go see Lizzie Fettuccine.
go see Leezy out there too.
And now the computer's up and ready to go. Look at us.
yeah, we're all ready now.
That was legit. I was just gonna tease that Abe Whopper thing and have him in like the last segment, and then as soon as I started teasing the thing, I saw him in the window.
He has so much energy. I don't understand. It's probably because he eats 2 burgers everywhere he goes.
Yeah,
But-
he just a gregarious.
Yeah, he's a fun-loving
Yeah,
dude.
fun hang for sure.
He's a huge Dutch Bros fan.
Yeah, same. Going to start a coffee podcast with Abe called the Dutch Bros.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
Yeah, he's James. I'm Kyle. Joe Brazil's over there. We got a fake trade, an insider's fake trade here. These are trades because we love a fake trade. These are trades that we make up off the top of our heads.
Yep.
James has an internal trade machine because he's way better with the numbers than I am. I go to an actual trade machine and I click around until I find a trade that works. But we're just talking about a report that the Raptors are going to put RJ Barrett and Emmanuel Quickley and a bunch of other stuff on the table to try and land Kevin Durant. Your trade does not involve Kevin Durant, but it does involve the Toronto Raptors, who, according to a report from our buddy Jake Fisher, the Raptors are willing to part with Emmanuel Quickley or RJ Barrett for a significant roster upgrade. He said they'd only move Jakob Poeltl in a Kevin Durant trade, but then he also reported separately that the Raptors are looking for a big man in this year's draft.
Mm-hmm.
We put all those pieces together, and we have today's Insider's Fake Trade brought to you by our buddy James Ham.
All right. I don't like this trade because I'm just going to
Good start.
preface it with that. I don't like this trade because I am not on the trade Domantas Sabonis wagon
Yes.
that our friend Kenny Caraway is.
Right.
Like I don't have
And lots of other people.
I don't have a trade Domas shirt printed or anything. But I do see a way in which, it would make sense in some way, shape, or form. So my fake trade of the day is Domas, Devin Carter to the Raptors for Emmanuel Quickly, Jakob Portal, and the number 9 pick. And the reason why I think the Kings do this trade,
please, because this seems like I'm surprised that this is the trade you included Domas in. So please explain.
Yeah, because first of all, I think Quickly is a player who I don't think he's a true point guard, but he's a point guard. He's more of a scoring guard, but he's also a good defensive player. He's physical. He plays a style that the Kings need, and I think he would fit alongside Zach LaVine, right?
Okay.
Portal gives you the replacement at the center position, at least for the next 2 seasons. I don't think he's a all-world center, but I do think he's definitely a starting level NBA center. And bring something different than Domas. But then sort of the key add-on to this, because, of course, the Raptors are getting the best player in this deal.
Yes.
I don't think there's any question about that.
Nope.
Domas is the best player in this deal. That's why they're giving up the number 9 pick. And again, Pirtle's 29 years old. He'll be 30 in October.
Quickly's 26 today.
Yeah. Okay.
Happy birthday to future Sacramento King Emmanuel Quickly.
Well, that and people have to remember that Scott Perry didn't just draft RJ Barrett in New York. He also the next season drafted Emmanuel Quickly. And I think there are deals in which you could try, if the Kings were to try to get both RJ Barrett and Quickly. I don't know that that the Raptors are 100% convinced that that's their core moving forward. I think they're shifting their core to guys like Scotty Barnes, and guys like Brandon Ingram, and trying to do something different. But this is just, again, if we're going to come up with fake trades, this is one that to me would make a little bit of sense, especially Pirtle averages 1.3 blocks per game for his career.
He's a starting NBA center.
Yeah, he's a very good rebounder. I wouldn't say a great rebounder, but 29.6 minutes per game. He averaged 9.6 rebounds per game, 2.8 assists. He's not a horrible passer. He's not Domas. You're not going to be able to run the offense through him. But he's a very competent player. And, again, a tandem of Valanciunas and Pirtle actually makes a lot of sense. But I don't know that if we're coming up with fake trades, and so many people are intrigued with the idea of trading Domas, this is something that would make some sense.
The Oklahoma City Thunder actually technically picked Emmanuel Quickly, which is kind of insane. But they might have done so for the Knicks. I don't know.
Yeah, there was a trade that day. The Knicks made the move to go get him.
Yeah, it was executed on November 20th. But Oklahoma City also, I did not know this, traded Jaden McDaniels in that same deal. That's so wild.
Yeah.
Just the number of good players that just get connected.
When was the deal finished?
November 20.
Okay.
This is the 2020 draft. So he got drafted on November 18th. The deal got executed November 20th.
Yeah. Crazy. So, that was the deal where the Knicks moved to go.
To go get.
Actually, the Kings love Quickly, and at that point, and there was hope that he would actually fall to them in the early second round.
Well, cool. It can come full circle now.
Yeah, and then he just jumped up on the last day. His stock jumped up, and good player.
Toronto's in such a weird spot, dude.
They always are.
Yeah, I don't. There's this idea that they think they're going to go get Kevin Durant and compete for a title
in 1 year. We got Durant, we're going to win a title and then we're going to lose him the next year, and we'll move on.
Yeah, I don't. So are you trading Scotty Barnes at that point? Like Scotty Barnes and Brandon Ingram are a weird fit. I don't get it at all.
Yeah.
And if they want to give up Emmanuel Quickly, I've talked about Jamal Shed before. If they're interested in giving him up, that's another player I would take a flyer on, not for a deal like this. But I like the Quickly and Pirtle idea a lot, especially since you're getting a top 10 pick back too in this year's draft.
Yeah.
And we've talked about if you're trading Domas, you're not fully rebuilding, but you're doing a pretty significant reset of your roster.
Mm-hmm.
And I think Quickly is a 26-year-old point guard who you're handing the ball to on day one and saying you're the point guard here.
Yeah.
And you feel pretty good about that. Like you said, it's a decent fit next to Zach LaVine. And then you're also getting a top 10 pick that you can use to maybe try and find a star. Maybe you find a player that because I was reading Mark Stein today, or excuse me, Jake Fisher on Mark Stein's Substack, where he talked about it's Dylan Harper 2 and Cooper Flagg 1. And then everything else inside the top 10 is a massive question mark.
Yeah.
And maybe a player falls to you that you weren't expecting to, and now all of a sudden you've got this developing star on your hands with a reset underway. I almost said rebuild again. I feel like that's a scary word. Saying rebuild.
Yeah. Well, it's just I just don't think it's going to happen in Sacramento.
Yeah,
I mean,
and I think this is
problem.
well, and you're looking to thread that needle, right? Between, and I think this is what the Kings are doing, between a full teardown and a competing for a championship this year, or competing for a championship in the next few years. I think this allows them to thread that needle.
Mm-hmm.
Where, okay, you're resetting your roster by moving on from Domas, but you're giving yourself the tools to be good in the very near future if you play your cards right.
Yeah, and I know in the chat, right, we've got like LL Cool Ray says getting rid of Sabonis is addition by subtraction at this point. The one thing I agree with KC on, I disagree 100%. Getting rid of Sabonis is not addition by subtraction. I mean, the dude is an absolute warrior who leads the NBA in rebounding every year.
He tries really hard.
Yeah, he shows up, and not only that, he plays through injuries. Like, most of us thought he was done for the year when he got hurt late last year. Showed up like 3 days later and was like, "Oh no, we're in a race. We got to try to get there," and kept playing. And I know a lot of people are like, "Oh, he doesn't look right." It's like, yeah, he doesn't look right. He's hurt, but he keeps playing because that's who he is. So, like for me, like, look, we're talking about a top 20 player in the NBA in Sabonis. Like, you can say whatever you want. You can mix it up and change it, whatever you want. Like, he's still a top 20 player in the NBA.
I don't fully disagree, but I also, you're not competing for a championship as long as you have Domas. And I don't know that that's a Domas issue. I just think it's where the Kings roster is, where, okay, you got to move on and you got to reset and you got to do something different. Like the Domas thing, you were close. You were really, really close 2 years ago. And then they fumbled the bag. That's why the front office isn't here anymore. And now, to me, I am of the belief that you put yourself in a better position moving forward by doing the type of trade that you laid out, rather than just being like, yeah, hey, we got him.
Okay, so I would agree that today you're not winning an NBA championship with the way that the Kings roster is structured with Domantas Sabonis. But Domantas Sabonis could easily go somewhere else and win an NBA championship. The fact that the Kings are in the situation that they're in has nothing to do with Domas. It has everything to do with a bad trade. It has everything to do with trading a point guard for a shooting guard and then not having a way to move forward.
Yeah, that's what I meant.
Yeah.
It's not, I wouldn't call it a Domas problem as much as it is when you're looking at what the Kings have and what they have available to them and the moves that they can or will make. I don't think that they're getting there with Domas on their roster.
Well, I mean, it's
he might
possible
go elsewhere and win a title.
It's possible that you're right. It's also possible that they make moves that make the roster make sense and get right back into this thing. The likelihood of that happening, I don't know, but I certainly wouldn't just like close the door on the Kings being a playoff contender or being able to build a championship type contender because Domas is on the roster. It doesn't help that he makes a lot of money, but good players make a lot of money.
Sure.
Like it's
yeah, it's just kind of the reality.
Yeah, it is. It's the reality of the situation. So
I have a question. Speaking of centers, this has nothing to do with any reports. This was just me being over caffeinated this morning. Would you?
Uh-oh.
This it's got into my brain when reading about the draft and how the inflection point is the Sixers at number 3. Because nobody's really sure what Philly's doing at number 3.
Yep.
So would you take on Joel Embiid's contract? Joel Embiid and his contract. If they tacked on the number 3 pick, which I don't think they would do. Now, again, we try and deal with reality here. Joel Embiid, when he's healthy, is one of the 3 best players in the sport.
Mm-hmm.
I'm operating in this hypothetical, in this fake thing that I'm making up. I'm operating that the Sixers are going, hey, you know what? Joel's knee is not going to get better, and we really don't think we're going to get more than like 30 games out of him the rest of his career. 30 games a year out of him the rest of his career. There might be one run left, but we really don't think we can build around him. We think getting out from under his contract would be the better move. In that event, if they tack on the number 3 pick, would you take Joel Embiid's contract?
It's really tough. I mean, you have got to, if you were going to do this, right, you have got to be fully on board with Ace Bailey being a superstar or being a star.
Or whoever you're taking 3, yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, the way the draft is going to go, it's going to go Flag, it's going to go Dylan Harper, and most people believe it's going to go Ace Bailey number 3.
Mm-hmm.
Like, if you think Ace Bailey can be a star or superstar, at least an all-star level player, then sure. Especially the fact that he's like draft age is 18.9 years old. So, okay, I would jump in, but the contract on Embiid is 55. 50,
it is a insane contract.
Yeah, 55, 59.5, 64.3, and 69 million over the next 4 years. I mean,
which is fine if Joel Embiid's healthy, but there's just no reason to believe at this point. Like he was dealing with injury stuff at the end of 2 seasons ago, went and played in the Olympics, and then this year played in 19 games. Across the last 2 years, he's played in 58 regular season games. He hasn't played more. He's played more than 65 games twice in his career, and it was the 21-22 season and the 22-23 season. He played 68 and 66. 68 is his career high in games played.
Oof.
Now, granted, again, he's one of the 3 best players in the sport when he plays more than 65 games.
Yep.
He's going to be in the MVP conversation if he plays 65 plus games.
But the chance of him ever getting to that, I mean, it's crazy because the injury started with him before he was even in the league.
Yeah, and he turned 31 this year.
Yeah. I mean, he's a 7-time All-Star, 5-time All-NBA, 3-time defensive player.
He's a Hall of Famer.
Yeah, All-NBA defender. He's a stud. But you just have to look at that contract and say, like, man, you are pinning everything to injuries and to that number 3 pick developing into a star. If he does not develop into a star, you basically sunk your franchise for 4 years.
Yeah, for sure.
Even then, when you're going to have to keep paying him, and then when you get to some point, you're going to have to pay Ace Bailey if he's a star too.
Mm-hmm.
And then how do you build a team around him, not knowing if he's going to be there every night?
I think I want no parts of that contract.
Yeah.
Even if now again the scenario where he comes to the Kings and it's like, oh hey, he got healthy and he played a bunch of games and they led the Kings to the play. If that scenario is really on the table, Philly's not moving him.
No.
The only way Philly's moving him if they go, this knee thing is degenerative. He's not going to play this year. We're not even sure when he's going to be back in 26, 27.
Mm-hmm.
That's the scenario I'm talking about here, where you're basically like, you're just eating a bunch of money.
Yeah, I mean, basically you're talking 30+% of the salary cap forever.
And it would be, and to be clear, in that scenario, it'd be the number 3 pick and other stuff.
Yeah. Well, you're going to have to give them contracts as well to match that contract going out.
Jesus.
So, yeah, whether it's, Zach LaVine or, and then tacking on another
I was gonna say
10 million plus
Mhm.
to make the dollars and cents work. Yeah, that would be it's an interesting discussion because he is great. And it reminds me of like the Devers trade, right? So the Giants go get Devers, but the difference is Devers is making roughly like 12-15% of the salary cap. If there is a true salary cap in baseball, which there's not.
Right.
But you're looking at a $30 million deal forever for 8 years, right? 200 where they owe him 250 million over 30 years, so like 31 a year. Like I would much rather take on 8 years of something that, at least he's gonna fade. He probably won't live up to it in the last like 3 years, but at least you're gonna get 5 years. With Embiid, you have no idea if you're getting anything out of him at all. Like he could literally just Ralph Sampson you, and you're stuck paying for him every year, even though he doesn't play.
There's a better chance that he only plays 82 games combined over the duration of his deal than he plays 82 games in a season.
Oh, there's a way better chance. He's never played 82.
I should have said like 75.
Yeah, even if you were to drop it as a 65, there's probably a better chance that he'll never play. That he won't play 82 combined. Now, again, he could come back and figure it out, but the Kings.
I hope so, man. He's awesome player.
Yeah, and during the 88-89 season, or during the offseason, the Kings traded for Ralph Sampson and then gave him a contract, and he played 51 games for the Kings in 2 years, and then 10 more games for Washington on the way out the door. And, again, this is a time where teams didn't have any money, and the NBA wasn't what it was today, but, they owed him like 2.1, 2.2, 2.7, and 2.7. That's a deal they signed to. So it was like a 4-year, $10 million deal, which was astronomical at that point in the NBA and just sunk their franchise. I mean, you got to remember that the Kings, like 5 years earlier, were purchased for $12 million.
Yeah, they're paying this guy 10.
And they paid him 10 over 4 years, and he played 25 games or 51 combined games.
That's nuts.
Yeah. Not good.
I don't know. Like I said, that's not a thing that's necessarily on the table. I don't think Philly even wants to move Joel Embiid. If they did, I don't think they would have paid him last offseason.
Yeah.
2 offseasons ago, whatever it was.
Yeah, but then things
I don't know.
went
It's
sideways.
just clanging around in my head this morning. Anyways, we got the handoff coming up next. One of D'Lo or KC will be in to join us as we lead in to D'Lo and KC right here on ESPN 1320. We are the insiders, though. Joe Brazil over there, James Ham right there. I'm Kyle Madsen. We're sponsored by Jiffy Lube, and this is ESPN 1320, and that's Sacramento Sports Leader.
Kill the mics for a second.
Hi, everyone. Anyways, shout out to our guy Bo, by the way. Anytime you want to dump a fake trade on us, we are so here. Oh, Amon Shumpert doing TV? That's fun. I did not know that. Next year in Las Vegas. Sick. Will do for sure. I know my father-in-law. My father-in-law has this massive like tiki mug collection, and he turned their California room into basically a tiki bar. It's super sick. And I know he's been to at least one of those places, but yeah, would definitely. I rock with the tiki bar so heavy. Love a tiki bar. Vibes are up. The drinks are always good.
I've heard you mention that you're a tiki bar guy multiple times now. So
dog.
I'm giving it to you. You are the tiki bar guy.
Come on.
There you go.
Love that.
New title.
I'm here for it because the best thing about tiki bars is you ever go to a bar and you get a drink and you're like, did they put booze in this?
Of course.
Like, that's kind of never once has that happened at a tiki bar. You give me 2 drinks at a tiki bar, I'm stumbling out of that.
Okay.
Oh, it's the
Okay,
best.
cool. Dude, I can't remember the name of the one I went to in Sacramento. I'll find it. You've probably been there. It was.
I've not been to any in Sacramento yet.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. I'll try to
Jungle
get
Bird.
you that number.
Okay, great. Good to know. Next, I want to. Seattle's probably next. Going to a concert at T-Mobile Park made me really want to go to a baseball game there.
Oh,
so I might try and do a little Denver Chicago action, or not Denver Chicago, Denver Seattle action next year.
oh, there's a new tiki bar in Sacramento. Shipwrecked. Oh, sorry.
Good to know.
Did we hit the same thing?
Jungle Bird. Everybody loves Jungle Bird.
Where's Jungle Bird?
Sacramento. Legit. Look at this.
That's
This is
definitely
crazy.
the one I went
It's
to.
crazy. 1, 2, nope. 3, 4, 5, 6.
That is 100% the bar that I went to as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay,
It's
Jungle
cool.
Bird and
I like it.
Shipwrecked. It's on J. Jungle Bird is apparently.
Jay and what? Oh,
I feel like we have the technology to just Google this.
well, I am.
Jungle Bird and Shipwrecked. If you know somebody who works there, let them know that we're big tiki guys on this program.
There you go.
Oh, okay. Damn, RIP UOB.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
That sure as heck is. James is over there. I'm Kyle. That's Joe. Hey, the NBA Finals happened last night.
Yeah.
FYI. Hey, there's Damian.
Hey, it is dark in here.
So, well, you are wearing sunglasses.
Oh, all right. Well, Damian Barling in the building. You're also wearing sunglasses.
Yeah, no, I'm gonna fix that right now.
Okay, very good. Damian Barling's here. We're going to talk about the finals because we haven't talked about the finals at all today. There was Game 5 of the NBA Finals. We did nothing.
What were you? What, I apologize for missing.
I mean, yeah, no. Thanks for listening, Preesh.
Boy took a lot of L's this morning. That was one of them.
I had a like 18-hour stretch over yesterday and the day before where it was just one of those things like can't get it right.
Yeah,
there's nothing.
A 44-year stretch. So a 44-year stretch approaching 45.
Oh man,
I think I'm finally getting things in order though. I'm
babe. Appreciate it.
Very happy with
proud
life.
of you.
Very
Proud of
happy
you,
with life.
Nice job. You know what? That's gonna get.
Oh, thank you.
Very well done. Damian Barling, who's getting it together right here on the Insiders. D'Lo and KC coming up next. So we've not talked about the NBA Finals. You asked what we've been talking about. We talked about a bunch of fake trades.
Okay.
We talked about Kevin Durant and that situation and how it matters to the Kings.
Yeah.
Because if he doesn't go to Miami, then Miami would be interested in DeMar DeRozan.
Yep.
And we talked about some possible deals there. We talked to Abe Kanan for 10 minutes.
Very good.
He's
That's
got
my man.
2 for $2 Whoppers at 1350 Stratford Ave in Dixon tonight.
Yeah, him and Leezy
One
are
night
out
only.
there.
Or the homie Leezy is going to be there as well.
Mm-hmm.
I asked, here we go. I'll ask you this, and we can just really make sure we don't talk about the finals today.
Great.
Here's my finals take. It would really feel like the finals were over if I felt good about counting out Indiana, which I just won't do anymore.
Me either.
So
No,
the finals are very much still alive.
Yeah, I am not of the belief. I mean, people have been screaming for this to be over since game 2.
Yeah. I think
Like,
I couldn't afford to be over before the thing started.
Well, like no one, this series, no matter how it ends, whether it ends Thursday or it ends on Sunday, as long as OKC wins, this series hasn't gone the way any of like the people who talk about basketball for a living have predicted.
Right.
It has not gone the way they expected. After game 1, it was only going to go 5, maybe 6. But when people say maybe 6, they meant that the Thunder would be up 3-1.
Mhm.
The OKC would steal that last little meaningful game, and then OKC would wind up winning in game 6. Now you have the opportunity to win in game 6 and all those things still, but this series is not what people expected.
No,
it's not what most people predicted. This series has been terrific, and if it wasn't for a 90-second stretch, with 4 minutes left in the fourth quarter yesterday. Now, I don't know what happened. Like we're so used to seeing Indiana come back that it was happening. Yeah, they were still down 6. Yeah. They had more stops to get. They had more shots to make. They had to force OKC into mistake. None of that happened. It was just 4 straight turnovers, all leading to baskets, and the game was over.
Yep. That was a wrap. Didn't they cut it to 2 at one point?
Yeah, they did. And then you turn around, it was totally like blown out.
Did they get it as low as 2?
Yeah,
I think so.
Yeah.
Yep.
Wow.
Yeah, I'm done. I'm done with this whole all right, now Oklahoma City's going to start dominating.
No,
it's just not.
If it didn't, to me, like the game, like I wondered if that would happen in game 4.
Mm-hmm.
It didn't.
No.
I didn't think that was going to happen last night, though. Like when the game started, like it was on the. You keep waiting for that OKC run to happen. Like that one where that Golden State Warrior type run where you just end it. Like it's over. And there have been there was a moment in the first quarter yesterday where it's like I said to Kenny in the studio, I was like, this is getting out of hand.
It felt like it was really going to go sideways.
But Indiana had you joke, Rick Carlisle 5 points, timeout.
Yep.
Rick Carlisle called timeout. Hey, settle down. It just didn't work. And the 5 became 7, the 7 became 9, and then all of a sudden they're playing from down 12 to 15, the bulk of the game until TJ McConnell takes things over in the third quarter. You didn't want to talk about the finals, but that's my thought on it. I'm with you. I think I haven't made a prediction all series. I'm not going to start now, but I think Thursday will be great.
Go to OKC in 6-ish games.
6-ish. I'm with it.
I've been OKC 6 the whole time.
Yes.
I don't know, man. I think it's a really, really enjoyable series. I'm bummed to watch Tyrese Haliburton just look not effective at all.
Yeah, it was rough last
Clearly injuries and everything else
are
dragging down. But
strong feelings on the way he was covered last night.
Oh, that's coming up on D'Lo and KC at noon. Yeah. Can I throw this fake trade thing at you? Because that's just kind of what we did all day today.
Please do.
This doesn't come from anywhere other than my overcaffeinated brain.
Great.
If the Sixers call
and
say, hey, Joel Embiid's knee is not great.
Oh, yeah.
Well, not quite.
Figuratively, not literally.
We will give you Joel Embiid, the number 3 pick, and some other stuff. Do you do it? And you got to do that's going to be, like you said.
Why would they trade the number 3 pick, though?
To get
off of Joel Embiid's contract.
200.
I don't think you use the
$60 million.
You lose the 13th pick to get off of the 3 or the 18th or 20th. I don't think you use the 3.
All right.
Do I like in the spirit of what you presented? Do I listen? Yeah, I listen. Like, what do you want? And like, I'll listen to the conversation.
Mm-hmm.
If I could get my hands on the 3rd pick, that's an exchange though for what close to $200 million, $180 million.
It's a lot of money for Joel Embiid.
4 years, like 240 plus.
It's 240. He still has 4 years left.
It's a gang of money.
55, 59, almost 60, 64.3.
I'll say the same
thing.
You're
doing Philly a huge solid by taking.
I'll
that
say
off
the same thing. It's not my money.
Sure.
I don't care.
Sure.
Like you've got people employed to figure out how to navigate this stuff. Figure it out.
So you're doing it if you can get the 3rd pick. And again, in this scenario, it's one where, hey man, Joel Embiid is probably not going to play more than like 30 games in a season the rest of his career. Just the knee is never going to be right. He just turned 31. Like
Yeah, I'm listening. I'm listening. I'm intrigued because again, it's the 3rd pick, but you've got to match the salaries, and that's the tough part.
No, I mean, you could throw, in all honesty, Zach LaVine straight up works for him.
Zach LaVine for Joe. Oh, okay. Well, then, yeah, I'll do it.
Because he makes $48 million over the, and then 40,
years,
47 and then 49.
So you still have DeMar in this situation, which you could use to acquire something else. Now you got the third pick. And the thing I'll just ask though, like I would ask everyone involved in this is I would ask Scott Perry, I guess, because he's the ultimate decision maker, hopefully.
Allegedly.
What are you building? Like, what are you like? What's the plan here? What are we hoping to do? Like, where does that third pick in this hypothetical trade, where does that rank? Give me the importance level of that third pick in this deal versus Domas, versus whatever you can acquire in a DeMar DeRozan trade, versus whatever availability you have of Joel Embiid in this hypothetical. I would ask like where that third pick ranks in terms of what you want to do over the course of the next 2 to 5 years.
I think the goal would be finding and if James, if you have a different thought, let me know. But I think the goal there would be, hey, we can find a superstar here.
That's or at least a star level player
at the three.
The
3 pick.
You're hoping that Ace Bailey is like a legitimate all-star level player.
Do you think someone could become a superstar in Sacramento?
Yeah.
You do?
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know. I mean, I
like,
think,
would a player here like that good be LaMelo?
If the Kings do it wrong, yeah.
I don't know, because
when did they do it right, I guess is what I'm asking.
Yeah, because even Chris Webber was never considered a superstar. He was considered a star, but not a superstar. Even when he averaged 27 a game and was, unbelievable.
Yeah.
I think you're like,
there aren't a lot of
you're just trying to find it, but
this superstar conversation is so played.
No, it is,
but there aren't a lot in the league. I guess Chris is the biggest star we've had. Yeah. Like I don't know if J-Dub is a superstar, but he's an all NBA guy. He's an all defensive guy. Like he's, scoring 40 in the finals. Like, can you get a guy who will get that level of recognition? Can that happen on the Sacramento Kings?
I think so. Because I think Fox got there. I think that Sabonis got there.
Well, both of those guys crawled there. Like, both of those guys crawled there. I mean, the guy who really did it was DeMarcus. DeMarcus did it.
Sure.
Yeah.
DeMarcus was a legit all-NBA player, arguably or perhaps inarguably the best center in the league at the time. And he was on a trash franchise. Like, that team was terrible. Like, they were not good, but he was the lone standout on that team. Domas and De'Aaron kind of piggybacked each other. It was like, like the rankings were always, well, if De'Aaron is 15, Domas has got to be 16 because Lord knows they got to do this Sacramento thing together. And I felt like they just crawled inch by inch to those accolades. Whereas DeMarcus is the only one I feel like of this non-2000s era, 2000 whatever, early 2000s era that really did it.
This is probably a longer conversation than time we have, but it definitely is. But
we have 4 hours.
I think I think if there's a requisite level of playoff success that comes with taking that next leap, like you're seeing it with J-Dub. After the first couple games of the finals, it's like, hey, is he really that guy for Oklahoma City?
Yeah.
And he goes 26 points, 27 points, 40 points, or 27, 26, whatever it was.
Yeah.
And it's like, oh, hey, J-Dub, he's here. I think you need to,
but
at some point, you got to.
But if I told you he had 7 on Thursday, would you believe me?
Yeah.
If I told you he had 10,
probably.
No,
so but I mean, but to get into that conversation, at some point, you got to have that postseason success, and that's where I think De'Aaron and Domas both fell a little bit short in that conversation.
Domas fell very short. De'Aaron didn't. It's just De'Aaron's kind of got figuratively got his legs cut out with the hand injury, and it certainly affected his play in the last few games of that Warrior series.
No doubt.
Domas unfortunately did not, though.
On the way out the door, we do have breaking news. It appears that Tyrese Haliburton, according to Shams, may have suffered a strained right calf injury and will undergo an MRI to determine the severity of the strain.
Well, D'Lo and KC going to start on that note.
Yeah, this thing might be over.
The finals might be over. D'Lo and KC going to tell you why next. Should be a fun 4 hours. For James Ham and Joe Brazil, I'm Kyle Madsen. We're the Insider, sponsored by Jiffy Lube. Back with you at 10 a.m. tomorrow, right here on ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Leader. Drink water. Be nice to people. Woo! My dog. Thank you. I saw you looking like, All right, guys. I appreciate you, Shaddy. It was a good show today. Take care.
Later, everybody.
Yeah. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, D-Lo. We your number one spot. We your number one spot for some sports, huh? Got the city going crazy when we work, huh? We top 2, but we ain't 2, we in first, huh? And when you need the real, we is who you search, huh? D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We your number one spot.
Let's go, baby. Hey. We welcome you in here one time for K-Dot's birthday. Hey. We welcome you in here to the June 17th, the Tuesday, June 17th edition of D-Lo and KC. I'm Damian Barling.
The ultimate needle mover in God mode himself.
Yeah.
Acknowledge me.
Where's your guy?
Talk to your boy, man. Talk to your boy. Your boy. I'm just gonna do the show. Whenever Kenny gets here, he gets here, man. Salute, brother. I see you. He's on his way. OKC is one win away from an NBA championship. We got that. Trysta Tuesdays. We got Trysta Krick coming up at 2:00. I hung out with her last night over on the Heat Check podcast. We also got Jason Jones in the final hour of the show. I'm sure he'll have plenty to say about what's going on in the association. And I kind of enjoyed Shohei's return last night. Like I admittedly caught it like on delay.
Yeah, there's some haters out there, but he's excited.
There's like, it's cool. Like it's just like seeing him out there, seeing him throwing, even though it was, it was a short run.
They do like 20 pitches, I think.
Yeah, it's like, it's cool. Like he's special and I enjoyed it. We'll talk about that. I'm anxious to see him kind of get back in full motion here, but Oklahoma City is one win away from an NBA championship last night. Shout out to everybody who stuck around after the game. The game was over in the final 4 minutes. It was a run. Everyone was excited. Matt George said in the Red Room over at ABC 10, this is going to be unbelievable. This man is going to go an entire game without a made field goal. Then he's going to have the ball in his hands with 3 seconds, and he's going to be the hero all over again. That didn't happen. It didn't get the opportunity to happen because there was a stretch with just over 4 minutes left where Oklahoma City couldn't stop turning the ball over. Turnover after turnover after turnover after turnover. And that's my Mike Brown, because it was very literally 4 straight turnovers for the Indiana Pacers. All of them led to points for the Oklahoma City Thunder. And that joint was over. And everyone is begging now, oh, this is it, man. The series is over. The series is over. Well, we've got a game 6 coming up on Thursday. The Thunder have an opportunity to win their first championship. And I'm not doing some big proclamation that this is over, man. I'm just waiting to see what happens on Thursday.
I mean, I feel how I feel about it. I haven't seen anything to change it, but I think Indiana absolutely can win that game 6. I'd be shocked. I'd be, like I said yesterday, shocked, but they absolutely still can win the NBA Finals.
Well, this of course took a dramatic turn. We saw what went on with Tyrese Haliburton last night. We saw kind of the ins and outs of the games, the back and forth to the locker room. We saw Rick Carlisle, in my estimation, make a very, far be it for me to criticize someone of Rick Carlisle's caliber, but a very rare coaching mistake. In my opinion, he should have just let TJ McConnell go until he literally couldn't go no more. And he kind of forced Tyrese back into the lineup. That slowed things down. We saw how hobbled Tyrese was last night. Shams Charania reported just a little bit ago that it is a calf strain. I think that's what most of us feared. He's going in for an MRI that'll determine his availability for Thursday's game. We've lived through calf strains before. We've lived through calf strains in the NBA Finals before. We lived through calf strains in the NBA Finals with top-tier players before. We've seen how it ends. If he goes out there, he said, if I can walk, I'm going to play. Yeah, I just hope everyone is smart with Tyrese. I mean, I know, because the thing is, like, if it was a game 7, like, I'd get it. Mm-hmm. You commit to play game 6 and you survive game 6 and somehow your team, you have to commit to play again. Like, that's the thing. It's not, if it was game 7 and you just, I don't know how you tell someone they can't play through the pain, they can't play through the discomfort. I don't know how you do that other than you say, well, you could tear your Achilles and all of next season is wiped out. If you understand those consequences, then like so be it.
Those are the things that I always talk about with these guys, especially in a moment like this, where this could be a once in a lifetime opportunity.
Yeah.
To play for an NBA championship, something that people go their whole lives trying to achieve. So if Tyrese Haliburton says, I want to take the risk, I know the medical staff and everybody, they've got a job to do. But to me, and this sometimes we're I think you understand what I'm saying, but we kind of disagree. To me, the medical staff's job is to provide as much information as possible, as much accurate information as possible. They can't tell me I can't play. They can.
I normally don't agree with you in these situations, but if it's a pain tolerance with risk, I kind of agree with you. Like if you feel like you can play through this, now Rick Carlisle has to make a decision too.
Mhm.
Like you're not helping. You know what I mean? Like if you're out there, he's playing, brother, you're not helping. I need you. You're going to have to sit down. But if it's this could happen, then you probably let him go.
I mean, even then, I like all they can do, all the medical staff can do is give you all the accurate information. So if they tell you, hey, you're at risk for this, I would advise you not to play. That's what they can say. Then it's up to Carlisle and the player. You know what I mean? Like you've been, deeper in the weeds with this one, but I don't know how the medical staff can say, no, you're not playing. They can advise you. They say, I don't think you should play. I would advise you not to play. They can do that. But if I say, all right, well, thanks for your advice, I want to give this a go. All right.
Yeah, it's tough, man. It's tough, especially in this particular part of the season. Like, again, this isn't a one-off either. Like, Indiana's got to win 2. And to me, that changes this a little bit. If Tyrese is and this is where, and I don't even know that you could do this with calf strains, if like the risk of further injury, can a doctor tell you, yeah, with the shape because strains are often tears, right? So, I think a strain is a tear. You're at a 90% risk of serious damage, like catastrophic damage. You're at a 50% risk of catastrophic damage. I don't even know that type of stuff is possible. But if it is, you have to present those. And I think once you start venturing above 50, that's where you simply have to say, Ty, you can't play. You can't, because you're the athlete. I understand that. We also pay you $40 million a year, and I need you. We need you. This has to be a group effort. This can't be a doctor. This can't be Rick Carlisle. This has to be the doctor, Rick Carlisle, Mr. Haliburton, the owner of the Pacers. This has to be everybody to say, we can do this again. We could do this again next year. I understand there's no guarantee we could do that. We love what we did. We believe in you. We could do this again next year. Yeah. If that thing tears, we can't. And it all hinges on that. And I think, there's grades, there's severity levels, all of that stuff I think has to play a factor in what that medical staff tells Tyrese and Rick Carlisle and all those guys today or tomorrow. About what his availability is going to be. I don't think you can I hear you, and I don't entirely disagree, but I do think there's a point where if Ty is too bad, you can't. Like the risk it's too high. You can't, and that's difficult.
For the record, I would tell him not to play. I would tell him don't play. Like it's not going to feel any better. It's not gonna.
Yeah,
you're not gonna be able. Oh, once I get out there, I can feel a little bit. No, it's like it's not. It's not gonna feel better, and the risk is too high. I tell them don't play.
I think it also be like, sit down with me and let's have an honest discussion. And I'll play the role of Rick Carlisle here instead of the doctor. I'm gonna put film on from Game 5, and you tell me how much better than you can be with what's on this film.
Okay.
Because Ty was tough last night.
Put the film on real quick.
Okay, film's on.
We'll see that play right there. I just came out of nowhere and I played really tough and I really did what I could, but I didn't even know where.
No, boo, no. You can't show up 2 minutes late and then do a half-ass Tyrese Haliburton impression.
No, that's the voice has got to change.
No, boo this man.
Yeah, that's tough. That's tough.
That?
Hey guys,
He's
a little impersonation.
Hey, bro.
Yeah, you know what? You gotta take a lap. Complex and back.
back.
Complex and off his back.
Complex and back, man. That was terrible. Man,
It's all happy.
Oh man!
Hey,
But
come out to Sky River Casino where Kenny will do these impressions live.
I will doing impressions live in the flesh to show you guys it's not AI. It's real. It's really real.
So come to Sky River Casino this Friday, 7 to 9, our first ever evening with D'Lo and KC. Jerry Jones will be with us. Doc Rivers will be with us. We're working
Shaq
on
will be in the
we're working on getting The Rock there.
It's less than 6 days. 6 days. It's less than 6 days.
Chris Broussard will be there. Farhan will be there. Mike Brown might even show up. Who knows? Just
I got to support my guys. Always my guys. But to your point, real quick.
That was awful. You threw this whole show off with that impression. That was awful.
That was great.
That was terrible.
You changed
it. Was terrible. This is run the tape. I thought you were going to say something profound. We're talking about this man trying to play through an injury. I thought you were going to talk about some of the assists, some of the rebounds. I thought you was going to do that, but no, you wanted to get your little impression that you were workshopping last night.
I was on the fly. That was a freestyle. That was a freestyle.
You know what? Okay. You know why Casey was 2 minutes late? He was standing outside the Odyssey building like, all right, this is it.
I was just waiting for you to ask that moment to role play that situation.
He's hyping himself up for this new Tyrese impression. Like, I'm going to change voice about a sentence in. Oh, they're going to go crazy. Chatty House going to go crazy. It'll do 12 minutes in. This show is a disaster. We'll come back. I do want to talk a little bit more about Tyrese because some of the actually we'll talk a lot more about Tyrese. We'll talk about that game. I think some of the conversation last night surrounding him that I heard was ridiculous. And some of y'all need to make up your mind on how you talk about these professional athletes. I'll explain. We'll explain. We're just getting started. We'll talk more about Sky River this Friday too on Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320. Shameful. Not inaccurate, but shameful. What's today?
5 isn't 50, but sometimes it's an adventure. 50 is just a train wreck. Never go 50.
Talking about Highway 50? Yeah. Oh, hell no.
They had a they had the little split highway thing the other day.
Oh, you better be careful because you'll get caught for about a half hour.
It's like West Sac.
Yeah.
The opposite way.
Nah, Crystal was trying to get home or whatever. She took one freeway and she's like, bro, I've been driving 45 minutes down this one spot or whatever.
Wait, which one was this?
On 50. Like like if I'm going 50 and you got one opportunity to get off where you can get off in Oak Park, and if you don't, you're basically going to Sac State.
Yeah, there's a couple of those out here. She's like, yeah, I'm damn near in Davis.
Oh, that's tough. Oh, yeah, I know about the
West Sac
81.
crazy.
Yeah, I know about that.
The Causeway
That's
is
tough.
crazy. The Causeway is the
Sacramento freeway system, whatever you want to call it, is the most Mario Kart stuff I've ever seen in my life. But that's still, you just hop on the 99. That's it. Shout out to the Chatty House. They got me to go outside today. I'll be at the A's game with them.
Oh, let's go.
Nice.
Let's go.
That was a bomb last night from Nick Kurtz. That was a bomb last night. And I don't know. I was full. I didn't really watch the game, so I don't know. But it looked like there was a good number of people there. Sounded like there was a good number of people there. Somebody said it was only 8,000 though. Who knows?
Well, what's it? 8 out of 12, right?
What the
12,000? I mean,
Yeah.
that would probably look full.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, I feel like 8,000.
There wasn't a ton of people on the lawn. Like there was people out there, but it wasn't like Yankee style. So maybe that had something to do with it.
I don't think there's going to be too many of those.
Oh, well, they got one popping off that I'm trying to get to, but
4th of July.
Yeah, that weekend. It's Yankees like. It might even be a little more expensive than the Yankees.
I'm gonna be at Giants Red Sox on Saturday. I was thinking about it yesterday. I think I'm gonna boo Rafi Devers.
I'm about to say, you gonna wear your Devers jersey, bro? What you doing?
I don't even have a jersey. I gotta find one. I gotta get one. But I think I'm gonna boo Rafi Devers. And it's not even personal. It's just like he plays for the Giants.
Yeah, that's what you should do. Do you normally boo though, or?
Oh yeah, no. I'm like Celtics Kings. I'm booing the hell out of the Sacramento
Okay.
Kings.
Oh wow, wow. What did they do? What did the Kings do to you?
It's just I'm a fan.
He hasn't gotten over Marcus Smart's shot bouncing off the back of the ring.
Buddy Hield killing him.
Were you at that game?
Rashawn Holmes.
No, I was. I missed that one.
Okay.
Rashawn Holmes going to work in the Garden. Altuve hit a bomb last night too. Weather's getting warmer. Ball's starting to fly. Devers gonna hit one.
Padres were already here, weren't they?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Tatis hit.
Yeah,
the farthest home run I've seen. Yeah, Devers gonna hit one to the Tower Bridge.
He's gonna be the first one to knock someone off those electric bikes.
Brian the Garden, relax.
We'll be at Sky River this Friday, our first ever evening with D-Lo and KC. Event is completely free. Come pull up 7 to 9. I've given up on this big extravagant guest list of people that we normally don't have on the radio. One has left me on red. The other's unavailable. And the one that we've talked about, Mike Bibby, is he's out of town. So we're going to continue to work. Matt George told us he was going to pull up. We're going to try to do something a little bit different out of the realm of the radio.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Like I joked about Casey doing the impressions, but he's going to have to, because we're going to find a way, and we'll certainly talk Kings. We'll talk finals. We'll do all of that stuff, but we're going to make this a little bit more of a fun show where you're going to laugh. We're going to tell stories. We'll tell you some things that we haven't talked about on this show before. So it'll be a fun night. It'll be at 7 o'clock, Sky River Casino, normal spot, 32 Brew Street. We're going to be out on the patio. Weather is going to be beautiful. I was out there Friday with the wake up call. That patio, even when it was hot outside, that patio was perfect. We'll have the mixed drinks flowing. We'll have the bottle of wine out there. We're going to have a good time again this Friday. Make your plans to be with us. Sky River Casino, beginning at 7 o'clock, 7 to 9. And whoever is down, we're going to make a trip over to the humidor as soon as it's over.
Sweet. What time does the humidor close again? Is it 11?
It's a good question. I don't know, but I'm going to text Carrie and tell her we on the way. EDU asked, is Damian Barley going to be there? That's a great.
On, man.
I didn't know what, like, Kevin said my name wrong 4 times. And when he said it wrong at the beginning, like Kevin doesn't know me super well. And I didn't want to say something to him on the air and embarrass him, but I did think, because my name is spelled correctly on the prompter.
Yeah.
There were 3 times, the beginning, the end, and the beginning, that my name spelled correctly was on the prompter.
Right.
3 times he said it wrong.
I didn't hear the other 2 times. I just heard the one time.
No, he said it every time we've been on the air.
Did
wrong.
he say barley every time?
Barley.
Come on.
And so when he went to say goodbye to us, I was waiting for the goodbye to pop up on the prompter, and it didn't. So when he said it wrong, all I mumbled was, "You'll get it right one day." And
Brother, you got to check that after the second time.
If it was Matt, I would have said, like, if Matt had said it wrong, I would have gotten Matt immediately. Kevin's the guy I know. I just didn't want to embarrass him, but bro got it wrong 4 times, and it was on the prompter in the lower third every time.
I heard the first time. I didn't hear the other 2 times. Damn.
And how can you even be mad at Kevin?
Nah, he's too damn nice.
Kevin's the nicest dude in the world.
Yeah.
Not mad. It's just, hey, my last name is Barling, by the way.
Like, all right, man.
And here I'm willing to bet and to guess he knows your name is Damian Barling. He knows that.
He absolutely does.
And I don't know why he keeps.
I don't.
Yeah, this
know
is
either.
probably just a wake up call bit. See how long I can say Damian's name wrong until he says something.
Okay, that's
that's
funny.
probably what this is.
That's funny. That's hilarious. Big E says, "Will Gavin be there? I'll boo because he don't like you, D-Lo." No, you goddamn right he don't like me. Yeah, there are any D-Lo and KC listeners going to Wake Up Call live on the 27th? Yeah, you go ahead, boo when he comes out.
And I can promise you he won't be there Friday.
He will not be there Friday.
That's a sure bet.
There's a
right
lot
there.
going on this week that this man will not be a part of. He will absolutely not be a part of. And if you asked him, hey, why do you hate D-Lo? He wouldn't be able to tell you. That's the crazy thing. But it's all good, man. I guess I'm easily hateable. I don't know.
Well, I would disagree.
You hate me, man. Stop it.
Not true. I didn't block you on Twitter.
See, Brian says, well, that's true. Oh, man, we're going to find out Katie put him up to it. That actually, that would be an amazing bit. If Katie hits up Kevin and says, hey, every time you introduce him, say his name wrong. That'd be amazing. That'd be one of the funniest bits of all time.
Damian Barley. Come on, Kev.
Sorry, man.
Come on, big dog.
It's all good. Couldn't even tell my mom to watch because she's like, what? What is this?
Disrespecting the family name.
Yeah.
You know what's crazy too is, so sometimes, I'm still new to the game, man. So, sometimes I'll go back and watch and critique how I do on TV because I want to make sure I'm getting it right. On YouTube TV, there's no way to record that.
So there's no like sports extra block?
No.
Oh.
It goes from the finals
Uh-huh.
to special edition ABC 10. And typically I think the situation is it's on the same listing as the finals.
So you have to record the finals and then do the overrun.
Yeah, but I don't think you can do overrun on YouTube. YouTube is so smart. It's too damn smart. When the game's over, it stops recording. When the game is over, it stops recording.
Okay.
So I can't see what's going on.
Oh. Well,
now for all the traditional cable people, they can. My mom, she saw it because she does what you just said, just 30 minutes over on the game, and you get it.
Do you know like when we're done? Like, oh, that was good. Like, do you know right away, or do you have to go back and watch it?
Sometimes I was like, no, that was popping off.
That was game one. Game one was like that shit.
Game
that
one
was fire.
Yeah.
Game one. We had a hit on with Jake that I was like trash, like, and I knew it like immediately. I was sweating so bad. I was like, this is awful. This is terrible.
I think you're too hard on yourself. I've never watched us, and I could be biased, but I've never watched us on either one of those shows and be like, oh, that was.
I thought I started slow yesterday, but rebounded like quick. I was like, because immediately it was like, oh my God, I'm struggling again. Like, all right, let Kenny take over, like chill, follow the combo. And then you took over, and then we got into the combo. Like Matt and Kevin didn't jump in, and it was like, all right, we're good. We got it. We're good.
Yeah.
We're good. But that was live. There ain't no fixing that.
You can't tell them my name is Barling there.
Yeah, live. You cannot mess that up.
Shout out to my wife. She recorded it for me on her phone, the whole broadcast.
Well, no, read what the message says though.
Say something about my recording skills, and we are done. I thought she did a great job. Now, it wasn't her fault that my daughter.
I don't think that's how she felt.
It wasn't her fault. My daughter was playing Pink Fong in the background at a volume where it would be on my phone, like loud environment. That's how loud she was playing Pink Fong. So you couldn't really hear me. Well, you could, but you heard Daddy Finger in the background as well.
Okay. All right. Let's get to the Elk Grove Kia Talk line, 916-909-1320. We'll start with my man Kamara, way out in Florida, doing very, very rich things.
Oh my gosh, this guy,
y'all should have seen this. Casey,
this guy, bro.
Casey we sent a joke to the group text. Kenny sent a group text say, hey, happy Father's Day.
Yeah, after he was angry about the Kings.
Yeah, he was angry about the Kings.
Sir, happy Father's Day.
And Kamara said, and I said, yeah, man, happy Father's Day. I hope your kids got you a yacht or something. That was a joke.
Yeah.
And then Kamara was like, oh, no, the wife and her friends, they rented out a yacht for us to celebrate the fathers. Like, all right, dude. All right, bro.
Try to be like, it's nothing in Florida. Yeah. All right, man. A yacht is a yacht, bro. What are we talking about?
What's up, man?
Well, first of all, if y'all were out here, y'all would know that a yacht is a yacht. You know what I'm saying? So that's what I'm saying.
I ain't going to
So is a yacht like renting a Prius from the rental car? Is it like that? Because even that's like $200 now.
Well, let's just say, like, it depends where you're in Miami, you can get a good price. Like, you can, depending on, like, if you get a 35-foot, like, you can get a good, because there's so many yachts in Miami, and there's so many people who are looking to, like, rent them out, so it's like you can get a decent yacht for some friends. That's why people you see pictures, people take trips, like girl trips, guys trips, and you see parties on a yacht in Miami. That's not like that.
Just said you can get a decent yacht. Bro, we don't speak the same language.
Bro, this is the same guy that said $1,500 a ticket isn't bad for the Knicks game.
For a playoff game. Lower level,
hey, come on, I strive to be like you.
Hey, you don't have to defend your finances,
yeah,
bro.
Man.
You've worked hard for this.
Yeah, I strive to be like
you. That's fine.
All right,
man. What's on your mind, big dog? What's up, baby?
So we were in my other group chat. We were having a conversation. You saw the rumors like KD going to Orlando, and people were like, well, what would you be willing to give up? And everybody's like, well, listen, you get someone like KD, you got to be willing to, like, cut your arm off, because he changes that dynamic of your team. You go from a low team, playing team to, like, at least a mid-tier, at least competing team in the Eastern Conference. And so everybody agreed upon that. I don't think KD's coming to Orlando, but whatnot. But that was kind of like the whole thing. Then it made my brain think about, like, all right, for the Kings, everybody talks about, like, what would you be willing to give up, to get a marquee player? I know Trae Young's off the table. Most people talking about, like, I don't want Trae Young, and I saw some people on Twitter talking about, I would not give up Keegan for Trae Young, and this is just my thing. Like, Trae Young is not a player. He's off the table. But what we do know for Keegan, although he's still developing, is that while he's a good player, is he a player that changes the dynamics of your team, or would you be willing to give him up for a player that is a bona fide, will get you into the conference finals or make you a player? Like, we do know Trae Young is a bona fide superstar. Keegan is not a bona fide superstar. I just don't see it. I think he's a good player, but I don't see superstar. And if you knew you could get a superstar on the team, what would you be willing to give up if you're the Kings, player and picks?
So specifically, he's talking about Trae?
I know Trae's not an option anymore, but, like, period, on this team, like, what would you be willing to give up? To, like, hey, I know this guy is going to change the dynamic of this team.
Oh, I got you. Yeah, I got you. Come on. The fact is, anyone.
Yeah, I'd be willing to give up a lot.
Anyone. Like, I don't care.
Player.
Yeah, like,
whatever we got to do.
If the scenario you laid out, the problem is, it's probably not Trae, though. I think a pairing of Trae and Domas works, which is why I wouldn't include Domas in anything that involves Trae. But it's been made clear to us in no uncertain terms that isn't happening. I'm Scott Perry. I'm listening to every time the phone rings. I'm picking it up, even if I think it's a telemarketer, even if I think it's someone to ask me to renew my auto insurance. Like, I'm picking it up. Like, talk. What you want to do? You never know what you might find out. We didn't know Desmond Bain was going to get traded. Hey, let me find something out here.
I'll take it a step further. Every rumor I see on Twitter, I'm calling that team. Like, oh, is this true? What's up? I'm trying to see what's up. Jake Fisher told me.
Jake
Spurs reporter told me.
Man.
Ducks and Tail told me.
The funny thing about that dude,
Legion of Hoops told me I'm trying to figure out what's good.
the funny thing is that dude's email went to like some like random part of my DMs where you can't get a hold of me. Like, how you gonna? This dude called me. This dude DM'd me and asked to speak to my manager. Bro, you're a reporter.
That's ridiculous.
You're literally a reporter, and you can't figure out who to call here. Sir, sit down, dummy.
But yeah, any and everybody, you know, I'm exploring options.
Yep.
If it's, you know, if I'm getting a guy that I think can change my fortunes as a franchise. Yeah, there's nobody on this roster that's untouchable. Ideally, what I would like to do with a guy like Trae Young, with, you know, some other people, is I'd like to add them to these guys, right? I'd like to keep Sabonis. I'd like to keep Zach LaVine and add to those guys. That would be my first preference. But if I have to move on from one of them and some picks, then that's just what I got to do. If I think that guy is that good.
Yeah, I'm also not making change just for the sake of making change. Like in the scenario Kamara presented, I'm all for it. How does this team get better? Tell me how this team gets better. Tell me what they can do to get better. And okay, add this paired with this. All right, I'll do that. But like if it's just, well, we got to try something. I'm good, man. I'm good. Y'all get paid too much money to just throw spaghetti at a wall,
right?
Which I've never understood. Why there's got to be a better way to tell if spaghetti is done besides throwing it against a wall.
I didn't even know that's what the reason was for. I thought that's just what bad kids do.
No,
Who's throwing food on the wall?
From what I understand, they throw spaghetti against the wall to see if it's done, and if it sticks, that means it's done.
Okay, so the noodles. Or like even with the
no the noodles.
I was about to say that's crazy.
No,
bro, just try noodle out the pot when you think it might be ready. If it doesn't taste like a ready noodle, then it's not ready. You don't gotta throw it.
I don't know, man. What's the box say? 10 minutes? Hey Siri, set a timer for 10 minutes. How hard is it?
Exactly. Just that around 10 minutes. Try it. If it's cool, it's cool. If it's not, it needs another minute or two.
So you're saying if it sticks, it's ready.
That's what I've heard. Yep.
That
is not something we practice in my home.
That's even crazy too, because I don't know if
maybe
I got it wrong. I don't want sticky noodles. I don't want them like fresh out the compartment that you have it in. What's the
pot?
No, not the pot. You keep well, some people keep noodles in a jar. So not out the box. Like you get it. You don't keep it. Well, some people might keep it in a box or in the paper, but some people you got
rich people have containers that they
this
label.
Isn't rich. You can get this from
TJ
Maxx.
You take the noodles out the box and then you throw it into like some label stuff.
You can get this at TJ Maxx. What are we talking about?
See, the way I do it, I don't even get like the box. It comes in the packet or whatever.
Right.
You rip that open, throw that in the boiling pot, and then what I do with the packaging is I throw it in the trash.
Right. That's not what they do.
Yeah.
They put it in the spaghetti saver container.
You got somebody at your house that says rigatoni or something.
Yeah, right. Elbow macaroni, spaghetti, linguine.
You do. Once again, you can get these from TJ Maxx. Shout out to TJ Maxx. You can get a whole set for $9.99.
You can get them for Pottery Barn too. There's an extra 9 on those.
That is rich. I don't know nothing about Pottery Barn.
I don't know nothing about noodle savers.
I didn't even know. Yeah, I didn't even know what you were talking about. Like I know that's a thing, but
just the kids want spaghetti. I open the bag. I put it in the pot. Kenny's like,
it's in the cabinet.
Let me go get my jar here. And
yeah, everybody got one. I bet you I'll go to your kitchen right now. You got one.
A spaghetti saver?
Yeah, man, you put the pasta in the little case, the glass. It's not even a case. It's a glass thing.
There's no way you can put
spaghetti saver and a wine fridge. Damn.
Yeah, right.
I want to be like Kenny when I grow up.
Right.
You don't want to be like.
Sometimes I dream.
You're struggling, bro. You're struggling.
That he is me. I do, bro. I got on dirty Air Force Ones, man. What are you talking about?
Hey.
No, like they just need to be cleaned off real quick. That's it. But I've been lazy with them.
I just had to check this. Yesterday it was crazy. Yesterday for ABC 10 was crazy, bro.
Oh, stop it! You stop it.
It wasn't crazy.
It was fine.
All right, man. Oh,
It was fine.
You know, I'm gonna text Jesse what shoes you had on. You know what I'm saying? Because I don't even know if you want to put it out there. But remember what he just said, Jesse. He's like, it's fine, like it wasn't a big deal.
All right, man.
Mm-hmm.
Anyways, let's talk to Cole. Cole been waiting for 2 days to talk about his Oklahoma City Thunder.
Sounds crazy. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, but
he was just like, "Oh, it's nothing."
I can't be on your side if you don't bring this to air. So it's still like you're still the spaghetti saver guy.
Well, let's talk to Cole first.
What's up, Cole?
What up, fellas?
One more win, baby. One more win, baby.
One more win.
What's up, man? You gonna do a Chris Bosh champagne celebration?
Don't do that.
Nah, I ain't doing that. They ain't gonna call me zesty out here. But anyway, what I was gonna say? Told y'all put the regular starting lineup back in there. You know what I'm saying? And I don't know why the coach did that. So loving to see that. You guys might have saw my story where I already predicted before the season started SGA would win the MVP. I predicted J-Dub would make an all-NBA team, second or third. I predicted Lou Dort would win Defensive Player of the Year, which he didn't, but he did make his first team all-defensive team or whatever. Mm-hmm. So I already knew what was happening, you know? Now, this is the thing I want to tell y'all. My daughter, my oldest daughter, and my wife are going to Mexico on Thursday. I need OKC to lose Game 6 because I want to go to the parade. And if they win Game 6, the parade is going to be before they return from Mexico. So unfortunately, I know I said gentleman's sweep. You know, I was wrong about that. But I really need us to lose Game 6 and win Game 7. So we'll see. Go ahead.
You're rooting for your team to lose
so they can win Game
for your
7.
own selfish reasons. Let me ask this. You said the wife and the little one were going to Mexico.
Correct.
Right? Why could and they won't be back before the parade would be? Why couldn't you go to the parade with them gone?
Yeah.
And I got the toddler, the one that's like.
Oh, you got the little one. Okay, I got you. All right.
You ain't going nowhere. Or you could take the toddler with you. I think she's about the same age as Ryan. She can fly on the plane. She good. But Cole, I got a question for you. Why I got you here? Because you're going really hard in the paint for the Thunder. Respect. But didn't you say that if Seattle gets the Sonics back, you will go back to Seattle?
Correct.
So absolutely. Why are we going so hard in the paint for this Thunder team? You're gonna leave them high and dry once somebody else comes around.
Because I still gotta have a team, so this is my team. But when my original team comes back, I'm going back to Seattle.
Oh, they ain't nothing.
No,
it looks a little fishy.
Whoa, sir! Let the committee commit.
Yeah, it looks a little fishy. Yeah, you go ahead. You stay over there.
Because last time you got involved, like Leezy went wild, and that's a whole situation we're still dealing with. All right, we're still trying to figure that one out.
That seems a little fishy, right?
I think Cole is okay because he's still with his franchise that moved, and once they go back to the original, like it's not Cole's fault. Like Cole is doing, I think, what he should do. Like,
should he be going so hard in the paint though?
Yeah, this is his team, but like when
Cole is conducting himself properly.
Yeah.
Cole, you good?
Thank you.
Yeah, this one will pass. The committee passes this one. You're good, Cole.
The committee
suggests decision. This is a split decision over here, Cole. But you good?
The committee suggests a no vote on this. Man. We'll see what actually happens.
Man.
No, yeah, you and Leezy has like 20 different teams right now.
He does not. I don't even think Leezy has one team.
He's actually on the line right now. We just talked to him right now.
Leezy's like me. He likes Tyrese. He likes Jimmy.
Oh, yeah, he was going. Yeah, no, he a little Pacers-ish.
Leezy, explain yourself.
No,
who do you like this week, Leezy?
What's going on, man?
This is just haters everywhere, Leezy. You good?
Why are folks hating on Ty, man? Let it go.
Who's hating on Ty?
Oh, we're hating on you.
Yeah.
Oh, wait, y'all hating on me? What I do? What?
Leezy, they say you root for too many teams, and I said you're not rooting for teams, you're rooting for players.
Leezy Ramsey over here.
No, I can clear this up real quick. Hey, if I was a bandwagon fan, wouldn't I be rooting for my hometown? Wouldn't I be rooting for Oklahoma? I've always been.
That don't make you not a bandwagon guy just because you know Leezy Sun Devils. How many teams you got?
I don't got no team. We've been through this, KC. I'm just enjoying the game. I love the game.
See, he was a little despondent when the Pacers lost the other day, but that's okay.
Come on,
I think we're both rooting for the Pacers to win.
I'm definitely rooting for the Pacers. Yeah, I'm
Oh,
not
now
gonna
you're
lie
rooting for the
about that.
Pacers. What happened to the Warriors,
I'm a
bro?
Pacers supporter, Casey. I
Oh,
learned
here
from
we
you.
go. You ain't no Pacers supporter. I've been supporting the Knicks for 20 years.
He's a Tyrese Haliburton supporter.
Thank you, D-Lo. I've been supporting Hallie since day one out here. I got the clips, Casey. You know I cut the clips. I got them, brother. I've been down. Like Brandy said, I want to be there.
Okay.
I've been down.
All right, Lizzie.
Okay.
Was there anything else? Are you out in Dixon, Lizzie?
Oh yeah, I'm heading to Dixon right now. About to work with my boy Abe Kanan. We about to be working at Burger King. We serving up to the people today. $2.
That's
$2 Whoppers.
Damn, I'm mad I'm missing.
You got to go all the way to Dixon for it, but they're $2 Whoppers.
Hey, Lizzie, why don't you bring a couple over here, man? Bring a couple to the studio, big dog. Come on, Rook.
Some Whoppers, pizza. I got you, Casey. Hey, but guys, I just wanted to chime in real quick. Hey, we got the news about Hallie maybe being hurt and all that. But the thing for me is, hey, let's say Hallie is hurt and he don't play. We're going to need Andrew Nembhard to step up. Like, he ain't been getting down like he normally does. Like, in the other series, the Knicks, the Bucks, we've seen Nembhard go hard. We're going to need him to get some shots up. And Ben Mathurin, I texted D-Lo about this. Yesterday, Ben did not have a good game, man. I felt like he was messing up a lot, missing free throws, turning the ball over. So everyone's on Hallie right now, but there's a lot of other blame to go around as well.
Yeah, let's hold off on that discussion. We'll come back
because I want to. It's a simple equation to me. We'll talk about it.
Okay, well, we'll figure out that equation, and we'll figure out why these people who talk basketball can't make up their mind on what they want from their professional athletes. Steelo and KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino and Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
You know, there's a discussion that goes on from time to time about like sports radio that I just don't subscribe to. I don't feel the same way. And that's that there's a certain segment of people who don't like sports callers. And they're like, it's the dumbest thing in the world. Like, it's so archaic or whatever. Maybe I'm old school with it. I enjoy people that call into the shows. I enjoy, even if it is Joe and Rockland, who probably doesn't know like what he's talking about the way he thinks he does. Yeah, I want to hear what he's got to say. I think I wouldn't say the minority. Maybe I am in the minority in that, but
it's just a way to do it.
Yeah. But some people are like, no,
if you let everyone ramble on for 3 minutes at a time, like, yeah, that's gonna sound boring and stuff like that. But
I enjoy that part of it.
Like Lizzie just called in and was having fun for the first 2 minutes or whatever.
I think people can be fun on the radio.
Now some of them are crazy, but
like genuinely, I enjoy Mitch's calls.
Yeah,
Mitch don't be talking about nothing sometimes, but I enjoy it. I think it's funny. I would like to think if I was a listener, I would be entertained or get a kick out of some of the things that Mitch says.
Is the Stanley Cup, is that game 6 tonight?
I think so.
Oh, yep.
Yeah.
It's not looking good for our Oilers.
That was a tough game 5 loss.
Florida's just been a crazy ass team all playoffs, I guess. Come on, Draisaitl.
Will? Let's get back to the Elk Grove Kia talk line here real quick. 916-909-1320. We got our man Will here. Will, what's going on, baby? What's up,
Hey,
Will?
what's good? D-Lo, KC, Jesse, can you guys hear me?
We got you,
Yes,
brother.
sir.
We got you.
Hell yeah. So I wanted to ask what direction you guys wanted to see the Kings take this offseason, and then I had a trade package I wanted to pitch.
Okay, why don't you pitch the trade first, and we'll go from there.
Yes, sir. It's what's up with our good friends, the Washington Wizards, and it's a DeMar DeRozan and Terrence Davis, and a 2026 second-round pick for Bilal Coulibaly. He's a 6'7" wing, and Marcus Smart. What do you guys think?
Well, I can't. I don't hate it. A couple of things. I could be wrong. I don't think they would do that to DeMar, with all due respect to Washington. I do think Will's on track with those names, though. Yeah, I think Will's on track with those names. But I don't think they would do that to DeMar. Now, maybe is there another trade you could put together that makes sense for Sacramento, that makes sense for Washington, that you could pull that off? Maybe you go that route. DeMar, I think, is someone they're going to show like a little bit higher level of respect to, and not trade him to a team, again, with all due respect, like the Washington Wizards.
No, I agree with you on that for sure. I look at DeMar as somebody at this point in his career that should be shown the respect of, if I'm trading you somewhere where you can help a playoff team, and potentially have a run at a championship. I'm doing that as an organization. Now, I'm not doing that over like 100% over making my team better. If LaMelo Ball is available, I'm just throwing out a name. If he's available and DeMar has to be in the trade, well, I got to do it. You know what I'm saying? And I'll let DeMar and Charlotte figure out what they have to do to get him out of there. But I've got to get that. But somebody like Marcus Smart and Coulibaly, like he said, I'm not trading DeMar there for that.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? I'm going to make sure he's got a nice landing spot.
But
we'll figure out something else that we can do. But I like
you're on to something.
Yeah, I'm saying I like his thinking.
Yeah, you're on
of
you're
some
on
of
to
the players
something.
in return. Maybe I would use somebody outside of DeMar DeRozan a third team.
I do wonder if the Marcus Smart thing that kind of rumbles around is, I don't want to say likely, but is that the type of player that the Sacramento Kings are looking at?
Yeah.
I don't know.
I think they are, but my hope is that they're looking at that as an additional move.
Sure.
You know what I mean? Like,
well,
I don't want that to be, hey, this is what we're doing, getting Marcus Smart, and, we're slow playing this thing into looking for a star. I trust Scott Perry. So if that's the direction he decides to go, salute. We'll see what it looks like in October. But today, I don't want that path. I want them to be star hunting right now, and I'm not sure if they are or not.
Yeah, me either. We'll all find out together in the coming days and weeks. 916-909-1320 if you want to get in on the conversation.
Real quick, I saw something. There was did you see that minor trade that happened about an hour ago?
Yeah, the
Pacers.
Yeah.
Send, I think, this year's number 23 pick to New Orleans. And it only, had my antennas up because it's a first-round pick. That if the Kings and the Pelicans were to do something, might not be for the 7. Now it might be for this 23 that they have.
Yeah.
So when the Kings are so sure, reportedly, allegedly,
and
that they're getting back into the first round.
Centered on what? What was the Pelicans rumor conversation?
Herb and the 7 for Domas, and the Herb and the 7 and some salary filler for Domas. I think Ham threw out like CJ or whatever on the Insiders a few days ago when we were talking hypotheticals and stuff.
But in this scenario, maybe it's not the 7, maybe it's something else. And I feel like if it's not the 7, it's not Domas.
That would be true.
Like if we're talking trading picks, and you want to trade the 7, okay, we could talk about DeMontis Sabonis. If we're talking about trading, what was it, the 23rd?
Yeah,
that's not a conversation we're having.
We're talking about something else. That also arises because I think today on the Insiders, James was talking about, or I think it was in the Jake Fisher report that they were saying the Kings were thinking they were getting a first rounder around the 20s. So Miami, that's where they started talking about Miami, because Miami has the 20th pick. So that's one angle. Now, potentially, if you got some type of relationship or some talks going on with New Orleans, now they also have a pick in the 20s. And that may be the first rounder that you're talking about.
Could
Just
be.
a thought.
Yeah, no, it's
So what do we do if they don't end up with a first round pick?
Shake our head.
Yeah, no, could get Jake Fisher on the phone immediately. We were talking, Leezy said right before he hung up, Nembhard, the Mathurin guys are going to have to step up if Ty is out in game 6. I kind of just flippantly said if Ty's out, it doesn't matter. And I could absolutely be wrong on that. They actually played their best basketball yesterday with Tyrese out. That's where I think Rick Carlisle might have missed a little bit. Though I understand you err on the side of your star, but I feel like they kind of missed that one. I feel like he kind of missed that one, excuse me. But I think that is a whole different type of, that's an in-game adjustment that you were forcing Oklahoma City to make with an entirely different basketball player.
Mm-hmm.
To me, it's a whole different approach if an hour before the game Tyrese is out and TJ McConnell's starting.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's a significantly easier adjustment for Oklahoma City. I think an in-game adjustment like that might be a little bit harder. An adjustment where you have 48 minutes to figure it out is a lot different.
Yeah, I agree with you.
So I just don't know if Ty is true. If Ty winds up being out tomorrow, I don't think it matters what Mathurin or Andrew Nembhard do.
Well, and then the other thing that he had said that sparked my interest was he was talking about Nembhard hasn't been playing well. And this goes back to the conversation that we had yesterday with James and Keegan Murray. Yeah, they're asking Nembhard to be like the Shea stopper, the SGA stopper. Yeah, his offense is going to suffer. And this is where I think a lot of people are not seeing this Keegan Murray thing realistically or in the right way. Keegan Murray not going, if he's the defender that you guys keep telling me he is, and talking about he's this great perimeter defender, he has all defensive team capabilities, he ain't averaging 18, 19 points per game.
Mm-hmm.
He's not. I don't care if you ask him to guard guards and twos, threes, all this other stuff. I don't think he can guard twos. Like a lot of these superstar twos, like Anthony Edwards, he can't go that far down. The only point guard he's asked to guard that he does decent with is Steph Curry. And that's just like one of those weird things. Like he just works against Steph Curry. Any other point guard, you're not asking him to guard because he can't guard him. But if you guys think that he's this type of defender, you're going to need a DeMar DeRozan to score, because Keegan not going to give you 18, 19 points per game. That's been my outlook on him the whole time. It's not about they're taking opportunities away from him necessarily. It's about if he's your best perimeter defender, or even maybe your top 2, I don't see him averaging 18. Like, you're not going to give him the ball and be like, all right, now be this guy that, we think you can be because DeMar's not here. We're going to give you the shots. Like, that's asking too much for. I don't think that's the type of basketball player he is, where he can do that. Those guys are special. Those are Kawhi Leonards. You know what I mean? Those are even Anthony Edwards to a certain degree that play both sides of the ball at a super, super high level. And I think that's okay. Like, if Keegan is averaging 13 to 15 and being your best perimeter defender, guarding your 3s and 4s, that's fine. That's fine. I don't need him to average 18. I'll get somebody else in here to do that. I'm good with him averaging 13, 14, being a knockdown 3-point shooter, and being one of your best perimeter defenders out there.
Okay. And so, laying all that out, you'd be confident in Indiana without Ty?
No.
Would you give them a shot at all?
Yeah, they deserve it. They deserve that. I'm just out of respect. They deserve that. They've shown that they're a hell of a team.
Mm-hmm.
They work hard. I think the others play well at home.
Mm-hmm.
So I'd give them a shot.
Yeah, that's probably a really big component to this. It's a home game for the Pacers, and we saw the way that they showed out in Game 3 for that first home game back. This is the last home game, no matter what happens.
Mm-hmm.
Win or lose, this is the last time the Indiana crowd is going to see this basketball team.
I'd give them a shot just out of respect. But it goes back to the Nembhard situation.
Mm-hmm.
Like, if he's supposed to be the one on SGA the whole time, he's not going. I don't think he's going to get 25. Like, I think you got to choose in that situation. Like, if you're asking Nembhard to be the SGA stopper or attempt to ask him also to be like, yo, we need 25 from you. That's asking a lot. You better throw TJ McConnell on him on SGA. And if you need that 25 from Nembhard, if you think that's the best way for you to get the 25, right? So if you think that Mathurin can give you 25, maybe you keep Nembhard on SGA because you're not asking Nembhard to give you that.
Yeah,
you're asking Mathurin to give it to you. But if you're asking Nembhard, you can score off the bounce, you can hit the three, you can penetrate. We're gonna need you to up the offense tonight. I'm gonna put somebody else on SGA most of the time because I don't think you're gonna be able to keep up doing both.
Well, that maybe there's a situation where you don't, and the conversation is with Obi and Mathurin, and that because if you're the Pacers, if you're Rick Carlisle, you're not trying to win the next two games. You're trying to win Thursday, and you got to have a strategy for Thursday's game. And if it's we're running at all costs, it's getting up and down the floor. Maybe Nembhard's defensive assignment isn't as big of a deal. Maybe it's one of those things where you as a shoot ask the crowd to carry you a little bit. Maybe this is where you rely on those guys like, TJ to have another big moment, Mathurin to have a moment like he did a couple of games ago. Like that's where some of this gets made up. The Pacers were in a close enough position with 4 or 5 minutes left last night, and Ty was terrible. So you've got guys, and that's one of the really difficult parts about last night. They played better inside. Everything else was kind of there's usually one glaring stat that stands out, and this isn't true just for the NBA Finals. This is true in basketball games, but it's particularly true in these NBA Finals. And this one, it's turnovers. The turnover stat it's the one that stands out. Again, you look at points in the paint. The Pacers did everything that we've asked them to do to be competitive in the game. They did that. But, man, they were throwing the ball all over the place. Particularly, they had 8 turnovers in the fourth quarter. There's 32 points off of those turnovers last night. We thought game 1 was bad. You've got to it's the game 4 thing again where if you're the Pacers, you feel like you let one slip away. Like you had it, and you had it late. This one is a little bit different. But you watch the game back and you're like, we played well enough in every facet of the game to beat Oklahoma City, except one. And that one murdered us. Just killed us.
And this is why I don't think they can win in OKC again. They have to play a perfect game. You have to play a perfect game to win in that place against that team. You got to win a perfect – because you got the one that you're going to steal. You got that one. You stole that one. But to win in that place, I'm a believer now, I guess, of what OKC can do at what is it, Paycom Arena, whatever it is. You got to play a perfect game. So if you cut down the turnovers, the production has to be there offensively. You can't have people in foul trouble on the defensive end. I play a perfect game. Now, the good thing about that is you don't have to play 4 perfect games. You just got to be perfect one night.
Yep, that's it.
And if you're able to get this game 6 and get it to a game 7, none of that other stuff really matters. None of the other stuff, the history, the numbers, what they've done at home, none of it matters. You just got to be great for one night.
Yep.
For one night. So that's the chance that I would give them and anybody else. But it's difficult, man, because you have to play 48 minutes of the some of the best basketball you've played all year.
Mhm.
That's a tough task. Excuse me.
And so much of last night's game, the discussion, looking up at the television just a heartbeat ago, is going to be centered on Tyrese Haliburton, his play last night, and the injury that's going to kind of hang over him right now. It's going to hang over this series. It's going to hang over the Indiana Pacers. I thought the discussion the halftime discussion, and I didn't watch a lot. I didn't watch any post game. We were together preparing for what we were doing on ABC 10 with Matt and Kevin. But at halftime, Perk was just over the top critical of Tyrese Haliburton. And he was screaming and yelling in true Perk fashion about how he don't want to hear any excuses about Tyrese being injured. And it's like, yeah, Perk, that's cool. Shams is a reporter. He's reporting. Like, Ty ran to the locker room twice in the first half. He's reporting why. That's his job. Ty's not going, guys, calf hurts. Just letting you know, I missed that shot because my calf hurts. Like, he's not making excuses. Shams is reporting. Perk is going crazy about, oh, I don't want to hear that. If you're on the floor, you need to produce. Like, okay, Perk, like, brother's out there trying to help his team. Like, I get it. Stephen A is delightful in this. He's just loving every second because in between his games of solitaire, he hates Tyrese Haliburton. You can hear in the way he discusses it. He does not like this player whatsoever. And yeah, I'm with Perk. You've got to be out there. You've got to do this. You've got to do that. It's like, okay. I hear everybody. These are the same guys, though, that if Ty had exited the game, oh, yeah, he had a sore calf. Oh, this is the NBA Finals. You're supposed to be a superstar in this league, and you're missing the game because you've got a sore calf. Because remember, that's what it was at the time. It was a soreness. There was no strain. There was no tear. There was no nothing. Shams was reporting calf soreness. That's what he went to the locker room for. These dudes would have fussed and threw a fit. Yo, this is the NBA Finals. You think Shaq would have missed that? You think this superstar would have missed that? That superstar would have missed that? It's like you guys can't make up your mind. You want him to go out there hurt, injured, whatever, and score 40. Bro is out there trying. He's trying to play basketball. Like, he's doing everything he can to help his team. He got skittish on the offensive end. That was clear. He took one distinctive shot. I remember. I don't know how many shots he took in the second half, but there's one, like, I very much remember that it's like he has no lift. Like, that shot is just flat. And it's like, all right, why don't you put the onus on Rick Carlisle then? If the situation, if the frustration is his lack of production, your anger should be directed at Rick Carlisle. Ty's trying to play, but you guys can't make up your mind on whether athletes are supposed to play through injuries or sit through injuries. You're talking about, oh, sit them, get ready for game 6. What you go? How many times has this team, this whole postseason has been about the Pacers coming back in games, and you were going to pull them in the first half? Like, come on, man. Like, I hate the discussion about these athletes sometimes as if there is one way that things has to be, that there is one way that things have to be done. And I just don't think that's the case.
I agree with you on that. I feel like Perk has zeroed in on Tyrese in these playoffs for whatever reason. Tyrese and Stephen A, they've had this back and forth that I don't even know it was really a back and forth. It feels like Stephen A just responded to something that was a comment in general by Tyrese. So maybe they got what they got going on. But I don't know what Perk's issue is with Tyrese. He seems to have been pretty rough on Tyrese for most of these playoffs. One place I think it may center around, and you gotta have critical thinking skills, in my opinion, when you're faced with this situation that maybe they're not having right now, is we did have that discussion in the middle of the playoffs about whether he's a superstar. Tyrese Haliburton is a superstar. And there was people that were like, you're crazy if you don't think this is a superstar. This is a superstar. And there's other people who were like, he's not a superstar. And I think where Perk and maybe even Stephen A. Are kind of locked in on, and maybe even get lost on, is they're like, if you want to call him a superstar, we're going to treat him like a superstar. We're not going to give those other guys that are superstars don't get no grace. So we're not going to treat him with kid gloves. I'm not saying I agree where they're right, but that's the mindset. Luka is a superstar. He got his ass lit up last NBA Finals for his performance. Lit up. And and he didn't even play like awful. I know Tyrese he was hampered yesterday, but game two was pathetic. 5 points through most of the game if you're talking about superstar status.
Mm-hmm.
And I think they go a little too far. They take it a little too far because they're not taking into account like the man is having trouble walking. So I'm not going to go crazy on him. Yeah, I heard Perk talking about, oh, I don't want to hear no excuses. Well, it's not an excuse. Like, the man's got a calf strain. That's hampering him. That's an issue. That's something that has to be dealt with. But I think some of it probably comes from that conversation that was about a 2-3 week conversation on all these shows, on our show, on about who's a superstar and all this other stuff. And I understand it. I just think they're going too far. I think they're going too far with the criticism. That's where I stand on it.
Okay. This all boils down. It all goes back, and that's a great point. It all goes back to the superstar conversation. And as you are well aware of, you have to have an opinion in this industry and stick to it and die with it. And so if you said Tyrese is not a superstar, as those two screamed about on television for days on end after Ty eliminated his beloved New York Knicks, then like that's fine. You're going to use every opportunity to prove that you were right. There's no in between. There's no superstar emerging. There's none of that. It's just like, no, he's not. He's just not that. And this proves it. He had 5 points in a finals game. Now he's out here dogging it. He's and Perk said he looked scared. That's what he said. This was the first half because I'm listening to him at halftime. He said he looked scared. And I thought that was absolutely ridiculous. Now, you fast forward, if you told me he looked scared in the second half, I think you're going a little too far. I definitely think he looked timid on the offensive end. Ty did not go out there playing scared in that basketball game last night, like at all. The dialogue is weird, but I guess that's just the game.
I think those two specifically have been a little overboard because I saw Perk was talking like this in game 2. And was going out of his way talking to Bob Myers like, Bob, no, we ain't going to let this go. We going to talk. And like, all right, man, like, I get it. But for him to go out there when the man's clearly hampered and still have, still not factor that into his performance, I think that's completely unfair. But, there's a number of different things to it. I like Tyrese Haliburton. I like how he get down or whatever. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
But Tyrese, we talked about this before in the past. When things are all good, Tyrese is choke signing and he's talking and he's yelling at the crowd and he's pulling his shirt up and he's that dude. And then game 2 happens. The fourth quarter of game 4 happens. I'm a big believer of if you're going to be that boisterous and have, that demonstrative, there are going to be people that are going to be looking for that same energy when things aren't going that same way.
Well, what you want him to do, to choke sign when he plays bad? I'm confused.
No. If you're going to do all that, you got to be prepared for people to look for that same energy. Not saying, like, I get it. Like, they're losing. You ain't going to do the choke sign. But you open yourself up to it. Like, I'll put it to you this way. Nobody going to get on SGA for that. Right? Because SGA is the same whether they're up 20 or down 20. He locked in and focused. But if you're going to be demonstrative when things are going well. You've got to accept that people are going to look to bring that back to you when things aren't going well. And not only
That's fine. I don't think he's scared of
but
that.
not only not going well, not winning, but you're performing the way you are in those games. 5 points through 3 quarters after everything that was going on, but they're going to be on your head.
And that's okay.
And
I don't have no problem with that.
That's all that is.
I don't have any issue with being critical of the way Tyrese is playing. None. I have an issue with you. I have an issue with the dialogue around his injury.
And I agree with you.
And that he should do this or he should do that. Like, you could be critical of him for not scoring. You could be critical of him for the way he shoots. You could be critical of him for not being aggressive. That's all fair game. But to say he looks scared is ridiculous. But to also, sit down. Oh, you're not producing. Don't use no injury as an excuse. The man said if I can walk, I can play. He's not using anything as an excuse. But we hear someone else say something about Ty's injury. Oh, that's just an excuse. Like, okay, I guess, or it's part of the story. Like, every component to a story isn't an excuse. If I told you, man, today's show was no good because I had a headache, no, that's an excuse. I got a job to do. Like, I've got to be better in that regard. It doesn't affect my ability to watch these games and put together a show that people will be interested in. But I guess if you want to tell part of the story, you can. These guys just it's like black and white. When you have a firm stance in an argument that has nothing to do with what's happening, it's just a black and white component, and there's no in between. And Ty has been, I could be wrong. Ty's been that guy that's like whole postseason. The debate around the constant debate about Tyrese Haliburton has been running through the postseason now for like the third straight series. There's no debate around Oklahoma City, none. I mean, there are conversations around the Knicks, Celtics, all of that stuff, but nothing like what took place with Ty after he hit that shot against the Knicks.
I think there's another component to it that
hell, the Cavs didn't even get any heat for being a 64-win team losing because everybody was talking about Tyrese.
Well, yeah.
Which is crazy.
I think there's another component to it that I'm not trying to saw nobody out, but I think it's a real component. I'll bring it up though when we come back.
All right, Steelo and KC. Brought to you by Sky River Casino on Sacramento Sports Leader. I wasn't sure if I was going to say something else after that. Yeah, I was.
Alan, that might be the case. Well, I'll talk about that a little bit. I don't know. Some people care about it. Some people care about it.
We got a radio show.
Yeah, Stephen Brown, he does. He does. I like it. I talk shit too, if need be. So I get it. I understand it.
It's Chris Mullins' face.
I talked to Chris.
You were talking that
I was
episode.
talking to Kenny Smith.
Kenny Smith. I think you were pissing Kenny Smith off, to be honest.
I don't think so. They told me to do it.
No, it was good content. But I think Kenny Smith was like, okay, who the hell is this?
They told the producer said, "Hey man, you're gonna be the one this episode." So
Kenny Smith
what the
was
deal is. Go ahead, talk it.
That was our first ever guest.
First ever guest.
Mm-hmm.
Shout out Danny. Gotta give a quick shout out to our guy, Delivery Joe.
Okay.
Big ups to him, man. He tweeted your boy. He said, I gotta defend at King KC _916 on the pasta container. We've had a Golden Grains glass container for pasta in my family as far back as I can remember. It's just always been there. Looks like an oversized mason jar. Yes. That's exactly what it is.
But yours is made of crystal.
Well, see, who said that?
It's true.
What do you mean it's true? Nobody even said that.
It's a Cartier.
Do you realize
a Cartier pasta holder?
A Cartier pasta. Do you have a Cartier Cheerios holder too?
No, that would be.
You thought about it for a second.
No, it's
though.
not.
Did you hear the pause?
No, what I'm saying, the Cheerio container is like a
Sometimes
plastic
the
joint.
message is
Wait,
in the
hold on.
pause.
You guys know one of
Don't
those,
tell me
right?
you're taking the cereal.
Oh,
out the
now
box
it's
as
plastic.
well.
It's not glass
Did you
anymore
hear
like a mason jar. Now it's plastic.
That's where the pasta.
Wow.
That's where
See,
the pasta.
you lie so much you can't keep track of your lies. We just went through this.
No, the pasta's
We
in the glass
literally
container.
just went through this with the wine fridge. You lied to
What
all
I
of our faces about the wine fridge. Oh, it's like $200, $300.
That's what I thought. I couldn't remember.
Then your wife texts me that you're a liar.
No, I couldn't remember. I didn't say definitively that's what it was. I
How
said something
could
like
you
that.
be on? So you okay? So
He said a cheap one usually was $250. He
So-
said he thought he
no,
got his for $3
I
to $4,
found one
and
for
then
everybody. I found one for everybody at $250.
You forgot that you spent an additional $400 to what you told us you spent.
It was like 3, 4, 5 years ago.
Boy, when you say you forget you spend the money, you telling the truth.
It's like a stick of gum TV.
Man.
Now, Jesse, what you mean you ain't never got the plastic for the cereal?
Well, I'm just saying, like, you take the cereal out the bag as well and put that in a little container too?
Yes, that's perfectly normal.
Yeah, we
Is
keep
it
ours in a
crystal?
cereal box.
No, it is a regular
Like would
Tupperware
Ryan
container.
be in trouble if she dropped it?
Absolutely not. It's a Tupperware container.
Oh, probably because you got a whole treasure
Yeah,
trove
no.
of them.
At my
not
grandmother's
telling
house, like there was Tony the Frosted Flakes. We called it Tony the Tiger up there.
Yeah,
There was
yeah.
whatever else, like it was in the box or whatever, not in some container.
Those containers actually help preserve the cereal.
You got to
If you
eat
leave-
it, brother.
If you leave them in the box, sometimes they get stale quicker than in the container.
Oh, we don't leave cereal at my house for that long.
I'm not telling you guys about my personal life anymore. I'm done. I just work. That's it.
Kenny's taking a stand. It's sports only. Stick to sports, jackasses. All right.
We were talking about Stephen A. Kendrick Perkins. I think they're doing too much with Tyrese, especially with the injury that he's dealing with right now. I think they're going a little too hard, in my opinion. But not to stall them out. Just being real about the situation. Because I go through it. Maybe you go through it. Maybe you don't go through it as much as I do because you're not as active on these social media things.
Mhm.
But I'll talk about a tweet that I wrote. I'll come in here and I'll be like, man, everybody on my head about the A's take. And you're like, what are you talking about? Like, what are you talking about? We didn't talk about it. I agree. What are you talking about? But I made a tweet and 10 people.
I don't know why I
responded.
made a tweet is funny to me. I don't know. That's like, I don't know why that's funny. I made a tweet.
I made a tweet.
I got it.
And 10 people responded and were like, you bugging KC or you're wrong or da-da-da-da. So this is 2025 social media. Like they on my, or if I feel like I got to defend myself, I've been defending myself for 12 hours before we get onto the show. And now I'm like entrenched in it. I'm sure, and I'm not saying they're right for how they're going about it. I'm sure multiply that by 200 for if they said, I don't think Tyrese is a superstar, and everybody just talking about how dumb they are for having that take. We see them get on air and they going in like, I told you he wasn't a superstar. We're like, who arguing with you? I'm just watching the show, bro. What are you talking about? But in 2025, they engage or they see things on their social media that has them thinking they got to super defend themselves from this conversation that they were having or this dialogue that they were having. Yeah. I'm not saying it's right or wrong, but I'm just saying that happens.
I hear you. And I think it's just a mentality. And I like there's obviously great value in social media, regardless of the platform you're on, but there is a level to it that's not real. The video of Kenny and I laughing, that was fake. We faked the video. We had these pictures out at the Oak Park Brewery, and Katie texted me. I sent them to her. She was going to do something with. She was like, "Hey, could you guys like take some pictures or a video like smiling, like laughing, talking to each other?" So I said, "Hey, like an hour later, we need to go over to the wall where we just were and just like follow my lead." We weren't talking about nothing. We just said, "Hey, just laugh, act like we're having fun." Film the video, and all of a sudden we're having the time of our life.
Now, technically, there's the terminology was wrong. That was a reenactment because we did have.
Well, yeah, we did.
We just didn't have the camera there.
No, for sure. But we created that for social media, and social media is a creation. There is an element to it that's real. There's an element to it that's not, and you have to make a decision how much you're willing to dive into that. And if you're the likes of, I feel like I've removed myself a lot from Twitter, but like if you're Kendrick Perkins, you're Stephen A. Smith, and you've got, you talk about, people was on my, they was on me for my A's take, and you said you got 10 replies. Okay, like how many people listen to this show every day?
Thousands.
How many people watch this show every day?
Thousands.
How many? Like you say, oh, it's probably, you said 200 times worse. Let's say it's 1,000 times worse for the likes of those guys. All right. So we'll say they get 1,000 replies. You get 10,000 replies. There's 5 million people watching them. In the grand scheme, like who are you arguing with at this point? Right? Are you arguing with someone who is watching your show? It's the number one reason I don't do social media anymore is because why would I take a thought that I have, constrain it to 240 characters when I've got 4 hours to provide you full context as to why I feel something? Something's going to get left out when I tweet it, and it's going to piss half the people off that are reading it. I don't need that headache. I'm good. I got 4 hours to explain to you why I think Tyrese is a star, why I think De'Aaron's time might be done, why I think the Sacramento Kings will be great next year, or why the Sacramento Kings will be awful next year. I have time to do that. I use Twitter as a way to get your attention. The Sacramento Kings are a mess. Kings fans, wrap your brain around De'Aaron Fox being traded. There was a strategic reason we did all of that. We knew where we were going. We knew what was happening. These guys, like you can. I guess I'll never understand the idea that you can't change your mind in this industry. Like you can't. Like we'll just stick with Tyrese. Like I don't think Tyrese is a superstar. Okay. Oh, wait a minute. I might have been wrong, man. This brother's showing like what he did last night, what he did this night. Like it's just you're married to your original opinion. And I've said all postseason, I was wrong about Tyrese. Tyrese is doing things that we explicitly said I don't think he'd ever be able to do. He's leading a team. He's hitting game winners. He was, maybe not necessarily now, but he was being really aggressive on the offensive end. He was taking those big time shots, something we specifically said, I think De'Aaron will do that. I don't think he will. Hey, I was wrong. It's good. Like, I'm fine with that. These guys can't be wrong though.
So, and I'm trying to be real with how I critique these people and the way that I go about it. Because number one, to your point, you had said, why am I going to go back and forth with you on Twitter? I got 4 hours where I can talk about it and get my thoughts off that way. Stephen A or Kendrick Perkins may not be going back and forth on somebody on Twitter. They see it, and then they get on their platform and they explain why they're right or why they're justified in their opinion, whether that's First Take, whether that's the halftime show, pregame show, whatever. So they don't have to go back at you on Twitter, because I know you watching. You're going to see I'm going to respond to you indirectly with how I'm watching. The other thing about that is, NBA guy 773. Yeah.
Great account.
Like, I'm not really tripping off what you say, but if I'm Stephen A or Kendrick Perkins, I didn't had like, not heated, but you know what I mean? I didn't had passionate back and forths about this with guys like Jay Williams on air, off air.
Mm-hmm.
So I've been expressing to him my side the whole time. Like, no, bro, you tripping. When that moment comes up that justifies my thinking, yeah, I might not have been talking to NBA guy 773. Jay, I know you watching, Jay.
Yeah.
I told you this is what he does. But that may be where it comes from as well.
And that's perfect. And I'm completely good with that. If that's truly how you feel, I'm completely good with that. I just don't feel like every single thing that happens with a particular subject is a part of your argument. If you don't think Tyrese is a superstar, that's fine. Playing through an injury doesn't constitute whether you're a superstar or not. And that's the crux of my issue.
Mm-hmm.
Is I just like you're so like, you like these sports media people, they expect the world from these athletes. Like it's weird. I just don't understand. I didn't understand the conversation around him last night, because it felt rooted in something other than what the actual issue was. And that's the conversation.
And I think they tripping. Like, I think they're going too far. Another example, Stephen A, Kendrick Perkins, they are, I mean, you talk about going too far. A lot of people thought it was funny that what happened on Friday night with the guys sitting courtside with the Dumb and Dumber things with their pictures on it.
Mm-hmm.
That's part of the territory. But come on, who the hell are you?
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? To call me dumb because you don't like how I talk about basketball.
Mm-hmm.
I'll slap the fire out of you.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? Like, if you want to get personal like that, but those are the things that they got to deal with. And we talking about Twitter. We talking about conversations with Jay Williams.
But
they go to the airport. Remember yesterday, I'm talking to our guy Brennan about the weather. Yeah, everybody talks to him about the weather. I don't. Yeah, leave me alone. I don't want to talk about this, right?
Kenny asked the meteorologist at ABC 10 about the weather. I'm like, bro, what are you doing? Like, leave the man alone.
Let him not talk about the weather.
He does not want to tell you the forecast on Friday.
So to that point, though, Stephen A, Kendrick Perkins, flying to Indiana.
Yeah.
You think there's people that you wrong,
Yeah.
you tripping, he a superstar.
Yeah. But
like, they probably, that might be built up is all I'm saying.
I understand, but the issue is you have to knock down Ty or whatever particular player or athlete to get your point across to the dude in the front row with the sign or the dude at the Indiana airport. Like, the dude at the Indiana airport feels no consequence or repercussion for how you feel about Tyrese Haliburton, but Tyrese does. That's my problem.
Right.
You can't separate the two. You're trying to prove to the guy, in the front row with the sign or the guy at the Indiana airport that you're right by trashing a young man who's never stood on a podium and said, I'm a superstar, respect me.
Mm-hmm.
He's just going out there and playing basketball.
Mm-hmm.
He's having a hell of a postseason, and he's been one of the major focal points of this postseason, which leads me to something else. And I realized this talking to Trysta last night, who will be with us at 2:00. And I started.
Good job last night, by the way.
Thank you. Yeah. I started to think about this. while we were watching the highlights during our, like the highlights are actually rolling in front of us while we're doing the news hit. And I realized it wasn't a point of discussion yesterday, but it can be a point of discussion for us today. And it's whether it's Tyrese, whether it's the series, whether it's kind of backing the Pacers a little bit in this. I recognized I haven't appreciated Oklahoma City and Shai Gilgeous-Alexander in the season he's had the way that I should. And I think when this is over, regardless of whether they win on Thursday, Sunday, or don't win at all, I think I'm going to appreciate the season SGA had and the Oklahoma City Thunder had far more when it's over. We're wrapped up in so many different discussions right now that I realized last night SGA quietly had like 31 and 10. If I didn't write this number down, don't kill me. If it's not 100% true, it's really, really close. But I think the number was J-Dub, SGA, responsible for 103 of the 120 points. Yeah, 120 points that the Thunder had. They were responsible for 103 of them. And it was like, yeah, SGA had 31 and 10 last night. J-Dub hit the big shots. I mean, and they had guys, Wiggins, who was Dort, guys just hitting threes. And it's like, oh my God. But SGA, there's 5 more from SGA. But then J-Dub hits a loud basket. Aaron Wiggins hits a killer 3. SGA, 5 more points real quick. And you realize this man had 31 and 10 in a game 6 at home, which I did want to point this out to you. I listened to a couple of different podcasts, read a couple of different articles. Multiple people, like just league people, not Oklahoma City people, said that was the loudest arena they had ever heard last night.
It looked like it was lit last night.
Like they
it
said,
absolutely looked like it was lit.
One guy said, I swear to you, the ground was shaking. Like I have never experienced anything like this in my life. Like they were chanting before the game started. They were chanting outside the arena. They were on their feet for 70+% of that game.
No, I take my digs at OKC, but the whole finals they look different to me than the playoffs. Like the finals been lit in OKC.
Yeah, I can't even remember the first 2, but last night it noticeably looked different. But the point is, that was a side note. I haven't appreciated the season SGA had. Like SGA is on the verge of winning Finals MVP to go along with the regular season MVP, to go along with an NBA championship, to go along with a scoring leader, to go along with a 68-win season, to go along with the top defensive team in the league. Bro, that is in every like conceivable definition of the word. He is having a historic season.
Facts.
And I just haven't appreciated it enough.
And what they did last night was a baby version. I mean this with no disrespect, but it was a baby version of LeBron and Kyrie in their game 5. Obviously, it wasn't 2 40-point games, but look at that box score. There wasn't much else outside of those 2.
Yeah.
I know Aaron Wiggins, I think, had 11, or it was Case and Wallace. I can't remember which one, but somebody had 11 off the bench. But Chet, he wasn't in double figures. Caruso wasn't in double figures, and the game got tight. Those 2 had to make some big time plays down the stretch to get that team the victory, and they made, like you mentioned, every play they needed to make in those situations. So these guys, man, I always, much like you, I always knew they were a good team, a great team, a championship caliber team. But what I've seen from them later in these playoffs, like in the Denver series, the way they responded, just dismantling Minnesota the way they did, and then especially the way they played in these finals. There's another level of appreciation that I've gained for the Thunder and even SGA too. Like SGA is, I liked him a whole lot. Man, one of my favorite players in the league right now. One of my favorite players. I love everything about his game, how smooth it is, the demeanor of it all. He's fantastic. He is fantastic, and this team has been fantastic all year long.
And he probably deserves a lot of credit for just recognizing I'm going to be a facilitator in this one. I'm going to score 31 because that's what I do. But I've got guys on my bench who are actively involved in this game. I need to make sure that continues to happen. My apologies to SGA for not enjoying his season as much as I should have this year, because he's been historic. He's been absolutely terrific.
It's a little, I mean, that's the nature of it though, right? Like we dealt with this a little bit last year, a lot actually with the Celtics. Like when teams are that good, how, maybe it's unfair, but how many more ways can we say they're good? You know, or they're great. Like we acknowledge it. We talk about it. It's great. If we came in here every day talking about how great the Thunder were since March, like that would get a little dry. Like we look for,
we do it with how bad the Kings are. Why can't we do it every day?
Well, bad also drives attention more than good sometimes.
Absolutely does.
You know what I mean? But good. Like I said, we did the same thing with the Celtics.
You know what it is? Yeah, you're right. You're 100% right. I feel like the Celtics last year, and this might be, you know, the Jesse effect, is they got mentions. You know, when they're on a run of such and such games. Oh, they're doing this. I feel like OKC was just kind of like casually, yeah, man, OKC is running. Oh, it's 14 in a row for OKC. And then it's just on to something else. Like, oh, the Bucks aren't below 500 anymore. Like, how many times did that happen? Or, hey, look, you know, we get to 2025. Yo, hey, you're at the All-Star break. You see what the Pacers did the last month? Yeah, they did what OKC did since October, but it was always glancing towards the new shiny thing.
Yeah, and I'm not saying you're saying anything different, but that makes sense to me. Like if we were like, Indiana is 20-5. This is wow, we didn't see this coming. We're like, well, yeah, OKC, they've done that the last 3 months, 20-5 in each of the. Like we know that. And also it gets to a point where we're just waiting for them to be crowned the champions. Like there's no real intrigue. We didn't think Memphis could mess with them. Like that's why you eliminate a whole round where we're not paying attention to them. Denver didn't really have our attention until they did. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And then the Minnesota series, after the first 2 games, it was clear like, oh, well, this ain't going to happen. We have, once again, no need to pay attention to them for a whole round. Then you get to the NBA Finals, and we're seeing if we could bring it on home. You're right about the Celtics and everything, but remember, Jason Tatum lost the MVP in like January after 2 games.
Right.
And we never talked about it again.
Yep. No, that's true.
We never mentioned him
true.
as MVP again.
That was crazy. That was the craziest MVP run in history. It just died. Not only did it die, voters said it ended. Like they weren't bashful about it. They didn't hint at it. They just flat out said on their podcasts, yeah, Jason Tatum lost the MVP today.
What?
Yeah, he lost it. Can't lose to the Lakers and the Bucks in consecutive games. It's over. Okay.
Bro, it gets even worse. I think they lost to like the other MVP contender, like Jokic and the Nuggets.
They lost to Denver and Cleveland that week. And everyone's like, yeah, see, like they're not real contenders.
And Tatum, we just can't even have that discussion anymore. It's over. And they meant it. It was over. They never had the discussion again. Poor Tatum.
I think they were like 22-2 over the 24-game span or whatever. Just had those 2 losses right there.
That's
I can't do it. Like, dude's a bum.
Tatum was averaging like 27 and 7 and 7. And they're like, nah. We said in January we weren't having this discussion, and we meant it. We're not having this discussion.
See, Derek White scored 20. He can't do it.
So it's I understand the frustration for people and for fans like Cole and stuff like that, but sometimes you're too good to be talked about all the time. There's no intrigue. They had the number 1 seed by 15 games.
Yeah.
Like
and that's what
there was no
Boston
injury.
did. Yeah, that's what Boston did last year. But I do think you're right, and maybe that's part of the reason I felt like I'm going to appreciate this more when it's over, or I'm going to appreciate what he's done.
Well,
and this team as a whole has done more
when they achieve what we're all waiting for, right? I think we're waiting for them to win the championship. And then it's like they did it. Let's give them their flowers. Because if they would have gone out in the conference finals, it'd be a disappointment because we're just waiting for the championship.
Mm-hmm.
So heavy is the head that wears the crown or whatever. Yeah. It's unfair, but yeah.
It's the game.
Yeah. Game is the game.
Indeed it is. And there is one game left for the Oklahoma City Thunder to win. They're going to have two opportunities to do it. Thursday or Sunday. And now all eyes will be on Tyrese Haliburton. Actually, all eyes will be on Shams Charania. And when that tweet comes through to tell us what happens with Tyrese Haliburton, I don't imagine that'll be any time today. I'm not even confident it'll be tomorrow. I feel like we'll find something out on Thursday.
Come on, man.
What happened?
NBA guy 773.
Oh,
come on.
Hey.
NBA guy 773 is tapped into the chat.
That's hilarious. He said, KC, heard you were calling me out. WTF did I do? Man, that is hilarious.
That's one of the funniest ones in a while right there. That's
y'all are hilarious. And shout out to, I assume it's Manny, God knows. But shout out to whoever created that account using the NBA logo. Absolutely tremendous.
That was pretty funny, man.
We're going to be at Sky River Casino this Friday, 32 Bruce Street, an evening with D-Lo and KC. You heard that right. We're going to be out there from 7 to 9. We are doing a show. The show won't be on the radio. The show won't even be on YouTube, Twitch, or Twitter. The show will be exclusively for the people in attendance. We're going to have drinks. We're going to have food. We're going to tell a lot of stories. We're going to have a lot of fun. Sure, we'll talk about the Kings. We'll do some Q&As with you. We're going to have, I think Charlie's going to be out there. I'm not sure. Someone will be out there with a microphone going from person to person. Anyone who wants to talk, man, we're going to talk, but we're going to tell some stories that we might not normally tell here on this show. We'll give some backstory to things that we can't necessarily give backstory to on the radio, man, but we're going to have a really good time. 32 Bruce Street, the first ever evening with D-Lo and KC this Friday from 7 to 9 at Sky River Casino. Make your plans to be with us. We'll come back. Trysta Krick in just minutes here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. I've been meaning to tell you. Can you come up with some personal stories to tell on Friday?
Talk about when I was 7. My whole 7-year-old year.
Yeah, so it started.
Bobby Hill, what you talking about, man? Are you the culprit, Bobby Hill? See, Delivery Joe also said he had cereal storage too. There are like I've always said about Sinners, it's just a good movie. Like if you don't want any of the Easter eggs, it's just a damn good movie and damn good story to tell. But if you get into them Easter eggs, man, there are so many. It's crazy. It's crazy. It's so crazy. I'm like, hold on, man. Maybe y'all just making this one up. The Easter egg's crazy in Sinners, man. You're right. I'm not. You get nothing but sports. That's it. Sports. Hold on, guys. I'm looking at Oregon State. Down 4-2 right now to Louisville, top of the 6th. Bases loaded, 1 out. Oh, man. 3 balls, no strikes. Bases loaded right now. Louisville trying to hold on to this 4-2 lead. I'll do a little play-by-play. I don't know who this guy is at the plate, but he's moved up in the box. Strike one, 3-1. West is on the mound for Louisville, number 46. They're on pins and needles in the crowd on the Louisville side. 3 balls and 1 strike. Ground ball to short. This may be an inning. He fumbled it a little bit. Can he get it over? Oh, he doesn't scoop it. Run scores. Run scores. Out at second. Runners now at first and third with 2 outs. They were so close to getting out of that jam unscathed. But now we've got the tying run at third for for Oregon State. The lead run at first. Oh, he tried to scoop it at first. I think he would have been safe anyway.
I didn't know we weren't on ESPN.
I thought we were.
It was on 2.
Russ, I hate it. Goldberg sucks. Bro just walked in and all right.
I will not watch.
What if he beats Gunther?
Just even more reason for us not to watch.
Popped out in the right field. Looks like they're going to get out of this. Looks like Louisville's going to get out of this. They lead going into the bottom of the 6th. 4-3. Brian, I'm not going to say anything. I ain't going to say nothing. I'm not saying anything. It's just about sports on this sports show.
All right, we'll do that right now. That's right. This is a sports show and a sports show only.
Real quick, I did say I was done with personal life stuff, but this was kind of funny. So my mom, she just did something for me or whatever. And she's like, it's all done. And I sent her the praying hands emoji. And I said, thank you. And she said, what are the praying hands for? I said, well, when you think about it, that's a good question. But I was just saying, thank you or bless you for what you were able to do.
I think it's also like, oh, thank you. Like, I think it could be that. And it doesn't have to be, oh, by the grace of God. God is good, Mama. God is good. Shout out to Cheryl in Elk Grove. Saw her at Juneteenth celebration.
And she was doing her thing all over the place.
No, she was. D-Lo, where's Kenny? I think he's somewhere with Digital Underground. I don't know. Reese squashed his beef with me long enough to shake my hand.
Oh man, what a teenager!
Then left.
Well,
then absolutely bolted.
Yeah.
Never. I legit never saw him again.
No, he was just doing teenager things. He's not even a teenager yet. And
I was gonna say, wait, what?
Yeah, he's only 12, and unfortunately, Diane did not squash her beef.
Oh man, that kid hates my guts, dude. Oh my God, that kid hates my guts.
I think she just woke up from a nap.
Bro, you can't have an excuse for why she hates me every time she sees me. Like, yeah, that was tough. I was thinking on the way home, if the girls if Katie's girls had treated me the way Ryan does, I don't think we could be together. Like, I just don't think, like, Ryan hates my guts. Like, Reese just doesn't think Reese just doesn't think I'm cool anymore. He's like, whatever, dude. I roll with Dave. Like, I met Dave when I was a baby. Like, you ain't even that good at this. Ryan, it is absolutely Diane and Charles from Blackish. Like, she's going to haunt me for the rest of my existence.
Well, I mean, like I said, she just woke up from a nap.
All right, dude. That's all right.
That's all it was.
Why do you think she hates you?
I don't know, man. I from the first time I held her, I could see her plotting. She was thinking about throwing up. And it was the day of our very first Sky River show.
Yeah, you look
I was wearing
fly.
a white jacket.
Real fly.
And I was holding Ryan for the very first time. And she like heaved. And Jasmine was like, uh-oh. I was like, what? Hey, give her back. I think she's going to throw up.
She's gone up here.
She was attempting to throw up on me before our first ever live show at Sky River. And it was absolutely intentional because when she went back to Jazz, she didn't do it again. She didn't need to be burped. She didn't barf, nothing. She was attempting to puke on me.
Kyle says that you're Damian barfing after that.
Oh.
And you're proud of that, aren't you? You think you did? Yeah. It's great.
I work with a bunch of children. When Damien's a DJ, that's going to be his drop. Did the DJ D-Lo.
No.
I work with a bunch of children.
Me figuring out how to DJ is Complex's worst nightmare. If I told you, if I ever figure out that DJ app that they keep serving me on Instagram, it is over for you hoes.
You see, I already put my bid in. Say, hey, man, what's up, man?
More work for you guys to do, huh?
Twos.
Well,
ones and twos.
Sometimes,
at least I can do that at home.
Sometimes less is more. Meanwhile, Complex running around. Complex is on the phone right now, and the only reason I know that is because he's walking around with a notepad and a pen.
Poor guy.
And like, I can't even venture what state or city he's talking to in the moment.
Didn't he say they threw another city at him?
Did they?
No. What was Tallahassee about?
No, that was a joke.
Oh.
That was a joke.
Oh,
he has Wichita.
But no, he said yesterday they threw another because you talked about.
I joked if he got, they're gonna.
You talked about Tallahassee, but that's because he had said another city. I thought.
I don't know. Oh, he did. He did. He said, "Did I tell you they want me to do?" I can't remember.
Chicago.
Was it? He was talking to Chicago yesterday.
Oh, that's what it was. He was randomly talking to these cities.
How do we get Complex to take a vacation?
Yeah, right.
That's what I was thinking. Is like, when's the last time Complex was just not in the building?
I was thinking about that like 2 days ago because Casey's gonna take some time off. I'm gonna take off. I normally take off 1 week. I'm gonna tell y'all now. I'm taking off 2 somewhere. I'm taking off an additional time somewhere. And I was like, oh man, when Complex is. I was like, Complex. It's like, wait a minute, Complex has never left. Complex will take Friday off, and normally he's doing one of two things: it's to go be with his goddaughter, or it's to go work. Those are one of the two. Those are the only 2 reasons he will take a Friday off. It is to be with his goddaughter or to go work, and that's it.
That guy needs to go to a beach.
That guy needs to hang up his phone and just walk away from it.
Yeah.
And tell us when he's doing it so we can plan accordingly.
So we can record.
We
should do that.
I'm tired.
I think he should do that twice a week.
I'm tired, boss. I'm tired.
2 days out of the week. That's what he should do.
Well, we got one. We really have to fight for that second one, but
man, we got Trysta pulling up, man. So let's holler at our people real quick.
Yeah, man. Let's start with let's see what Mitch is talking about. 916-909-1320. What's up,
boy?
Mitch?
Uh-oh.
What's up, Mitch?
Put your seatbelts on. How you doing, Damon?
Okay. All right.
Casey.
What's up, man?
Put your seatbelts on.
Okay.
I don't want to be I don't want to be liable. Lawsuits you. Well, you guys had a good weekend. This is the I still don't understand to this day. Haliburton and Fox, they couldn't coexist. I mean, A-Rod and Derek Jeter played together, right? They worked it out.
Barely.
Jay Williams, you're not getting any MVP votes. And, Haliburton was hurt yesterday, but could he at least try to dunk the ball, get some, shots in, up his percentage? It's just funny that now that it's not a Cinderella story. They wanted to go 7. I know. I see Thunder winning too, but because I think they have a better bench. And Mr. Cincinnati Red there, Casey, you will love to have De La Rosa. You guys have a good player in Devers. And I'm hearing they're going to be looking the Giants. I know. I guess I just hop on real quick over to baseball, right? You noticed that. I know.
We about to smack y'all up next time we play you. You're lucky we kind of gave away that game on Sunday because we just there's too much going on. We threw I think the guy's name was Jesse or something. We just threw somebody out there. You got lucky. When you guys come to Oracle Park, we about to slap y'all up.
Yeah, well, it's better to be lucky than good, as they say. Maybe we should get Josh Naylor, put him left field because we got to up the ante for the Giants. But I'm sure the Giants, the Dodgers, the front office is not saying, we're going to be shaking our boots now because the Giants got Devers.
You should be.
And one more thing. Oh, I'm sorry. I never give you guys a chance to freaking talk. This is for Jesse. I bet you by week 5, Kevin Durant will be the starting quarterback for his Miami Dolphins. You can take that to the bank.
You could take it to the bank. He said, "Thanks for we got the thing."
Why is that brought up today on June 17th?
I don't know, man.
Bro keeps tweeting me about Quinn Ewers. I don't care about Quinn Ewers, Mitch.
Well, he just, I don't know. He just wants to make sure. But you could take it to the bank, though.
Take it to the bank. You know what also pissed me off about the Dodgers?
Mark my words.
What also pissed me off about the Dodgers? They found another player out of nowhere. Who's this Paje guy? Who? Pajes?
Oh, Andy Pajes?
Yeah, where the hell he come from?
I don't know, but he's pretty good.
He's got like 13 home runs out of nowhere. Like they just find these. He wasn't even like a top prospect, I don't think. They just find him just like they found Hernandez 2 years ago. They really pissed me off.
Why are you mad?
Because it pisses me off that they just find these guys. But don't trip. Don't trip. We got something for you. Buster around now. We got something for you. We about to handle that. But yeah, this dude Pajes come out of nowhere, start hitting home runs. He got like 13 home runs, bro. I'm like, for real?
Did you enjoy Shohei yesterday?
I missed him. I just missed him.
Of course,
if you didn't tune in right on time, you missed him because that's how he pitches nowadays, I guess.
Oh, that's hate.
Wow, it is hate.
He hit 100.
You know what else? You know what else is hate? Because I don't think I've told you for 2 days. I hate your freaking camera. It's really pissing me off. The zoom, like
it's got to be a setting, bro.
Jonathan had to have used some like setting to like hyper the colors, and it's like zoomed in, and we can't make a match anymore. And I want you to know, every time I look at your stupid face on this camera, it pisses me off.
Is it a new version? Is it the 2025?
No, there is I think there's a website or an app or something that you can download on a desktop that allows you to adjust the settings of these cameras. That's what I think it is. I think he had this connected to something else, and it's created this stupid screen that you have over there. TC.
It works.
Whatever. What's up, TC?
Hey, what's up with my brothers, man? Hey, hold on, wait. Let me back. What's up with my 2 brothers?
What's up, big dog? How you doing, man?
I'm all right. Hey, so look, check it out. Hey, we got Trysta coming up, so I got to be real quick. I got 2 of them, right? So I'm a piggyback on James. I'm not stealing it from him. Shout out to Will Z and Hammer. So I got because he said DeRozan to the Heat, right? So DeRozan, Devin Carter to the Heat for Andrew Wiggins, Podcast, and the 7th pick. Think about that.
Who and DeRozan? Did you say Domas and DeRozan?
No, I said DeRozan and Devin Carter for Andrew Wiggins, Jaime, and the 7th pick.
Oh, okay.
The 7th?
No, TC, the Pelicans have the 7th pick.
Oh, no. Hey, my bad. The 20th pick. My bad. Listen, because I got a Pelican trade. My bad, y'all. The 20th pick. Think about that one because they got number 20. The Pelican. Hey, thank you, Jesse.
I got you.
You brought me back, bro. Domas, 27 first, a 29 for Zion, Alvarado, and their 7th pick.
TC, you know everyone thinks you just scour the internet and steal trades now, right?
Nah, look. What trade did I steal? That's Sports Track. I'm putting this together myself.
I see you cooking.
Okay.
I see you cooking, TC.
All right. I don't know that. I mean, I think everyone is riding that Jake Fisher report about Kings having a deal to get back into the first round, and we're all trying to figure, or to not get back into, but to get into the first round, and everybody's wondering what it is.
If they were to do a deal with the Pelicans to get the 7th pick, I'd be ecstatic.
You know why? 7th, that's crazy.
You know why? Because I saw something this morning where they had a mock draft, and they got my boy Jeremiah Fears slotted to go 7 in New Orleans. That young man is the truth. If the Kings were able to get 7, and that would include like trading Domas or something like that, get 7, and then select Jeremiah Fears out of Oklahoma. I want to say it's Shade and Sharp levels, but it's close. Like I like him. that much.
Real-
He's the truth.
Real quick, the accusations just don't stop. I'm not Ham in the chat house. I said the Heat won earlier on the Insiders.
Man. TC. That's tough, man. This is TC's life now. This is the life TC has created for himself. He's just a trade thief. They said he got the one.
The trade thief.
Never to be trusted
They
again.
said he got the one yesterday from Reddit.
TC got a trade ghostwriter.
That's crazy. Start calling it.
Marcus said, "Yeah, that was insider talk for sure."
Yo, let's bring in TK, who live over here at this studio. Trysta, what's happening?
Hey,
I almost fell asleep in the studio last night. I was here with you until what? I don't know, 10:30, something like that. And then I had to be back on with NBC at 7 a.m.
So you do your NBC stuff from there?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. It's honestly the best little gig you could get because it's really 20 minutes a day. And I could
Yeah,
work
that's not
8
bad.
hours or 20 minutes. It's the same pay. So I'm all for it. Okay.
That
Ollie?
is not a bad deal.
No, it's not bad. It's not bad.
That is
But
not-
so yeah, I was like, should I just sleep in this podcast studio? Because boy, oh boy.
how many studios does it have in there?
They just have one podcast studio.
Hmm.
So if something's really important, like for example, you okay, Ollie? For example, we had Angel McCautry on yesterday, and it came out today on Let Her Shoot. So if you want to hear
I
her,
can't wait to hear that.
she said so many good things that are like buzzworthy. I can't wait to get them all out on social. Anyway, so we had her on.
We need to
Phenomenal.
send Angel the link one day. Just be like, hey, if you're not doing anything, click this.
Just come through. Yeah, she
Yeah,
would love
that's
that.
it.
She would love that.
Should come to Sky River on Friday.
Did you guys see the beginning of the clip that I posted today where it was like we get on and she's in Atlanta? Did you see this, Casey?
Yeah.
I didn't see it yet. No,
If the chatty house didn't see it, so let me set the stage. So she gets on, she's of course like any athlete, a little late. And she's in traffic, but she's in Atlanta right now at her other place. And so she's like, "Oh yeah, I'm in Atlanta. So, I don't have the full studio set up." And so they're okay, we'll get going. And then I hear a "Chip," and I'm like, Angel, I know you don't have your battery getting low on the smoke detector. And she was like, "No, I don't, that's not." And I go, "Was that a shoe squeaking? Or was that you with your smoke detector?" And she was like, nah. And I was like, "All right, well, listen for it. Let's listen for it." And it just like, "Chip." And she's like, "Oh, man." So the editor had to go back throughout the interview because she was trying to go somewhere else in the house and didn't have good service. So the editor had to take out every chirp
That is
in the
hilarious.
interview. And it took them till like 3 a.m. Eastern to get all the chirping out of the alarm. Out
Are
of
you
the smoke
guys-
detector.
Are both of you guys like the first chirp? Oh, I'm getting up there to change it. I ain't gonna lie.
Oh,
I'm
yeah.
not.
I am.
No, that will drive me insane.
Yeah.
I will pull it out of the ceiling.
Yep.
Yeah, I will tune that
Changing
out.
it immediately.
Easily.
You'll tune it out.
I think so. When I was a kid, we lived directly across the street from a firehouse, and the first, like when we first moved in there, first like weekend, fire truck going out all times of the night, all day long. It's like, oh, this is gonna be crazy. And then eventually, I just never noticed it. And I think that's what I do for a lot of stuff in and around the house, like noise makers like that.
It's your whole life. You just tune it out.
Yeah, because people said like this, they come over and they be like, "That doesn't distract you." I'm like, "What doesn't distract you?" The fire truck all the time. I was like, I ain't even hear it.
Well, that was like I used to live in Natomas by the airport. Like you don't hear there's a certain point where you don't hear the planes anymore. But a smoke detector is different.
And was also with the smoke detector.
I don't feel like
it's spaced out enough.
You
Like if it was constant.
You can't be a trope, right? Like you can't. Like that's the stereotype.
Yeah.
Probably the best possible stereotype that's associated with Black culture is that the beep goes off in every Black house. Okay, that's the stereotype. There's been many a TikTok made about it, and when that happened with Angel, I was like, "Oh God,
Are you
Angel,
eating
we
a
gotta get into
macaroon?
it."
What are you eating?
Yeah, what is that?
It's a piece of cheese.
I thought.
Oh,
that's
you're
what it
just
was.
eating a gigantic piece of cheese. Okay.
They have these
Sweet.
snacks at the office at 2 p.m.
Oh,
They
that's
give you like the Baby Bell cheese. They give you the fruit strips.
They give us
High,
chips.
like real
And then-
high end stuff.
Well, they give us chips and fruit strips too, but once they're gone, they're gone.
Bro,
That's how these are.
Poor Snack Shack. Somebody took like the despondent things that nobody ever wants to eat, and they took them. They ate
The
them.
despondent, that's not the right word.
Well, you're right because it's not a person, but you get what I'm saying.
Stuff.
The food is not a person.
Bottom of the barrel, the bottom of the barrel stuff.
It's not good. They're like fruit cups, like that you used to get in school.
Yeah.
There's like cut up fruit in it, but it's obviously some sort of like syrupy substance that's keeping it alive. It's just sitting there in the
Oh, no.
refrigerator. Like
That's
this is strong tuna and crackers in the vending machine level with that syrupy fruit that's in there.
That's wild.
Mm.
I like
Yeah.
that T-shirt.
Thanks. I assume you're talking to me. You might be talking
Yeah.
to Kenny. I don't know.
No.
We appreciate it.
I like the vintage black.
Yeah, it's a cool look. They have a couple of those, and it's hard for me to find T-shirts I really like. So I kind of rolled the dice on this actively black one and got a couple of them. Like, yeah, these are fire. These
Yeah,
hit.
they are fire.
Yeah, these hit.
How often do you guys buy T-shirts really fast before we go into basketball?
Almost never. Yeah, I don't wear a lot of T-shirts. Like you see on the show, like I have them essentials joints. I have a couple of off-white joints, and now I have these, but that's really the only T-shirts I have.
Once every couple months. Got to re-up.
Well, that one you had on Juneteenth was new.
The wife said that too. I've worn that before.
I don't think that had a very new feel to it.
I've worn that before. As a matter of fact, I took it to the cleaners.
Oh, that would explain.
Whoa! We're dry cleaning T-shirts.
Certain.
Yeah, there's certain T-shirts you should dry clean.
My polo T-shirts,
Yeah.
no, those go in the washer. But
Yeah, there's certain T-shirts you should definitely dry clean.
I feel like I just learned something because
Yeah,
it'll keep the collar intact.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Get it stiff. Pause.
Yeah, we get it. Yeah, it'll what?
It'll keep it stiff. Whoop.
Whoa. It will now, and I had to learn the hard way because there was some I was like, I got this new washer. Like,
Yeah,
I got it. Like
yeah.
I can handle
Nope.
this. And it didn't
Nope.
work out that way. So I'm not doing
I washed one of my essentials joints and didn't dry it fast enough. So when it came out of the dryer, it didn't look good. And I couldn't, it was like, I just need to take it to the dry cleaner. Like, this looks terrible.
Yeah.
And had to take it to the dry cleaner for them to fix it so I could wear it again.
I've had that happen before. I've got a lot of shirts like that. It's just a pain. Portland's got the worst dry cleaners on planet Earth. They just hose you. They're like, oh, you want to dry clean that? It'll be $17. I'm like, I'm not doing that. No, we're
The
not.
place I go to, it used to be $1.75 item. I think they've gone up to about $2.75, $2.50. But I could take about 6-7 shirts in there and pay $30.
Really?
Mhm.
Yeah, that is not what my dry cleaner costs.
What does yours dry cleaner cost?
Not that.
More or
Like
less?
t-shirt, more. Like t-shirts aren't expensive. Like t-shirts maybe, but I know it ain't
I take that
$1.50 or
back.
whatever
I
you
take that
just
back.
said.
It probably ends up being about, last time I spent about $45 to $50.
The best
That's still
dry
good.
cleaning location in the United States, hands down,
Oh.
is Las Vegas. Las Vegas. They'll do it off strip for like $1.50, $2 a piece. I'll go in there with dirty clothes for summer league and go to the dry cleaner because it'll save me $75, $80.
I'm not sure how I feel about that. I'd be concerned. Like, why is it only $1?
There's a million of them. There's a million of them.
Oh, okay.
because there's so many performers, I think, in the town that need their wardrobes and stuff cleaned professionally. So I found one that had like 4.5, almost 5 stars, and that's now my spot. And they get it done in like 24 hours. So I'll put you guys up on game. If you ever go to Summer League, I'll put you up on game.
We never will.
You'll never go. You'll never have a draft pick.
Apparently we should be going this year.
Well, your boy Jake Fisher, your boy said your boy Jake Fisher said the Kings are telling people they're moving into the first round of the draft.
Ooh.
We have no knowledge of this. We have no clue how they're doing it, but Jake was like, "Yeah, that's what they're doing," and they're telling people, which is the kiss of effing death. Yeah. In Sacramento,
guaranteed it's not going to happen.
When they start telling people like it's just a surefire, well, that's not going to happen.
Yeah, Jake, when Indiana was up 10 going into the fourth quarter of Game 4, or 4 going into Game 4, I was like, did Jake Fisher get a ring from the Indiana Pacers? Because he is the reason that Nate Bjorkgren got fired and they hired Rick Carlisle. Remember that? He came out with a scathing article. He wasn't even allowed into the building for Gamebridge. They wouldn't. He had to like contact, like from what I gather, like Indiana was so upset about it. There was like kind of a drama. And so I was thinking to myself, if that was the domino that got Rick Carlisle there, and then built the whole puzzle, then Jake Fisher should get a ring if they ever win a title with Rick Carlisle.
Oh, apparently Lucas should too. He drove Rick Carlisle out of Dallas.
Yeah.
They said Rick Carlisle walked to the back of the plane and said, "I can't do this anymore."
I'm done. I'm out of here. I got a call today, Damian, from my agent. He said, loved our conversation today on the Heat Check.
Really? Oh,
yes.
That's good.
Mm-hmm.
That's good. He wanted to take me on as a client, or she, they?
They, he, she, they, he, him. I don't think there's a they, them. I think it's just a he, him. I think it's just he, him.
I don't need an agent. I don't.
No, you don't.
No one's in.
You're going to stay in Sacramento in this station.
Mm-hmm.
And that's that. So why would you
be perfectly happy?
Yeah, be perfectly happy.
And
we had a long conversation about this, Kenny, in Vegas. About how if I was ever, and I'd say this with the amount, like the most amount of purity of love for the Chatty House and Sacramento fans. Because I think you guys know I would do this on like my deathbed for free. That's how much I love you guys and love this show. But if I'm in Damian's shoes and we're successful, all I can think about is how more, bigger, bet, and Damian and Katie both are like, what? What are you talking about? I'm like, yeah, that's all I think about is like how level. What about you, Kenny? Which one are you? Are you closer to Damian or closer to me?
Probably in between.
Yeah.
Probably in between. I mean, I like what's going on right now. I like money though.
Yep.
And money that I like, I don't know if it'll happen. I'm not talking about Odyssey. I'm just saying in Sacramento being a regional guy. So I don't know, but I got 2 kids at home too. You know what I mean? So
can't leave.
There's a thing that like I told Trysta in Vegas. She in so many ways reminds me of Kara Lawson. Like their drive is nearly identical, right? It's like they have similar think patterns where they're not thinking a step ahead, they're thinking 10 steps ahead. And one conversation that Kara and I used to have, like we had it as recently as like when we took on KSFM, was what is the price on like your lifestyle, the way that you live, like your peace of mind, and is it worth $150,000 to work 12 hours a day, 15 hours a day, 16, whatever it is, like, is that worth it versus making $70,000 and working 6 hours a day. You know what I mean? Like those are conversations I haven't had with her in years, and it's starting to show. Like, but I think you think like that too. Like, what's the cost on my family? Like, what's the cost on me? What's the cost on going to my son's baseball game, my son's, basketball game, whatever.
Yeah. That's usually you've seen one of those memes before and it hit home and you think about it, right? Like where I guess the father's always working and all this other stuff. And you got to provide, you got to make sure you're doing what you're doing for the household and doing the best you can to do it. But he's always working. And then like the son or something comes up to him and he says, "Hey Dad, I've been saving up my money. Here's $100. He's like, "Why you give me $100? He said, "Well, I know you're always trying to make money. And I figured if I gave you $100, you would spend this time with me because you wouldn't be losing money." And it's one of those things that get you to think like, look, like, yeah, you're trying to make every dollar you can, but don't let that take away from these moments that you can never get back. You know what I mean? That are free. Like kid don't want nothing but your time or want you to be there or be present, and don't lose sight of that. You know what I mean? So it's a balancing act sometimes, because sometimes he's not going to be able to do the things that he likes to do with me if I'm broke. So I got to go make the money, but you don't want to lose sight of just the moments. Like Ryan just want me around the house sometimes. You know what I mean? It don't cost nothing. So I try to be mindful of that stuff.
Yeah. And I think with my mom, there's also like more balance for that now than there's probably ever been. Like there's an opportunity I was telling Damien about offline they would pay a substantial amount of money but would force me to move away from Portland. So is there a way
far away from Portland?
Like about as far as a flight about as far as a flight in the United States could be from Portland.
Yeah.
Like no direct flights, 8.5 hours to get there. You're done. It's a wrap for you. Multiple time zones. And I'm trying to finesse him to allow me to do it remotely. Well, not finesse him. Tell him that it's mutually beneficial that we both do this way. But I also know that if they're not, I have to walk away. Yeah. So that's the limitation of ambition, is the love that I have for my mom.
Yeah, and I mean, everyone has that, right? There's nothing wrong with that. Like you have your wife and kids, you have your mom. It's a lot.
I got to figure out how to get $1 million here.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
Like, all right, well, I got to get $1 million here.
Yep.
I'm just trying to figure out how to get a couple bucks more, considering I work a lot longer than I did a year ago. I'm in charge of shows that I've only met once. Like, what? I need to do what? Oh, man. All right. You need to start paying me as a decision.
Damien's in management now. We didn't even know.
That's what God damn it. That's what it feels like.
Corporate D-Lo.
Yeah. Hey, that's fine. You can call me whatever you want to, as long as my paycheck reflects as much.
Same.
Right now, it does not. And now I got quality of life to think about. Like me and Katie are on completely opposite schedules. Like she's leaving the building I'm going to while I'm leaving our home and coming here. And sometimes, if Complex wants to talk, I'm not getting home till 7. They're like, we're apart for, 13 hours. She's got the girls at home. It's like,
she probably with her work schedule, by the time you get home, she's probably ready to go to bed.
It's 100% what it is. Like, plus we got the 4-year-old who's got to get on a sleep schedule. And yeah, right. Like Katie's going to lay down with her at 8 o'clock. She's falling asleep. She's been up since 4. And yeah, it makes this upcoming summer interesting. Interesting.
Better take a bunch of time off. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Who else a free agent?
Like, there's a lot of things to think about this upcoming summer here.
Kuminga. Yeah. Me, Damien, Kuminga. What we gonna do this?
Yeah. Got an opt-out deal. Opt in, opt out, whatever it is. You think the finals are over? Are you of the belief like, oh, that was it?
No, I think, what I will say is we have not a lot of knowledge about Tyrese Haliburton and this injury. I think if he looks the way that he looked last game and he's playing minutes, the same amount of minutes he played last game, where we get 0 field goals from him, then yeah, they'll probably get smacked in game 6. Unless you're getting like a huge Obi Toppin game and an Andrew Nemhard game and a Pascal game. And then also the Thunder have to go 3 for 21 from 3 and like 10 assists again. The game that they really had in hand was obviously game 4, where the Thunder couldn't have been played worse, couldn't have hit the broadside of a barn. Shea is just like lacking, and they seem befuddled and frustrated, and they melted in the sun. They let that win slip between their fingertips. And now I actually think if Oklahoma City would have lost game 4, there's still a chance they could pull a Cleveland Cavaliers with Tyrese Haliburton looking the way that he looks. But I think it's kind of tough to say, right? Because we don't really know this health aspect.
Yeah, I think we talked about it earlier. And I said last night on the news, there's 2 things that I'm definitely afraid of: robots and calf strains. And calf strains are nothing nice. I know he's going to try. I know he wants to try and all this other stuff. If I was his brother or something like that, I'd probably advise him not to play.
Yeah.
He'd be like, this isn't going to feel any better. It's not going to get any better. Calf strains are like month injuries at the least. Like,
remember the calf strain to KD, and they were having him practice behind curtains. Me and Ramona Shelburne are literally like trying to peer between the curtains, like around the side of Oracle to see, like, is KD working out? Is he not working out? And then I'm at that game and he pops the Achilles. Boom.
Yeah.
Done.
Like you just like, even that's like the worst case scenario, right? But even just like, you're not going to be able to play good. We saw it last night. Like, you can't move. It's almost like Chris Paul in the Western Conference Finals when he messed up his groin.
Nope.
Groin.
I said groin.
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 It's
Groin.
one syllable.
That's what I just said, like coin.
No, you
I
said
just said it. No.
groin. You said groin.
Groin.
You guys aren't here.
This is I'll never get over this. I don't know. This isn't a bit. He can't say the word.
It's like coin, right?
Yeah, say it.
I said groin.
But you
Groin.
said groin.
Groin. You guys aren't hearing me right.
No, yeah, that's right. It's all of us. We're all wrong. We're all wrong.
You gotta you're extending the "een" out more.
I don't know what it is, but it's just so obviously wrong.
It's just groin.
Hey,
You know, groin.
Look at my cousin.
Boy, I got some
What the
questions.
hell?
I've got some questions.
What the hell?
Is that man's name Trent Caraway?
Trent Caraway.
Wow.
And he's Trent Caraway.
Yeah,
Whatever you're thinking of.
He looks
it's
exactly
Trent
what you
Caraway.
expect him to look like.
Yeah.
That was a good deflection from growing.
No. But when CP3 got hurt, as much as he wanted to play, he couldn't play. Like, he just couldn't play. And I almost feel that way about Haliburton with this calf. Like, I wouldn't do it. I wouldn't have him play.
The thing that's worth monitoring is Haliburton's consistent lower leg injuries, soft tissue injuries over time. Got injured in the finals, Eastern Conference Finals, against the Celtics. Now that lingered throughout all of the first half of this year. It was like, I don't think his hamstring's right. Yeah, the Pacers stink, and Haliburton stinks, but I don't think he's back. I don't think he's right. Kind of like Chet is right now with that hip, right? I don't think his hip is 100%. And now you've got the calf strain. Baby, you got a hammy, you got a calf, you got an ankle, you got an Achilles. Now you got it's just, for a guy who relies on his shifty, whatever you would call this, like slithery nature of him, or at least like finding ways without a handle to get downhill and be crafty around the rim, you have to have your mobility in check. And so that's something to keep in mind and monitor too.
Yeah, it's tough. It's game 6 of the NBA Finals. Like, I understand. I mean, the one who's ultimately going to have to make the decision, the doctors can have their opinion, barring it being something that doesn't require an opinion. Like this is how you have to handle it. The doctors can have their opinion. Tyrese can have his opinion, but ultimately Rick Carlisle has to be the one to make the decision. And TK and I talked on the Heat Check podcast last night. We thought Rick Carlisle made a mistake when it came to that third quarter. That run was happening with TJ McConnell. Maybe he got a little too eager and went back to Ty before he should have.
That was just one of the most egregious coaching errors I've seen from Rick Carlisle, considering that the only offensive spark that was being provided was because of TJ McConnell, and the defensive spark was from TJ McConnell, and was getting Pascal open looks because he was breaking down the defense, and the angles were much better, spraying out the shooters. It felt like almost he had the OKC Thunder defense in the paint frozen. I'm like, how do you not know he's going to jump stop and then float up? They were just somehow rattled by TJ McConnell, right? And unrattled by anyone else getting into the paint but him. But for whatever reason, little TJ McConnell that could was in there chugga. To take him out for all of the fourth quarter until the game is already over. Yo, the first time I see OKC making a run, we're bringing TJ back in. Clearly, you see with your own two eyes, Haliburton, only east and west, cannot go north and south at all. Can't even hit the 45 angle to get in at all. He's got to round the corner around his defender in order to get to the paint. Just insanity. You could tell he had no lift on his shot. He's tentative, won't even take open shots. Why is this man in the game right now? And now we're getting like an 11-0 OKC run when TJ McConnell had this thing cut to 2. Cut to 2! Well, I mean, it was cut to like 4 or 5, and then he went on the bench, and then the Pascal Siakam 3 cut it to 2. But either which way, this game was like right there. And I think OKC, and I was told by some of the people that were in the building last night, the crowd started to butt pucker a little bit. They started getting quiet, no more claps. They're like, oh man, it's happening again.
Yeah. That was a tough decision. I understand it. It was the wrong decision, but I understand it. Maybe Rick Carlisle is looking at it like TJ McConnell, he's giving us his best. Like, what are you gonna do? Like, have 25 tonight? Like, no, he gave us 17. Now, I maybe he would have, but I know in the moment, it's like, all right, we got all we could ask out of TJ. Let's see if our guy can get back out there. I've talked to him. He said he wants to try it. He said he can go. Let's try it. Clearly, it was the wrong move, though. Like, I'm not disputing that, but I understand one to give your guy. That's the franchise right there. Give him an opportunity out there. Might have cost him that game, but I get
Nembhard was buns too. It's terrible.
Yeah,
and I love it. I love Andrew Nembhard, but
yeah,
boy,
me too.
it was really bad, so bad. No
Casey-
offensive production and just horrible turnovers.
Casey brought this up earlier with or without Tyrese. Do they have to play? I thought they played really well last night. I thought Indiana overall, I thought there was a lot of things they did well. There's just one glaring thing that stood out, and it was the turnovers. Not only the amount of times they turned the ball over, but the fact that it felt, and I'm positive this isn't accurate, but
32 points off of turnovers.
It felt like they scored every single time they turned the ball over. They certainly did in the fourth quarter, which is why the game ended the way that it did. But do they have to play perfect to win a game?
They have to play perfect in terms of delivering the basketball. I don't think they have to hit every shot. I don't think they need to feel stressed at every possession they're going to live and die by. They're going to win or lose the game on. But I think you can't turn the ball over as much as they did. As much as they did in game one, they got super lucky, fortunate that those turnovers didn't result in many points. When you get 32 points off of turnovers, it's a wrap for you. That's the game. That's the game right there.
Yeah.
And even more specifically, though, I think they got to play perfect in OKC to beat the Thunder in Oklahoma City. I think at this point you just got to play one of the best games you played all season. It can't even be just a good game. Like you've got to be 40.
It's got to be like game 3.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
That's the level that we need. But the issue is, what do we get? 30 from Tyrese or something? What did he give us
in that game? Yeah, I don't know if it was.
Or was that the Knicks?
But him and
Siakam.
Siakam. Yeah, I was going to say Siakam had a big night.
He had
Oh no, the game 3, Siakam only had
22.
21.
Yeah, he had 22, 9, and 11.
Mathurin was the one.
That was he had 27.
Yeah,
he had 27.
That was Siakam's stat line or Tyrese's?
Tyrese's stat line, and then Siakam's in that game. So Tyrese almost had a triple-double. And then Siakam had 21, 6 and 4, 2 steals and a block. So he was showing up defensively. I think also we've actually seen some of these role players or key players in Indiana not shrink, but just become lesser versions of them. And I think maybe that's illness, maybe that's just attrition through injury. But Miles Turner has been really bad. Really bad. Had a couple of great moments yesterday, last night's game, but overall very tentative, not shooting the ball very well. We expect him to spread the floor. If you can't spread the floor, now they can pack the paint on you. Just not very good defensively. Aaron Nesmith is clearly hampered with that ankle, has been okay, but getting into early foul trouble. So there's definitely things to clean up. And they haven't gotten a big Miles Turner game yet. They haven't gotten like a huge Andrew Nembhard game yet. Yeah.
That Miles Turner game ain't coming.
No, it's not coming.
Yeah.
It's almost like it's almost contract to me. And I know this won't because they're going to pay him regardless. It's almost like, wow, how much should we really pay Miles Turner?
I mean, can we give OKC a little bit of love for
Oh, they're excellent.
What's happening? Like
excellent.
Mm-hmm.
But he's missing wide open threes.
Yeah, he's
missing layups. Like that's not OKC, that's him, right? Like he's not taking, and maybe they just
that's like Indiana's turnovers too. That's not just OKC. That's Indiana throwing the ball all over the place.
Yes,
it is, but it's also. I'll go back to OKC a little bit too. That's they mess with you mentally, right? Like you're a little more frantic with the ball. You're a little more frantic with your shot because of the pressure that they put on you defensively. You're not as relaxed, as composed as if you're going up against the Kings defense, right? Like,
damn,
I got all day.
Wow, Kings are not bothering anyone.
I got all day. I can do what I need to do. And that also helps with shot making. That helps with taking care of the basketball. So just sometimes it's physically what OKC is doing. Sometimes it's just the mental pressure that they put on you on the defensive end that causes you to be a little bit more erratic with your shots or your passes than you normally are.
Well, and when they get into the paint, they're in prison. I mean, they're in bars, these guys. There's just bodies all around, arms all around. So you see one guy in yellow and you're like, oh my God, I need to just get it out to him like right now. And you throw it and it's a bad angle. Alex Caruso sniffs that out and now he's got an easy dunk on your ass. And now it's like even more pressure to get something going on the offensive end because you know how fast their defense can turn into offense too.
Is it just me or does Aaron Nesmith fall on the ground all the time?
All the time.
Say, how did you trip?
He didn't. He just fell. He took a bump.
Normally at an abnormal rate. He's on the ground.
Been watching.
But one though that was controversial, I think tripped over Shea's foot. The one that was the push off.
Yeah.
Oh well, yeah, that was a little forearm shiver. That's what he does.
Into the travel.
At an elite level.
Something's got to be called there.
No.
Something. Travel, offensive foul.
The officials beg to differ.
I was shocked that Rick Carlisle came out and put his Superman cape on for Scott Foster.
Yeah, that was a little wild.
Wow, he really thinks that Scott Foster is doing Game 7. He must, because he is caping. He is standing for this man.
Rick Carlisle. I really like Rick Carlisle.
Uh-oh. That's the kiss
I
of
do.
death.
I'm just pointing
He's about to
something
say
out.
something terrible.
Carlisle think he the end all be all of everything. He got to say something about everything.
Well, to be fair, remember Rick Carlisle is the president of the Coaches Association. That's why he's asked all those questions about coaches.
Was he asked about Doris Burke?
I don't think so. I don't think so.
You don't have to have a
I'm
take
okay.
on
I'm
it.
okay.
But he was saying
I'm okay
he was
with
saying
that.
good things about Doris, so I like it. But
You know what would impress me is if he trashed Richard Jefferson. Like, hey, how about someone tells RJ to shut up during the goddamn broadcast?
Yo, I think I know what's going on here with RJ. He's getting so destroyed that he feels he has to do more. And it's like, no, actually, we want you to do less.
You know what that is? That's the Jason Witten syndrome.
Yes.
That's what happened with Jason Witten on Monday Night Football. The internet destroyed him, and he just made it worse on himself.
The jokes.
Went back and he's like, you know what? I'll just die of CTE instead of dealing with the internet.
The jokes that Rich is trying to pull off with Doris and the like puns and the, like going into break and he's got some little quippy sort of analogy. Oh, it's just like this and this. They're doing, and I'm like, I almost texted him like, we need to calm down with all these little, he's trying to do too many jokes. And I think she's trying to do too many jokes. I think they're in cahoots. Like, we need to make this SNL.
They're probably reading their own clippings.
You know what randomly popped in my head like this morning? Remember when Drake was like flirting with Doris Burke and like
Yes, and he had the sweater.
Yeah.
All of that's weird, isn't it?
Nah, he's corny. It's like that dude is. It just made me think as I was listening to Euphoria for the 4,000th time. Like, this dude is so stupid.
It's like to beat the allegations of the young girls. He's like, I like all girls.
And that dude's hella funny, bro.
Yeah, just
He's
walking
hella
around
funny.
with Doris Burke on his sweatshirt. Sit down.
That guy's
Sit
hilarious,
down.
man. He cracked me up.
Where's KD going?
Man.
You wanna name drop your boy who you were talking to last night?
Okay, so I need to know the beef. Is there beef there?
We don't like that dude at all. He's a jackass.
Who?
She's talking about Coffee Boy. So she was doing stuff with Lebitard's network right after the game before we did the heat check. And during the heat check, Trysta brought up KD and mentioned that Amin had said there's a team in the Western Conference, and I told her how I felt about his opinion because it's a podcast, it's her podcast, say whatever I want. I can't say it here on the air. But Amin had some remarks about De'Aaron Fox when our show first started. I believe the line was, Ja Morant is who De'Aaron Fox thinks he is. Mm-hmm. And we hit him up like, yo, can you come on the show? Like, we're curious, like what that meant. And he wouldn't come on the show. And then I think he like doubled down on it. And then we asked again, like, yo, can you come on the show and explain what you mean? And he said, I'm busy. I was like, it's cool. We haven't given you a day or time yet. Like, we can work something out. And he was like, no, man, I'm busy. So we took that as disrespect. And we have spent the last 5 years trashing his sorry ass.
That's how without
and believe me, that hoe knows exactly who we are.
That was the without the crazy take, but that's how Monica McNutt did me. Yeah. I was like, hey, it's great meeting you. Do you want to come on the podcast? And she's like, oh yeah, I'm real busy. And I was like, oh, well, I can work with your schedule. Like, I can pre-tape it. It doesn't really, this is the regular season, mind you, regular season. There's nothing crazy. And I know you're traveling with the team. Whoop-de-whoop, cool. Whatever, 20 minutes. And it was like, yeah. Just get back with me and we'll see if maybe I can make something happen. I was like, I'm not chasing you around.
Next time you come here, we're going to tell you all of the excuses Mark Spears used to give us as to why he couldn't appear on the show. Now, to be clear, Mark is our guy.
Yeah, that's our dog.
That is our dude for real. But sometimes I wonder if Mark...
These ESPN folks, they kind of feel like maybe they shouldn't do this or what?
Well, the funny thing is Mark would say, I can only do the ESPN station. And it would be like, brother, I got great news for you. That's us. But I think there's this weird disconnect with our radio show and who we are in person.
Right.
Mark is our best friend in person. I don't think he knows we're the same two guys that do the radio show.
Monica asked me at the event where we were both won an award for like top woman in media. She's like, "So what do you do?" I was like, "Oh, I just like I don't know what to say to that."
Not
Like I
just
just
like you host a podcast, you're on WFAN, like you're
yeah,
a radio personality.
but I have a hard time being like, let me encapsulate and like
You're a multimedia star. Who are
prove my
you?
value to another person that's a colleague, you know? So I always just get really weird and awkward about that. I'm better with an introduction, better with a cosigner, I think.
You need a hype man.
Your boy was bugging though, man. Like the funny thing about that is, like Damian said, like he said what he said. We weren't even really tripping. Like even if we disagreed, it was like, all right, whatever. Well, bro, you said it at a quick blurb. Like, why don't you come on and just kind of explain what you mean, and we'll have a conversation. And then he did what he did, and then
Do you guys think that's true now? Like, do you think it's closer to the way that things ended with De'Aaron and some of the things that you've seen?
No,
Do you
I
think
think
that his point was valid or no?
No, I think they're like the same player. I've always thought they're the same player. I think Ja's a little bit more aggressive than De'Aaron Fox, and I think that's the difference between the two. But I think De'Aaron is a better defender. Like they do things, you know, one scores better, one defends better. Like I think when you put it all together, they're about the same type of person or same type of player. One's right-handed, one's left-handed. But yeah, we were doing all that, and then I think he got really upset because I didn't even add him. But I had said something to the effect of, man, these people out here who can't make a left-hand layup got so much to say. And then it somehow got back to him, and he called me fake Freddie Gibbs.
Oh my God, you guys like really had internet stuff.
Yeah, and I thought it was funny. Like I thought it was all jokes because I liked the meme for the most part. Like before I got into all this, like he was fine with me. I didn't have no issue with it. I'd listen to his content or whatever. So I thought, oh, we cracking jokes, like it's all good. So I called him, "This is America, Childish Gambino," and he got. I guess he was serious. Like he was like, "Yeah, why don't you? You still on the radio? Why don't you try to at least get on the news before you have all this stuff with you?" I was like, "All right, bro. Like it's not even that deep." And then I heard he just got
get on the news is a wild.
I didn't even at the time we were on the news. I didn't even say all that, but I was like, "Bro, it's not even that deep." I guess he got mad because we heard that he gets Steve Kerr's coffee, and that's what we call him coffee.
That's the shoot. Like that was his position as like the people at ESPN didn't like him. Like that's why I'm sure he's doing well with Lebitard and all of that. Like you latch on to somebody, you could ride. The people at ESPN didn't like him, and they were like, his position with the Phoenix Suns was to get Steve Kerr's coffee. He was not an executive. He was not any sort of decision maker. He was the guy who took notes and handed Steve Kerr the iPad. Few remember that Steve Kerr was actually a general manager. So tell him we said hi.
Yeah,
And Terry Porter was the coach.
Yeah, we got to go.
We have to
Love
go.
you, TK.
All of us.
No, we really do. Well, I mean, we got to come back. Like you can stay
Okay.
as long as you want to. See them
All
with
right,
KC on Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320. It's like we can't push that break anymore.
Y'all are wild. That was wild. All right, talk to y'all later.
All right, homie.
All right, bye.
Bye. Oh, I see that boys in San Francisco. No, Cole, Mark's been on the show. Mark's been on the show a bunch of times. And we spend a lot of time with Mark at games too. It's just at the beginning, it was a bit of a struggle. Over under 2.5 trades for the Kings this offseason. I'm gonna go under. I'm gonna go under. D'Lo and Jesse. Who is the KD of the WWE?
CM Punk. All timer who just hasn't stuck.
Yeah, that's not a bad one. Has had the championship. Has been
Hasn't really had anything. Not anything, but you know.
Maybe a little underappreciated, liked by fans. CM Punk's a good one. Yeah, CM Punk's a good one.
Chris, I need a new one. I was trying to pick up this Pedro Martinez one, but they're all sold out on Mitchell and Bass. Marcus, nobody cares, man. Nobody cares. I'm just kidding. Shout out to the Giants fans. You're a little lucky.
Yeah.
It's funny though, because like everything that came out of yesterday, like the players weren't. I don't think they were big fans of Devers either.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay.
So it's like, I still hate that they traded him, but I don't know.
It sounds
maybe
like
there's just a lot more to it than what we've seen.
it sounds like something had to give.
Yeah, that's how it seems. Still hate it though.
Yeah, I got you. That bombarding 1140 with coffee orders was absolutely hilarious. Yeah, that was iconic. And the best was watching them guys look at the screen with like a little bit of confused.
Tyler, I wouldn't call it a smear campaign. It's kind of been out in the open.
Local
for a
radio
while.
yahoos. Okay. Yes. Yeah, they work for Twitter and Instagram for sure. Yeah. Yeah, I'll start if you send me like the one you think is the best, I'll post that on Instagram and even like TikTok or whatever. That's so funny. I asked Trysta about KD. We got to a meeting and never heard what she thought about KD. We never got there. We're gonna. And I'm gonna have the girls here at like 5:15 because Katie's got a client dinner across the street. I was laughing a minute ago because we asked Trysta, you know, because I knew she had some thoughts on Kevin Durant where he might land, and it got into the Amin Hassan conversation, and Trysta never shared a single thought on Kevin Durant and where he might land. And it was there seems to be I'm not exactly sure what's going on, other than maybe it appears San Antonio and Houston's offers are a little underwhelming. Maybe Miami is a part of that too. And
Miami had that same report too, I've seen.
Minnesota has the strongest offer that is intriguing Phoenix the most. And while they want to, we're going to do what's best for the team, I think they'd like KD to be bought in a little bit, and I'm sure Minnesota would want the same. But it feels like we might be stuck a little bit with the team that's in the best position to land. Kevin Durant, in terms of assets and all of that, is just kind of waiting for the thumbs up, which with the exception of he doesn't want to go there. He's got to prove this. He's got to prove that. That falls in line with what Eddie told us on Friday, that Minnesota has an offer. You spotted the Rudy Gobert tweet or Instagram post or whatever it was. He was a part of that. I think Dante was a part of it, and then maybe a pick. I can't really remember, but that was the kind of the pillars of the trade. And I guess KD's not sold on Minnesota. He don't want to be cold.
Do you think this gets done before the draft? Like, is it for sure? Like, this has to be done by the draft, or you think Phoenix maybe says, "Look, we'll play the long game here"?
Like before the draft, meaning when Adam Silver takes the podium for the first time. Yeah, I think so.
I think so too.
I think so too.
I mean, if I was Phoenix though, and I'm really like holding out for this trade package, this trade proposal, or whatever, it almost feels like you gotta get past that and say, "Hey, I'm willing to take it past the draft," and maybe we can just include who you drafted in the trade compensation. But because I don't know how much better these deals are going to get. KD, as great as he is, this situation isn't like it's not like Giannis, right? Like, he doesn't have a bunch of years on his contract. He's not 8 years younger. He's got an expiring deal. He wants to sign a 2-year deal, but he's also 36, 37 years old. I don't know if I'm giving up my best young players and draft picks for that. Like, any thought or any talk of the number 2 pick is ridiculous. It is laughable that San Antonio would give up Stephon Castle or the number 2 pick in this deal.
Yeah,
it's
there's
ridiculous.
no need. Yeah, absolutely no need for it.
Yeah, so if that's what Phoenix is waiting for, I don't know how that's gonna happen.
Mm-mm. Yeah, there's no chance. Like, we've always looked at, like, San Antonio has an easy way to make this deal work. San Antonio is in control of every deal that they make. Like, they don't have to be submissive to anyone. They have a roster that landing that number 2 pick changed everything. Like, they don't have to be super aggressive in any trade, in free agent. They really don't have to do any of that. It's all right there within their organization now. And just like you said, you want Steph Castle? No, that's not a conversation we're having. The 2 pick, child, no. You could push for 16, but 2, get out of my face.
We don't even have nothing to talk about.
Like, there's no conversation for Phoenix or really any other organization outside of Milwaukee to have a conversation with San Antonio about that number 2 pick. Milwaukee is the only one. With all due respect to KD, that's not it.
Right.
That is not it at all.
I would even, and I know exactly what you mean, but I wouldn't trade that number 2 pick for nobody, for nothing. Like, no, we're not doing that. Simply because, and you talked about it a little bit, I don't have to win this year.
Mm-hmm.
I don't really have to do anything. We can just have these young guys develop. De'Aaron Fox is there, and we can see where the wind takes us. You know what I mean? I'm not in a must-win situation. And if that's how things are playing out in San Antonio, what do I need to bend over backwards and give you what you're looking for? You want to make this deal with me, you're going to do it on my terms. And hope that I'm not, being a jerk about it. I'm being fair about it. Yeah. No need to do too much if you're San Antonio. You said it perfectly. They're in control of every trade conversation that happens. Completely in control.
Every single one. Yeah, it's when Houston is not. Houston probably needs to do something. They have to figure out what, whether that's Kevin Durant or that's someone else. Like they have to figure that out, and they probably do have to be aggressive, because if they're not, next year San Antonio is going to be Houston. Like next year, San Antonio is going to be what Houston was last year, and then the year after it might be that times 10. And now all of a sudden, this is a very extreme example, but all of a sudden, you're what the Clippers were to the Warriors. If you're Houston, you were ascending, but then the Warriors ascended. They took off, and you never stood a shot. That's the position the Spurs are in. I don't know what I've tried to workshop what I think Kevin Durant on the Spurs means for their chance to win a title this year. Can you do it? Sure. I guess. I mean, not I guess. Sure, you absolutely can. We're putting a lot of pressure on Victor Wembanyama because we are 100% of the belief that he is the best player on that basketball team, whether Kevin Durant is on it, whether De'Aaron Fox is on it, whether there's any other player in the league on that team. We're of the belief that Victor Wembanyama is going to be the best player on that basketball team. Now you got this number 2 pick in a situation with KD and De'Aaron Fox. Now all of a sudden, this number 2 pick, it's like, hey, kid, now we had an idea. We've kind of pushed this timeline up a little bit, this so-called timeline. We want you to be great. KD, he might be here a year. He might be here 2. But in the end, you're the one, you, Wemby, Steph, you're the ones who are going to take this into the next, Pop, Duncan, Ginobili, Parker generation of San Antonio Spurs. And I don't know if it's worth it.
Well, see, I think if you get Kevin Durant, you are a championship contender immediately. And the pressure, so one way of looking at it is that's a lot of pressure on Wemby. The other way I think I would look at it is it takes pressure off Wemby. You don't have to be the best player on the team every single night. And Kevin Durant at 37 years old, you also don't have to be the best player on the team every single night. This almost preserves both of your guys' energy throughout the season, going into the playoffs, and in your mentals. I think it puts everybody in a certain slot. De'Aaron Fox, you can be that number 3. Dylan Harper, you're the future, but you don't have to start right away. You can play that role of James Harden when he was in OKC, and you're the super prospect, but come off the bench, be the 6th man. Stephon Castle, you got a year under your belt. I think that makes them an instant championship contender. Maybe not the favorites, but a championship contender. If you don't get KD,
when you top 4 team in the West, top 3. I mean, OKC, yeah. All right,
I think they'll be that good.
Yeah.
If you don't get KD, it brings the timeline down a little bit. That's fine. I don't look at them as a championship contender at that point, but you're still on a positive timeline, right? You're not, we didn't take a step back we're no good. We took a different path.
Sure.
Where we're going to slow cook this thing a little bit and, bring Dylan Harper along slowly. If De'Aaron Fox is there, I still think Dylan Harper is a backup regardless, which will take a little pressure off of him. But they get KD, that fast tracks them into being a championship contender.
You think that would be built? I mean, again, you obviously got to match salaries. We know they have salaries that can do it. You're going to take away from, it's going to be a couple of guys that you're going to lose there. But the centerpiece is probably that second first round pick. Is that the true centerpiece of the deal?
For Phoenix, yeah, because it gives you an opportunity to build something because you don't have any picks. You lost all those picks in the deal, and Houston has them all. So it gives you an opportunity to potentially get a young, impactful guy on that team, which
you desperately need.
Yeah, you hadn't been able to do. So that would be fair. I think it's the 14th pick. 14, Vassell and Harrison Barnes. That'd be fair.
Harrison Barnes, yeah.
That's a realistic deal for Kevin Durant at this particular time in his career, and what you'd have to get pay him as well.
And it goes back to Phoenix needing his great. This is my greatest moment right here. This goes back to Phoenix just needing better NBA players.
There you yeah.
I'm not talking like you don't need to add a third superstar for. No, you need better guys who can play on a night-to-night basis on the floor, not pulling guys out of the G League or pulling someone's 15th man and making him your 6th man. Yeah. Like you don't need that. You also have to address your center position. That was a killer for you last year. You've got to decide what you're going to do with Bradley Beal. He's almost certainly going to be on your roster, no matter how much stuff you put in the media about not wanting him back. He's in control. You aren't. Make nice with him and figure out a way to get him and Book to work. Right. And then, of course, you have Book who you could build everything around, but you better find someone at that center position.
Yeah, I mean, that's where, you talk about a Rudy Gobert and you talk about, and people are just kind of joking, but getting involved in it, not directly with KD coming here, but a 3-teamer, Domantas Sabonis, something like that. That's what I would be trying to do. I would be center hunting if I was the Phoenix Suns. And if KD doesn't want to go to Minnesota, see if you can get a team involved. See if you can get a 3-teamer, because if I'm not a big fan of them or anything, but it's a good landing spot if you're able to get Rudy Gobert. At least you'll have something there in the middle. I don't think you'd be this really good team, but you'd have a starting caliber center there that you could play for 3 quarters.
Mm. Yeah, they're gonna have to find that. Yeah, they're gonna have that you can play for 3 quarters. Couldn't help yourself.
I was trying to see real quick. I think this works.
He's at the trade machine, everybody.
At the trade machine, Vassell and Harrison Barnes does work financially. And then you throw picks and stuff like that. But money-wise, those two work.
Well, I wonder how those picks are coming back to Sacramento, because as we said with Trysta, apparently we're getting one.
No, well, that's a fact. Well, we're getting New Orleans, Washington's.
Multiple first-round picks. Oh, my.
Yeah.
Well, TC has us drafting 9 players in the first round. That's not true. That's not what.
Where'd he get that from?
The Discord channel. It was presented in the Discord
channel. Shut up, old boy. TC, he just be working, man. He just be working.
But yeah, well, he hears stuff, he remembers it, and he passes it along.
Working, stealing, working.
That's fine. What did Jesse Ventura used to say? It ain't
Roots too, McMahon.
What he say? Oh my God. You ain't trying if you ain't cheating. It's DC. Roots. Looks like Roots 2. What? Roots 2.
Double down on it.
That's is insane. Absolutely insane.
Double down on it.
For those who know what we're talking about, there's a clip from an old, I don't know. I don't think it was Saturday night's main event. I don't know what it was.
Just been a superstar.
Yeah, but Roddy Piper is taking a belt to Mr. T, and Jesse Ventura, who's on commentary, says this looks like Roots 2.
And even McMahon was like,
"What? Roots 2, McMahon?" Jesus. All right. And that coincided nicely with the line that Roddy Piper said, "You wear more chains than your ancestors."
Did we ever?
Probably not.
Did we ever get a definitive idea of Roddy Piper? Because in my mind, I don't really rock with him, but I feel like maybe people were like, "Oh, that was part of the game, and that wasn't who he was."
I don't know. Like, I am done trying to.
I mean,
judge.
he pushed the limit.
Yeah,
like being part of the game, he did a lot.
I mean, he's a consummate heel. I don't know. That's a tough one.
He saw no bounds.
So there was
the banana, the blackface, the Mr. T comment.
The blackface was pretty crazy. It was like full on half of his body was painted black. And then when he would do the camera thing, when he turned, so the black part of his body was what the camera caught.
Yeah.
For some reason, he started doing like the John Travolta thing with his hand. And it's like, I don't know if you're trying to, I'm not sure what's happening.
What's happening?
Black people don't do this, sir. I don't know what's happening here. But yeah, I don't
know. Wow. I just know in my mind I was never been a Roddy Piper fan.
Yeah.
I don't want to put him in that category if it's not true, but just I saw enough. I
don't know. I don't know. Yeah. The chains, more chains than your ancestors. That
is a crazy line.
That's a hell of a line. Maybe Roddy Piper knew how the Kings would get their first round pick. I asked James this yesterday.
Somebody told him. They telling everybody.
I asked James this yesterday, and I don't remember if you and I discussed it. Hollinger had Keon. You know, he wondered if Keon was 4 years, $65 million, or even something higher with Sacramento, which I think the max Sacramento was like 480 or something like that. Do you think Keon gets a number? Like, if Keon hit the market, do you think he'd get a 4-year, $65 million contract? That's roughly, I think I'd embarrass myself if I said it out loud. Was it 15, 16? I don't know not knowing how the increases work. What is that, like 14 and some change?
Yeah, that seems a little bit much. Just a little bit.
16.
He might though.
16. Yeah. I mean, good for him. Like, he makes like $2 million or $3 million or something.
I feel like this isn't always super accurate, but the reporters, the people that follow the game, they seem to have a certain like love for his game and what he brings to the table. So I wonder if GMs have the same type of outlook on him. Like, no, this guy is a winning basketball player. You know, you want him on your team. So 16 mil isn't that much for. It's not egregious for a guy like Keon and what he brings to the table.
I feel like he offers a lot.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why I wonder, this shouldn't be, that's why I wonder whether this should be an extensive discussion for Sacramento. Like, he's here, you have him. I don't know that Doug's philosophy is going to be defense first, but I know he's going to want you to work your ass off defensively. Right. Like, Doug Christie cannot coach a team that isn't working hard on the defensive end. Like, he just wouldn't allow it. You have the ideal player for that. You have a ideal player for that. Now you want to know what the rest of this looks like, right? You want to know what the rest of the roster looks like, the rest of the position looks like. Is this a $16 million player coming off your bench? Is this a $16 million player who got better scoring in the offseason? Is this a $16 million player who is just kind of in and out in terms of what he does on the offensive end? I'm not sure. You have to have the rest of this roster shake out, but it feels like Keon being on this team is, I don't want to call it a no-brainer, but
feels like
I'm getting there.
Yeah, it feels like it. Now, here's the other component of that. I'm picking Keon. I think you got to move on from Devin, because once again,
oh shoot, man, All right. Oh,
Drake.
Oh,
Drake.
no. All right. Goodbye, Devin.
I think you got to move on from him because I think they're a little redundant. And you're talking about playing time. You're talking about getting a new point guard and a starting point guard in here. So I just don't know if you have the minutes for both of those guys. So,
man, that's the one from Drake where it was bad.
the new one when he couldn't watch the injury. Oh no. Hey, standing O though. Yeah.
Oh man.
One of my new favorites. Yeah, man. I think
I feel I just
Keon should be on the squad.
Yeah, I think this is. I think that's. I guess I don't want to be too hard on Scott Perry or the Sacramento Kings at all. The number one thing you have to figure out is like what is your approach for this basketball team? What do you want? Like if every indication is they have less than no interest in Trey. And that leads me to believe, okay, what type of player is Trey? He's a score heavy point guard. I'll call him a score first, but he is a guy who led the league in assist. Maybe you feel like he's a good player on what has been relatively a bad team. Maybe you're critical of him. But, oh, they haven't put the right guys around him. He had no all-stars around him. Maybe he didn't make anyone an all-star. Maybe that's the barometer we're moving on now. Not me, just asking questions. But if you have the ability, and it sounds like you do, to land a 4- 5-time all-star who regularly averages 25 to 27 points per game, and you're just like, no? Like, okay. So you're looking for a completely different type of player. Now, not on that level, not suggested, but it sounds like you're looking for players like Keon. Now, the other part of this is if you go get Drew Holiday, I don't know that you keep Keon Ellis.
I think it still applies. Just I don't think that
You don't want a better scorer off of your bench if
you have Malik. And I think it comes down to
probably
Keon or Devin.
Yeah, I guess you probably have Malik.
Thought.
Yeah.
So
Drew and Zach.
It gets into something that I was thinking about earlier.
Okay.
And maybe it's a conversation for tomorrow. Like
all right.
time. Just because there's no right or wrong answer to me, but how would you build a team? How would you build a roster? I know it always gets talked about how, like, you know, and I don't feel no type of way. It's funny, unethical hoops or whatever. But like, as I was thinking about this, I need 3 guys in my starting 5 that can get a bucket at any time from all over the court.
Mm-hmm.
Can get to the basket, can shoot the ball.
Well, why don't you shut up and we'll just talk about this tomorrow at 12:15.
Well, I'm just laying the
I
groundwork.
already wrote it in. How would you build this Sacramento Kings roster? Tune in tomorrow.
Roster. Sacramento Kings specific though.
How would you build how would you build an NBA roster? If you were a general manager, how would you build an NBA roster?
Okay. Because
all right, we all have homework.
Give me give me one of them dogs and all. You can't have 5 defenders.
All right, man. I'm tired of everybody wanting dogs on their basketball team, man. We stop it. We'll come back. Jason Jones joins us. We'll talk Kings basketball, NBA basketball. We'll talk a little baseball with our man Jason Jones as well here on Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320.
Sorry, guys. My boys are playing. My boys, the Laguna. Is that out of here?
Is that a no or a yes?
No, it wasn't out of here. Just off the wall, I think. That was a nice little hit, though, by my boy Julian. My boy Ju. Sorry, the Laguna Youth Baseball Gray All-Stars are taking on River Park 12U All-Stars right now. Bottom of the first. Number 16 has me the most stoked I've been on sports in a while. Number 16, what?
You're not Giants, bro.
Oh, that's his number?
No, you're not Giants. You'd know.
Well,
I know.
Well, he said sports. I guess I should have known.
You know why he picked 16?
No.
You didn't hear? It's the amount of years it's been since the Yankees last won a World Series.
That's just disrespectful.
That's hilarious.
That is disrespectful. I saw my boy had his introductory press conference today. They said, or like 30 minutes ago. They said he in the lineup tonight. He in the lineup tonight. Let's go.
Congratulations. Shout out Tyrese. We won yesterday, 6 in a row.
See, it worked out for everybody.
Roman Anthony hit a home run, number 1 prospect in baseball. He's got us.
Shout out to it. Can't wait for Eldridge to get here too. Eldridge Endeavor is about to go crazy.
All right, man. You're not being nice. Yeah, John Poles, it was a joke, man. He didn't really pick 16 because the Yankees thing. Gosh.
John Poles is the new Will, actually.
That's hilarious.
There we go, boys. 1-0. Way to start this thing off, boy. We ain't playing with these boys. We ain't playing with them. And if they win today, it'll create a showdown, I think, tomorrow with LYB Gray versus LYB Purple. Those my boys over there, too. I was watching that Yankees game, Chris. That was a good game. Did you see? I don't really know how to describe it, but in the 9th inning, I think it was, maybe even the 10th, the guy was stealing. He was at second. The Yankee guy was stealing second. Excuse me. He was at second, stealing third.
Mm-hmm.
The ball gets hit to the third baseman.
I did see that.
And he catches it and tags him as he's stealing. Or was still. It was the craziest thing I'd ever seen. For sure. I'll probably be out there next week. Next week will work a little better for me. But yeah, I'm gonna be out there. Shout out to my man Gus, whole crew over there. They're going for like a month, maybe a month and a half straight. So that's gonna be dope. Every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday at Fortune High School out in Elk Grove, man. So go check them out. Get through there. Oh, that was a nice hit. Nice hit and a nice play at third. Damn.
Go time. Now the song's in my head. Damn it.
Man, he laced that one. Well, that's fine. The World Series are in favor of us, and they always will be. You guys, you got your little one. But we're the real Dundadas. You think you're Alexander? You're no Alexander. I'm Alexander. I'm a conqueror.
Okay. Good. Kenny's a conqueror.
You know Alexander. I'm Alexander. You know Alexander. I'm a conqueror.
Well, you heard it here first.
Do you know where that's from?
Kenny the Conqueror. No, I felt like I could have pulled the context from the first time you said it. What was it?
I want to eat your children.
I was gonna say there was some Mike Tyson in that one.
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't think I would have
That's
gotten
when he just went off.
Yeah, I don't think I would have gotten that.
They tell him when he said, "You think you're Alexander? You know Alexander. I'm Alexander. I'm a conqueror. I'm a some. I'm a some. I want your children. I want to eat your children. I want your heart."
Is that Lennox Lewis? Who was that?
Yeah, that's who he was talking about.
Yeah. Oh,
I caught the build up to that fight during the pandemic, like on YouTube and stuff. That was one of the deep dives. Yeah,
that was a great build up, and Lennox beat the crap out of Mike Tyson.
That's the one where they get to the ring and they got security lined up diagonally, right, or whatever, separating them.
Bill Simmons' greatest contribution to society, besides 30 for 30.
Oh, I thought this were
is the Tyson zone. That's such a terrific. That's such a terrific marker. The Tyson, he's entered the Tyson zone.
Where you will believe anything.
Yeah. That's Bill Simmons' best right there. The Tyson zone. A couple of reminders here. We'll be off on Thursday because we're celebrating freedom. Like poor like Kentucky. Like no one told Kentucky till Christmas.
What is their Juneteenth?
But because like no, they don't get. It's like Christmas. Well, look, man, it can't be Jesus and the slaves. So why don't we just stick with the day we told Texas? Texas, it was like 250,000 slaves. Kentucky, it was like 20,000. You guys will be fine. It's fine. It wasn't even. Oh, it's when word finally reached Texas, and all of the slaves found out they were free. No, it's when a large chunk of slaves found out they were free. Kentucky's like, what's going on? What y'all do? What are y'all doing? Oh, y'all ain't heard? Brought the Pony Express through and allegedly just put up flyers.
What you doing over here?
Like, I guess just imagine just walking through town and all of a sudden there's a flyer. Slaves are free. What? Are you kidding? Okay. Welcome in Jason Jones here. Oh man, wow, he went extra today.
Oh, what are you doing?
Oh,
we had a great weekend. We had a great weekend. I don't know why you tripping.
We had a great weekend.
We won 2 out of 3. We took 2 out of 3 from the Giants.
We gave you Sunday. When y'all come through Oracle in a couple weeks, you're gonna see what time it is.
We won. What do you mean we gave? We won.
We grabbed somebody out of the stands to start the game. What are you talking about?
We won 3 out of 4. What are you talking about? Why are you continue this act of being a Giants fan? I don't understand.
This picture on the screen looks like a cry for peace in Los Angeles in the mid-90s. Casey got this red Cincinnati Reds hat on. Jason got the blue Dodgers hat on, and like. Somewhere it's like, hey, I'm Al Sharpton, like, brothers.
Calm down now. There's no need to do all that, y'all. Just,
we've got to unite.
And I got it buttoned all the way up at that, so that makes
it. Yeah, you went tough.
That's real LA.
Yeah, that's
real LA.
Yeah, you went tough there. Hey, okay, I'm talking to Jason because you're gonna hate on this.
I hate keep it real.
You happy to see your boy back on the mound last night?
Yeah, that was cool. That was cool. No,
it definitely felt special. It was like, oh yeah,
another weapon, and
something's happening.
Yeah, see how this, it's kind of build it back up. It's not a bad extra arm to have. Come October.
In all seriousness, like, I don't know why he just had the one inning limit. Like, he doesn't do anything else. He could have been building his arm up this entire time. You don't play the field.
Well, he's been doing simulated games and all that. This is his first live action like in 2 years. So I don't think there's any need to throw him out for like 7 innings.
Well, but still, anybody else that come back from a Tommy John, it just caught me off guard. 1 inning. Think about it. What's your boy, May? Did he come back and pitch 1 inning?
He's also a full-time pitcher.
He's not doing nothing else. I'm telling you, he's not playing the field.
He's knocking the hell out of baseball.
He's not. You can go. He can go in between games and go throw simulated games. He's not doing nothing else.
Why are you hating?
I'm asking questions.
He hates Shohei Ohtani.
Why are you hating? It ain't like he fake signed with the Giants. You know. It ain't like his name is Judge or the other dude was a Correa or whoever. Yeah, I don't know why you have this animosity because the man who the reigning NL MVP can also pitch.
Ain't worried about him pitching.
You should be.
I'm not worried about that at all.
Should be.
They only gonna pitch one inning.
I don't know. I'm not worried about you. You're a third place team in the division. I don't know. I'm worried about you.
I don't need to worry about it. He only gonna pitch one inning.
How did it feel to see washed up Clayton Kershaw do that to you?
Well, we wasn't worried about that. We was working on.
You should have been worried. You couldn't get a hit off. You couldn't get any runs off of him.
We was working on deals, man. We wasn't tripping off that.
I mean,
This is my favorite part when Jason joins us. You guys just spend the first 2 minutes bickering at each other about the Giants.
I mean, when's the last big acquisition for the Giants that actually worked?
Well, you know what's funnier about it?
Championships, I'll tell you that. What, Hunter Pence?
11 years ago? I said the last one. The last one.
We got 3 of them things that worked. Take your pick.
When's the last time since 2014 something worked?
What that got to do? What that got to do with anything?
Johnny Cueto.
You saw them parades.
Johnny Cueto.
You saw them parades.
I don't recall those.
You saw 3 of them. I only saw one down there. I only saw one. That's cool. One is cute.
Typical Niner Cowboy type fan going back in history to celebrate.
Well, when you have history, then you can celebrate too.
I have history and the present.
Until then, you're gonna have to deal with reality.
Reality is they lost 2 or 3 this weekend.
He gave one. Salute.
Y'all had a parade on Friday. People was texting me, blowing my phone up. Take that. I ain't heard nothing since.
Just another way. Hey man, Giants we're just gonna keep working hard. That's all we're gonna do. We're not getting caught up in all the nonsense.
I'll see you at the Dodger store again.
Stop it.
No matter what you say, I've got that one.
Jason join us every week in Dodgers gear. Every week. And every week, KC has some random baseball hat on. So someone comes in and hears a Dodger fan in Dodger gear repping the Dodgers, and then a guy in a Reds hat representing the Giants. All right.
I think last week I had the Giants hat on, and that was the one time he didn't wear the Dodgers gear.
Oh, that's right.
What happened.
Yeah, and they lost that night too. Was that the Rockies game?
Not yet. They won that one.
Oh, that was the one they won
on Wednesday afternoon.
Okay.
When you turned the game on.
Oh, that was my fault. It was apparently
bad luck. His fault. Yeah, it's all your fault. You turned the game on, and they just
That's my bad.
Mm-hmm.
Thanks a lot.
No, it's good. It's good. Proper introduction. Jason Jones of The Athletic of the New York Times with us, as he is every single week here, every single Tuesday. Shout out to Jay. We're approaching 5 years. I'm pretty sure Jason's the only one who's done this show for 5 years with us.
Man, that's love.
He's still waiting for Danny to pay him for these last 5
damn
years.
Danny.
I'm still waiting for my pay from the podcast. I ain't even get he didn't even send me no swag or nothing. I ain't get a T-shirt. You could at least played it off like, hey, you know what? We got some, we'll send you some notepads, some pens, and nothing.
Odyssey bubble vest.
If you got sent something from Odyssey, you were going to get an invoice for it.
Actually, the only thing I got from Odyssey was a letter talking about a lawsuit for not paying it. So I was like, okay, cool.
What?
It was like some class action thing about them not having money, and
I should have. I didn't get that letter. We should have joined.
I don't even know why I got it. I'm like,
a minute. Power to the people.
It was like a year or two ago. I was like, what is this? I was like, okay, I guess. I don't know what I would ever get from them, I'll take an Amazon gift card at this point, hey.
How you celebrating Juneteenth on Thursday?
Not working. Probably with an alcoholic beverage or 3.
There you go. Yeah.
I love that it's like in the middle of the week, because then I can pretend like I'm going to work Friday, and then I'll log on and then log off.
I really wanted the show to be off Friday, and then it was like, oh, we have Sky River. We can't. We gotta. That's the go home show for our Sky River show that night. Can't miss it.
Though, let's just have montages.
Yeah,
on Friday. That's it.
We could run the best of Jason Jones and Kenny Caraway arguing.
And then you can splice in stuff on Twitter of folks who think we're really fighting each other. Like, hey, guys, there's no need for this.
Yeah.
You know, it's gonna be okay. I just wish he would stop posting these random things on social media, like celebrating the Giants.
Will you stop?
What'd you think of that trade? Would you? I mean, that was some baseball people called it a Luka Doncic level trade. Where
calm down now, calm down. It ain't that level. It ain't better than when the Dodgers got Mookie Betts from them, you know. But I mean, it's definitely a good trade for them. They needed somebody who could hit. I mean, where are they playing them?
He's going to DH tonight.
Okay. Yeah, because I was like, don't they have a guy at third already? But I mean, I think from everything I read, it was about being a third baseman in Boston. The fact they went out and got somebody. I mean, I can't blame them for being mad. Man signed a 10-year deal, and a year later, hey, we're going to move we're going to change positions now. You're going to move. Like what? I get it. But I mean, it's a good move for the Giants. Maybe this one will actually work out for them. We'll see.
Worked out 3 times before. Hunter Pence.
How old were your kids the last time it worked out?
Pat Burrell, you take your pick. Take your pick.
Brian Sabian ain't walking through that door, man. You can stop leaning on that.
We got your sorry little mole out of our organization, and now we doing work. There's no
that man helped y'all win like 106 games. What are you talking about?
And what a coincidence. He just so happened to find a job back with the Dodgers. I'm telling you, we need to investigate this, bro. For real.
Enjoying the NBA Finals?
Are you surprised?
I am.
Are you surprised how the series is going?
I think Oklahoma City is the better team. I think Indiana blew a golden opportunity in Game 4 that I said this is probably going to cost them the series.
Mm-hmm.
And then I think last night it was clear that Tyrese wasn't right, and to let him play almost the whole most of the fourth quarter, and to let Nembhard be out there. I don't know what he was on in the fourth quarter last night. My man out there getting his shot blocked by Shea, just throwing the ball to the wrong. I'm like, you got to get McConnell back in the game. You got, to me, it was clear who was cooking, and it wasn't Tyrese. You got to get TJ back in there. And my whole thing was, I think I even put it on our blog, is that, maybe you even think about with the way Tyrese looked, just sitting him the rest of this punting, getting him out the game altogether. Because I mean, he wasn't, and I'm not knocking him. I mean, he was compromised, but yeah, I think Indiana might have lost that series in Game 4, because now you got to try to win back-to-back games. With your starting point guard, you don't know how he's going to be on Thursday. So, but I mean, I've enjoyed this series. I think there's been a lot of cool moments. I think you've seen some guys emerge. You got one team that it's crazy. A team in Oklahoma City's 2 best players both have cornrows. That's crazy, that's going to be great for the parade. They have to have
125. Yeah. 2025.
And clearly Jalen has taken from the Kawhi Leonard book of braids, where he gets them done every now and then.
Well, they said that's the superstar he's closest to is Kawhi.
Yeah, my man got it. I said, yeah, you can tell Shay's, getting his done regularly. Jalen's like, okay, maybe, we have a couple off days, maybe next month we'll figure it out.
Yeah, Shays don't miss. Shays look fresh every day.
I thought about this yesterday. And I don't want to take away from the brother because, maybe he's just being him. But have you ever noticed, you mentioned it a little bit, I think you'll understand this, Jalen Williams, he got a little too much Jokic in him. And what I mean by that is he acts like the worst thing in the world is to answer a question about the game he just played.
Yeah.
Oh, like post game. Oh, they got within 2? Like,
yeah.
Like, oh,
I'm like, come on, man. Yeah, like, okay.
There's a video of him.
How did you guys stop you guys were so effective against the Pacers at the rim. What'd you guys do? Chet.
I swear I don't know why they keep going to him for the in-game interview. I swear he says the exact same thing every time.
I would.
Lisa literally said one game. Okay, I'll just go to Shea. Like it's fine.
I would never
Forget
talk
it.
to him again.
I mean, I swear
Literally
I think I saw 2 different games, and I thought he said the exact same thing both times. I'm like, okay,
I did.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's definitely from the Kawhi Jokic school. Then
Oh, Kawhi will talk. He just won't talk with any enthusiasm. Like he'll say stuff, like he'll answer your question. He'll give you. He's just not gonna say it with any sort of excitement or pulse.
The biggest smile I've seen on Kawhi Leonard's face was when he was at that Padres game. It's like, what? This is what makes you happy? Like, that's the biggest. Maybe he had his kids with him. I don't know, but I can't remember many times seeing him smile. And not even like in
the famous laugh video.
Yeah. It is not even like he's an angry person. I don't recall many Kawhi Leonard, like, even when they win championships, he's like, okay, yeah, all right.
Did he laugh and what it do, baby?
What it do, baby? No, he didn't laugh.
Just hey, what it do, baby?
Yeah, that's why what when the season opens the Clippers and they have him like talking to the fan, like, hey. All his funny moments are moments.
Sounded hella mad. Hey.
All his funny moments are moments that are meant to be funny. Like they weren't meant to be funny, but they end up being hilarious because it's him doing it.
But yeah, I thought about that yesterday because there's a clip of J-Dub. I don't know why he was doing this, but he was sitting on the bench after the game. And arena's kind of cleared out, but he's still in his uniform. So he was sitting on his bench. He had a towel over his face, his head back over, like this on the bench. And Richard Jefferson comes up to him and he's like Richard's like, hey, like, how are you doing or whatever. And Jalen kind of ignores him. I don't know if maybe he didn't know he was there, whatever. And then he sees it's Richard Jefferson. He's like, oh, hey, what's up? Yeah. All right, man, get the camera off this guy, bro. I'm sick of seeing this.
That was that interview. He said that he wears 8 because of Kobe. Like he said I thought I tried to channel that, but yeah, not like really like that. I'm like, yeah, because Kobe was crazy, and you're just like, okay.
Did he text him? Did he text Kobe before the game?
Oh no, come on!
I hope not. They probably didn't. That's why they won.
Oh, come on. Leave Tatum out of this. The man's out there with Deuce and the other young little baby. They're just trying to recover. And now he's catching strays on D-Lo and KC.
That's got to be one of the worst. That is still one of the worst social media NBA moments ever. Like, I had former players.
Clear. I don't care that he did it. Like if that's your process of grief, like fine. The problem was you posted it.
Yeah, and that was fair game. Now
you're cool.
Now that people can call you a goof, and hey,
it's my boy, man.
Where you think KD lands? Your boys at the Athletic are working overtime on this story right now.
And the beauty of no longer being like on the NBA beat like that, I can just enjoy basketball and not care. Yeah. I find it interesting that people are like they're going to work with KD. I'm like, you better get what you can. The hell are you working with him for?
It feels like that's Rudy Gobert too. Like I guess they really trying to get KD to warm up to that Minnesota idea.
Guess what? KD does not have. He is not Bradley Beal. You can trade him wherever you want. So if I'm Phoenix, I wait for the best deal. If that's Houston, it's Houston. If it's if it's Miami, I don't know what Miami would. I don't see how Miami could have a better deal than either Houston. I don't see how Miami has a better deal than Houston, San Antonio, or Minnesota. Like, what is Miami giving you if they're not going to give you Bam or Tyler? Like what are they offering? Like I just don't even see how Miami's. Yeah, to me, Houston and San Antonio have the most to offer. And if it's about winning, it's Minnesota. But I don't think I think KD just wants to be able to enjoy his last few years in the NBA, which is clearly why Miami's on the list. He's back on the East Coast. And I saw the reporter, I think it was maybe Mark Spears or someone said yesterday that he would love to go to New York, but the Knicks don't want him.
Yeah, that's crazy.
It's just like, they're like, no, we don't have time for this.
Well, the Knicks, and I disagree with that because you could be getting a championship, but the Knicks are probably looking at it like maybe it's we don't want him or we can't really afford him. If he wanted an extension and maybe what we got to give up, like we just in a perfect world
we
want
just
him,
got
but-
Jalen to sign this deal for us. Like we're gonna be
Yeah.
able to do that again.
in a perfect world we want him, but not in this situation.
Yeah, and I
Maybe-
know the Knicks were interested in him when he went to Brooklyn, but what I'd heard back then was that they declined. Remember, there was the whole deal about the Knicks wouldn't even meet with him back then, and what was wrong with the Knicks? Well, I heard the reason why the Knicks didn't want to meet with him because everyone knew that whoever signed KD, that Kyrie needed to be part of the deal, and the Knicks wanted no part of Kyrie at that point. So that's why that didn't happen. So yeah, but I just think I mean, they said I was told why it happened. I'm sure people jump on my mentions and be like, no, that ain't true. Whatever. This is what I heard. No biggie. But he clearly didn't meet with him, and now he's not going to New York now. But I just think if you're the Suns, they've got so many issues with that roster. You've got to get the most that you can because they've traded all their good young players. I mean, outside of Booker, I mean, what do they have in terms of like young assets that another team would want? Yeah, I think you got to, if that means you can get 3 players and picks from Houston, KD's going to Houston. I really don't. I don't get the whole idea of they're going to work with them. It's like you can work with them by telling them where you're going to trade them, but you don't take a lesser deal to appease him. Because well, he won't sign an extension. Okay, that's the other team's problem.
Do you think some of these teams, mainly San Antonio and Houston, and maybe Miami is in this too, look, we know the situation in Phoenix. We're not going to bid against ourselves, or we're not going to outbid. Like Houston, I'm not giving you Reed Shepherd, Jabari Smith, and Jalen Green and 2 picks for Kevin Durant at 37 who wants a 2-year extension. Like I'm not doing that.
I
And
think
San
that's
Antonio's looking at the same thing. Like I'm not giving you the number 2 pick for Kevin Durant.
Yeah, I think that's a big part of it. You got to understand. That's why I think the team that makes the most sense is Minnesota in terms of basketball. They're in win now mode. I don't think. I mean, does Kevin Durant turn the Rockets into a championship team? I can't say that he does definitively. Let's see how it all would fit. And he's so much older than those other guys. I know one of the concerns teams like that would have is that we've got all these guys in their early 20s. Does putting someone like Kevin Durant on the team stunt their development? Because now all of a sudden, the guys you do keep, maybe they defer to, they're deferring now. They're not, I've heard that concern before about this timeline. I think, like I said, basketball wise, you put him with Anthony Edwards. I think that's something we can get to the finals, depending on what you would have to trade in return, in exchange. I think if you're San Antonio, if you're talking about, I don't know, say you don't want to give up the number 2 pick, but if you don't want to give up Castle, but what if you say we're giving you De'Aaron Fox and a couple other guys and some other picks? I mean, I think San Antonio and Houston have the most ways to make a deal happen. I just don't see what Miami can do without bringing in a third or even a 4th team to satisfy what the Suns would want. Because, like I said, you're not trading Bam, you're not trading Tyler Hero. I don't know what's appealing about a deal with Miami.
Right. I agree.
I feel like Miami's just in a perpetual state of treading water.
Yeah, they're in this perpetual state of the player wants to come here, but we don't have anything to offer.
Right.
It's like Dame wants to go to Miami. And the thing is now your main chip that you could have flipped would have been Jimmy Butler. And that's, I can't see Phoenix saying, okay, we'll take Andrew Wiggins and like Duncan Robinson, and you got to get the best deal. And I think the best deal is going to be from one of the 2 Texas teams.
Yeah, and we were talking about San Antonio versus Houston earlier, and the fact that it feels like San Antonio doesn't have to do anything.
No,
Like they're in control of any trade they want, whether they want to make one or teams approach them. Houston, I feel like, has to be more aggressive.
Mm-hmm.
Like they're not in control, or they're going to wind up getting lapped and being in a. I use the example of the Houston's going to be ascending like the Lob City Los Angeles Clippers were, and San Antonio is going to be what the Golden State Warriors were, and those Clippers are going to get past never to see the top of the Western Conference again. So they have to be aggressive, so to speak, with what they do.
Yeah, I think Houston's closer, so it makes more sense for them. I mean, you look at San Antonio, without a trade, you still got Wemby, you've got Fox, you got Cass, you got the number 2 pick, you got a bunch of other young players who are on, good contracts. I mean, they've gotten, they've got no. I mean, in essence, they'd be doing Kevin Durant more of the favor. And I think it's, I just think Houston, we've heard about Houston all season, about Houston being the destination. And I think that just makes sense. I mean, that's a team that offensively was just challenged.
Yeah.
You saw in that Warriors series that if they just had a guy who could get, make a shot, maybe they win that series. So I just think he makes the most sense. If you have if you resign, you bring back Van Vliet, you have a Kevin Durant, you have Steven Adams, you got 3 really good veterans, and you'll have enough other young guys. But I think part of the fear is, if you give up a Reed Shepherd, how good is Reed Shepherd going to be in 2 or 3 years? We don't know. How good is Jabari Smith going to be? But you also still have, Thompson. So you're going to, you would keep him, almost definitely. You're still going to have a good young core. I think Phoenix Houston can trade some young players to have a good young core to go with those guys.
Do you think something happens before the draft with KD?
I think it's possible it's agreed upon because when all the picks are in play. Because then you can go into the draft knowing we're going to trade this pick, and I think that the sooner the better because so many of the summer dominoes are going to be around what happens with Kevin Durant. Once we already and I'm starting to think that maybe draft picks don't matter as much anymore. How many you got 4 picks for Desmond Bane, who's a good player, but he's never been an all-star. But I think with the way the salary thing is now, if you're Orlando, you're thinking if we're as good as we think we can be, that's going to be like the 26th pick, and the 26th pick is not going to play on a good team. More than likely, will not be playing really significant minutes. So, and then again, also with the picks, doesn't matter what the pick is if you can't draft. So
right, yeah.
You can have the number 1 pick every year and pick the wrong guy 5 years in a row. So I think,
that felt like a shot.
Yeah, leave them out of this.
Who was them?
You know who?
No, the team in Northern California had the number 1 pick, so I wouldn't have shot at them.
Oh, that's a good point. Yeah,
I wasn't even thinking that. That's y'all project. I wasn't even thinking that.
We are forbidden from having the number 1 pick.
Technically, anybody in California that gets the number 2 pick just messes it up.
Well,
pretty much.
No, that's not true. But LA didn't. Oh, you said Northern California.
No, all of California. I'm not saying Lonzo's a bum, but he ain't on the team no more.
Well, he became AD. Him and Ingram both became AD. So I mean, I don't know what James Wiseman became for the Warriors.
Poor guy.
Where's Wiseman? Detroit?
In Indiana.
Oh, Indiana. That's right. He did.
Yeah. So yeah. Sometimes they say having the number 2 pick is always better because there's usually 2 top guys. You just take the guy who's left. But nah, sometimes number 2 could just be just as bad.
Yeah.
Seattle had the greatest number 2 pick of all time because they could just sit and be like, well, this is it's one of those things where it's like a tough decision. I think I know what I do. It's going to be tough to pass Greg Oden up, though. It's going to be tough to pass him up. Seattle was just like, hey, whatever's left.
Yeah, whatever you do.
Yeah.
Whatever's left. I'm in.
Portland.
If
you were Memphis, Zion Ja. Well, Zion's gone. We'll take Ja.
Yeah.
Who had a fun morning on Twitter? I saw.
Ja did?
Yeah, he was going in on Stephen A. Smith.
I'm all for
Because
this.
I didn't see the show. I don't really watch a lot of those talking head shows, but I
Uh-huh.
guess Stephen A. said that Jimmy
he said
Butler and
Memphis.
other players have told him they don't want to play in Memphis because basically it's crime ridden. Basically, you might as well go ahead and say it's the ghetto if you're gonna have to go with that, Well, he's talking to the authorities, and basically Ja was like, you got the NBA finals going on, and rather than talk about, Shea and J Dub and Siakam, you talking about some quote unquote sources who claim they don't want to be in Memphis. He's like, I'm 9-on-1 for life. And I ain't
to say too.
Yeah. Who else did?
I think Perkins said it too. He was part of the conversation.
Oh,
that was wild for them to say though.
He's like, they're scared of Memphis. I think in most NBA cities where the crime is happening, I don't think most players are living there. So I wouldn't be too concerned about that per se.
He's also not living in the slums of Memphis either.
Yeah, I don't think they're in the trenches of Memphis when they play for the Grizzlies. I just don't, And yeah, it's wild when people start going into why people won't be in quote that city. And I don't know anyone who's been in Memphis who doesn't love Memphis. Every player I know who played there loved it there. It was one of my
favorite Jimmy Butler's name on it.
Yeah, that was
he just did. Yeah, I'm like, dang, Jimmy just is like,
Jimmy just minding his own business. Like, what the hell?
I'm sure he'll get a great reception when he comes to Memphis next season. Because they were trying to trade for him, right? And
I had heard some things about
that Jimmy said he didn't want to go to. But it sounded like Jimmy was going to end up deciding over what team would give him the extension that he wanted.
That's where it was. If Memphis gave him the extension, he would have went there.
Yeah, but what's good TV is whenever Udonis Haslem is talking and Jimmy Butler's name comes up.
Oh yeah, that's
Haslem he does not hold back. He was like, he's not that dude. He said, I watched it. He's not that dude.
I agree with Haslem. I think he's good.
Yeah, he's good, but
there's levels to it.
Who cares about, NBA finals, so what? Let's talk about the hood of Memphis. NBA finals going. I mean, I don't, I've had my friends texting me complaining like this coverage sucks. Like you got ESPN dudes beefing with each other during the finals and calling me. I'm like, well, the NBA signed up for how many more years of this?
They need to. Is part of that deal? Some of those finals are going to be on NBC. I think so.
I don't know.
Alternate. I feel like they might. I don't know, but they can't all be on ABC.
Maybe
they are.
All of them?
Yeah.
What does NBC get? Just conference finals then?
Yeah, they'll swap with all of that stuff, but I'm pretty sure finals are all 11 years on ABC.
Are we gonna at least get some fancy stuff during the broadcast one day?
No. Well, they finally showed the.
Adam said we don't need it.
But we can have we can have a whole new floor for the in-season tournament.
People were really high. I thought they were doing too much. They're like, "Oh, I got chills."
Okay, man, sit your ass down. You ain't never gonna remember that happening.
Jason, did you see that too? Where people were hyped about the intros, like, "Oh, that was amazing."
Man, this is
stupid.
It's like in the middle of the finals. What's coming out? Let's try the world against the USA at the All-Star game. That's gonna really motivate Joker to try. What was it last year? They had the clip of Joker making fun of Wembanyama for getting ready to play. Like, what are you doing? He's like, I do this before every game. He's like, why? He's like, he mocked him for caring.
It'd be a good rib is Adam should have the All-Star game in Memphis.
Oh man.
Oh, maybe there's not enough hotel space. I don't know.
Yeah, probably not. But so what? Figure something out, Adam.
Do it anyways. It'll be funny. We appreciate you, Jay. As always, thank you, my friend.
Y'all enjoy your Thursday off.
Let's
Yes,
go
sir.
Giants.
Yes,
Let's
sir.
go Giants. My boy
you-
Devers. Let's go.
It ain't football season. What you talking about?
Stop, bro. Stop.
Yeah. Thank you, Jason.
All right.
Jason Jones, The Athletic, The New York Times, right there, and resident Dodger.
His worst quality.
He went extra today, though, with the
That
jacket buttoned all the
What
way
we
up
doing,
to the
bro?
top.
What are we doing?
That man's a fan.
What we doing?
Let him live.
He's supposed
Let
to
him
be
live.
a journalist.
He is a journalist, a fine one. He's a professor.
He is
The
a
professor. No game tonight, so Kenny will tell us how to build a roster tomorrow. That's going to be a fun conversation. Plus, we'll get into some Kings things we didn't discuss yet today. Plus, James Ham tomorrow, some other trade rumors. Brad Beal been linked to a couple of teams. I don't think linked is the right word. I just think they asked some questions. So we'll dive into that because ultimately I think Brad's going to wind up with Phoenix, and that might determine what Phoenix does moving forward with Kevin Durant. They might want to get that situation settled before they execute this Kevin Durant trade. So we'll have all of that tomorrow. Remember, Sky River Casino this Friday, 7 p.m., 7 to 9 p.m., an evening with D'Lo and KC at 32 Brew Street. Make your plans to be with us this Friday at Sky River Casino. We got weekend tickets to give away. Weekend and Playboy Cardi. They're going to be at the Santa Clara Levi Stadium in July. We'll have those for you out there on Friday as well. We'll see you back here tomorrow at 10 a.m. at Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Vamos, Rafael Devers. Welcome.
All right, y'all. We got to run. I got to go talk to somebody real quick. We'll see y'all tomorrow. Vamos, Yacht Reynolds. That's a good one, Zabo. That's a good call right there.